Hey guys. Here's part 4 of Cursed Eyes. Enjoy. Chapter 24, S-Ranked Rescue. The next day came and Naruto had finally stepped out of the Hokage's residence. According to Tsunade, he only had a day to rest, meaning that he should expect a mission soon. In truth, aside from getting used to having Itachi's eyes merged with Sasuke's, he needed this extra day in order to process everything he learned. Uchiha Clan, Konoha, Akatsuki, Itachi had managed to, indirectly, tell him a great many things that shook his foundations. Naruto was no ignorant into believing that Konoha was exempt from committing wrongdoings, but he never believed that a different darker world existed below the veil of peace and tranquility behind the giant walls. The Uchiha clan's genocide was the key example that there were people running things from the shadows. However, that alone did not mean that Naruto felt obliged to do anything about it. He would be naive in believing that he actually could do anything. The memories of Itachi and Shisui's failed attempts were still fresh. He even guessed that Kakashi was no stranger to Konoha's dark history as well. Perhaps, everyone who passed Anbu knew, so Itsuko must know about it as well. Right now, as he walked throughout the busy streets, he saw people going about their ways, utterly ignorant of everything. Naruto could see and hear the shinobi traveling from the roofs and even some who opted to use the dark corners to move around, without anyone being the wiser. Usually, he would not worry about them, as he saw what appeared to be Anbu masks. However, until now, he believed that there was only one organization in Konoha that used those masks and that said organization reported exclusively to the Hokage. Root. Naruto barely knew who Shimura Danzo was, aside from his influence in the council. As far as he was concerned, Danzo was a thorn in the Hokage's side, constantly opposing what he calls the Sandaime's ideals. The idea that said man was actually leading a hidden army of highly trained shinobi underground was worrisome. From that fact alone, simply barging in would do more harm than good. That thought aside, even if he was able to process this information more clearly, one single thought was evident. Itachi did concur with Naruto's conclusion. Shimura Danzo was responsible for the Uchiha clan's genocide. If the man had not acted against Shisui, then the plan would have worked and the coup would be handled far more efficiently, without bloodshed. Part of Naruto felt like he had to do something about Danzo. So far, he could not come up with anything, nor was it wise to do so without considering all possible implications. For now, he would be content and simply run reconnaissance. His clones are perfect for the job and his sensor capabilities would allow the clone to infiltrate places without alerting anyone. He was about to head in home when he saw Kakashi standing in front of him, waiting for Naruto to cross paths. Naruto heard from Shizune that Kakashi wanted to speak to him as soon as he left the Hokage's house. "You gained your sight back, I take it?" Naruto nodded while he kept walking. Kakashi followed suit. They remained in silence. Eventually, the two had reached a more secluded place to talk. Kakashi could certainly tell one thing that changed in his little brother. The scarecrow Jounin always prided himself into being able to read a person. To this day, only one person has managed to elude his ability and that was the Uchiha genius. Itachi would always show a look of pure indifference in pretty much every scenario and Kakashi could never tell what he was thinking. He had always theorized that upon receiving Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, for some reason, the usually loud and obnoxious child in Naruto changed into a calm and collected individual. Of course, it was just a simple observational conclusion, not that he thought that Sasuke's DNA changed Naruto's personality or something like that. Now, as Kakashi looked at Naruto, after he received Itachi's eyes, it's like he was looking at the Uchiha once more. He didn't like to see Naruto changing because of Sasuke's and he certainly did not appreciate that Naruto changed once more because of Itachi's. Now, what Uzumaki Naruto was but a mix of three individuals. "So how are you feeling, Naruto?" The two were facing an empty forest with a small river passing through the scenery. Every couple of minutes, a fish would jump and throw water around, creating a small rainbow. "Physically speaking, I'm 100%. My mind, however, it's a mess." Kakashi narrowed his eyes in suspicion. This was his plan all along. Itachi's. Kakashi held his breath. "Why do you say that?" Naruto snorted. "Would you believe me if I said the bastard told me?" Naruto didn't have to wait for an answer. Itachi somehow managed to implant information into his Sharingan. Because of the surgery, said information was implanted into me. Kakashi knew never to underestimate Uchiha Itachi, but he was having a hard time believing what Naruto was telling him. Kakashi decided to test it out, though. "So what did he tell you exactly?" "Many things, Kakashi, many things. Some I still trying to make sense. Kakashi nodded, waiting for him to elaborate. Mostly about his mission against the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's surprised gasp told Naruto all he needed to know. Judging by your surprise, I'd say that everything I heard was the truth. The Jounin released Asai and Naruto could very well see how the memory had affected Kakashi as well. I guess he did find a way to tell you that, huh? Naruto nodded. I remember having a conversation with him 2 or 3 nights prior to the attack. Back then, I never figured that he would do something like this. At the time of the massacre, I was a member of the Hokage's Anbu unit. I remember Danzo being the one blaming everything on Itachi, but the priority was to proceed with the investigation. Only later, did I come to learn the truth from the Sandaime. I suppose it's high time I tell you something, Naruto. What is it? Naruto doubted that Kakashi could tell him something that Itachi himself hadn't already told him. After you received Sasuke's eyes and we left on that training trip, Itachi would contact me on occasion regarding your situation. Naruto looked back at Kakashi in surprise, before looking at the horizon once more. That I did not know, though it makes sense in the end. He told me that he used his crow summon to watch over me. Now, I have something else in my mind, Kakashi, and it's making me doubt some ideals. This time, Kakashi did know where Naruto was going. He must have told you about Root then. Naruto surprisingly was not surprised that Kakashi knew, he already had his suspicions. The Uchiha genocide was the reason Sandaime Hokage disbanded Shimura Danzu's Anbu unit, known as Root. Sandaime always wished to find a different way to deal with the Uchiha clan, but Shimura Danzu ruined that notion. He was the leader of the Anbu forces at the time and thus had his share of influence over the village's decisions. Something about what Kakashi said did not add up though. Did you say that the Sandaime disbanded Root? Kakashi nodded, though he wondered why Naruto cared about I. The blonde in question found that hard to believe, though he would have to explain more. After Naruto's question, a silence reigned the conversation, despite Kakashi wanting to ask Naruto more about what Itachi revealed to the boy. Truth be told, despite the Sandaime officially disbanded Root, Shimura Danzu wasn't exactly the man to follow orders and the Sandaime had kept a close eye on his actions. Now, that mission fell on the god Im, but Danzu knew he had no leeway with her like he did with the Sandaime, hence why Root practically vanished altogether. Kakashi, I will see you around, okay? There is still something I have to do today. The scarecrow nodded as he saw Naruto walk away from their location. Itachi did tell him much more information, but this time it was not anything related to Konoha, but rather the Uchiha clan. Itachi said that he wasn't the only one responsible for the genocide. He had requested Uchiha Madara to aid him in killing the clan in exchange for Itachi being a part of Akatsuki, Madara's organization. The recently promoted Jounin took the information in great surprise because he spent his entire shinobi life studying everything there is to know about Uchiha Madara. Supposing that he was even among the living, Madara would be decades older than the Sandaime Hokage. Also, from his journals, the man worshipped his clan more than anything and would never lift a finger to kill the clan, even if he cursed the rest of the Uchiha for turning their backs on him. That meant that whoever helped Itachi kill the clan only portrayed himself as Madara. In the end, it's a high probability that he would meet this man, seeing that Akatsuki's goal was to capture the Kyuubi. Based on Itachi's description, the man also possessed the Mangenkaiu Sharingan, though strangely so, only one eye appeared or at least was visible. His skills, however, remain a complete mystery as this person never showed anything in particular to Itachi, nor did he need to. Another foe to look out for was the organization's false leader named Pain. Possessor of a unique dojutsu called Rinnegan, Pain possessed great power and his skills so far also remain a mystery. Itachi even dared say that Pain was more dangerous than the man who portrays himself as Madara. This third dojutsu was only known in legends. History stated that the Rinnegan belonged to the creator of ninjutsu, Rikudo Sennin. To believe that said power belonged to the enemy was truly unnerving, but Itachi always said that every jutsu has a weakness and the key was finding ways to exploit it. The Sharingan would provide him with the answer, Itachi reasoned. Now what was left to do was to become more familiarized with Itachi's techniques, so Naruto decided to choose a more secluded training spot. He now had 3 more techniques to use aside from his MS skill. The Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi and finally Susano. Unlike Itachi, who chose the illusion technique, Naruto had no inclination towards that one. His enemies not only are S-ranked but also possessor of dojutsu as strong as his own, hence why he chose to focus on training Amaterasu and Susano more. Of course, Practicing Amaterasu would be ill-advised, considering that the flames could consume everything and Itachi already stated that attempting to douse the flames was possible, but too much chakra consuming. Reaching his destination, Naruto stopped to inspect the fences separating Konoha from Training Ground 44 or the Forest of Death. The forest was heavily populated by the most vicious and dangerous creatures nature could create, giant spiders, poisonous snakes, ferocious tigers, you name it. However, despite these creatures sensing a new presence, it was nothing but a blur as Naruto quickly navigated throughout the forest, before reaching the tower in the middle. He did not care about the cameras inside the tower. The Hokage had ordered him to take it slow for the time being and not exert himself too much. Problem was that he needed every jutsu in his arsenal to work fully while on a mission, especially now that Akatsuki was out there, targeting him. Calmly walking through the hallways, he then reached the very same place he'd been when he fought in the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. He allowed himself some time to remember the last time he stepped inside this arena and the roller coaster ride his life has become since then. Naruto practically ran non-stop, doing missions, training, doing missions, training. Well, in the end, the only activity he could consider as non-shinobi related is his relationship with Itsuko and their work with the orphans. Still, after pondering for a while, Naruto was able to realize that for the first time, he was indeed Uzumaki Naruto and not a mix between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. It also helped that he was perhaps miles away from another human being, which allowed him to digest everything that is going on in his life. He could live without having S-ranked criminals after him, though. Breathing slowly as to remain focused on the task, Naruto closed his eyes while at the same time molding chakra through it. As soon as he opened, the eternal Mangenkaiu Sharingan became visible, while a red aura enveloped him. Susano. Just like with Itachi, the red creature surrounded Naruto. He could feel how chakra taxing the technique was. Aside from that, Naruto could see some drawbacks. Yes, the Susano has a powerful attack and a powerful defense, however if the enemy managed to dodge like he did against Itachi, then the Susano is not as effective. He had a feeling that Itachi knew this as well, hence why he left Susano as a last resort as opposed to using right off the bat. Deciding to pump more chakra into the technique, he realized that the red creature grew a new armor around it and grew in size, until it easily reached the ceiling of the arena. This was the scene that Tsunade and an entire army of Anbu saw upon arrival. Naruto, release your chakra this instant. The blonde looked at the Hokage and he could feel Anbu hidden throughout the place. He must have pumped too much and it alerted the authorities. Well, busted. Naruto instantly relaxed his chakra coils, releasing the hold on the Susano and the eternal Mangenkaiu Sharingan. Tsunade had her arms placed on her hip and she surely looked pissed. I remember ordering you not to exert yourself, brat. What were you thinking using this much chakra close to the village and what the hell is this you're doing? Despite the somewhat fierce tone, Naruto did not sense a spike in chakra coming from the Hokage. However, he could not just divulge openly what just happened, at least not to any of the Anbu present and certainly not to possibly root Anbus that were mixed with the regular forces. I would gladly answer your questions Tsunade-sama, but I needed to do it alone. More ears here than I'm comfortable with. Tsunade frowned at the response. As far as she was concerned, Naruto was not known for his sensory abilities, though she reasoned that many seasoned jounin managed to acquire slight sensory skills. In the end, she simply nodded, leaving the arena towards her office with Naruto in tow and the rest of the Anbu. One Anbu, however, efficiently changed course onto a hidden passage close to a waterfall, heavily guarded by a pack of giant tigers. The agent was 100% certain that no one had followed him. Little did he know, however, that Naruto's clone was just behind him, having placed the man under a disoriented genjutsu. Hokage's office . Once they arrived inside the Hokage's office, Naruto told the woman pretty much everything he told Kakashi. He didn't need to talk about possessing Itachi's abilities, since she only saw one technique being used and by all intents and purposes, Naruto could easily explain that it was a trademark technique granted by the Mangenkaiu Sharingan. In the end, Tsunade did nothing but nod at the explanation, though she of course criticized him for overexerting his chakra coils just after the procedure. It was not a Hokage's criticism but a concerned doctor for a reckless patient attempting to run just after removing the cast. With all the pleasantries done with, Tsunade now changed her tone. So, Itachi told you about the truth, huh? Naruto nodded, already knowing that the subject would be brought up once more. He did. While I'm not an Uchiha, I have Uchiha DNA running through my veins. It's hard not to consider thoughts of revenge. Tsunade said nothing, just listened. However, according to him, the entire situation was not initiated by Konoha, who had to let's say quell the flames. It was not the situation I was most irked by, but rather the method used by the village to deal with the situation in hand. Nonetheless, it fills my heart with ease knowing that the Sandaime Hokage did not have a hand in what happened, at least not directly. Tsunade released a sigh, being more at ease in the conversation. She sometimes forgot that Naruto's DNA changed with the transplants and that he now had Uchiha blood running through his veins. While I can't say that Sensei was a saint, he always cared for Konoha and its citizens. He would never consider killing an entire clan even if it meant to stopping a civil war. Naruto nodded in agreement. The question remains about Danzo, though. Despite Sandaime knowing how Danzo operated, he did nothing but publicly declare Danzo's Onbu unit extinct. And now the tension returned. Naruto, if you saw Itachi's memories, then you must know how a pain in the ass Danzo was to deal with and still is by the way. Even as a member of the council, he always sought to question my actions. Oh, I'm aware, alright. It was not in Itachi's wishes that I expose the real truth of what happened. But Tsunade nodded, this time with a kind smile. You still think that he should pay for his actions? Naruto nodded, while looking down. I for one admit that I would enjoy teaching that old pain in the ass a lesson, but as Hokage, I have to act in the village's benefit. Naruto acquiesced, as it was never his intention to ask or demand anything from her. No, he would do the deed himself, both for Sasuke for losing his family and Itachi for making him do the worst deed possible. Not only killing his entire clan, but also for being responsible for Danzo's attack on Uchiha Shisui. Eventually, the conversation ended and Naruto took his leave from the office and went back home, but not after promising he would take things slow for the time being. Of course, he did not tell Tsunade that he had a clone following a rather suspicious-looking Onbu. Inside Root Onbu headquarters The Root Onbu opened the hidden passage located in the Forest of Death with Naruto clone in tow. After entering, they climbed down a narrow wooden staircase that led to a larger tunnel with many entrances. Naruto clone surmised that the many pathways must lead him throughout all of Konoha, meaning that Root has unperturbed access to pretty much every location there is, clan property or not. Hell, Naruto's clone doubted that Danzo's unit were entirely made of nameless orphans. Itachi and Shisui were both members after all. Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, Nara, it actually made Naruto's skin crawl at Danzo's level of influence, though he had to commend the man for making all necessary adjustments into becoming this village's most lethal threat. No wonder, there is a limit to the Hokage's possible actions against this vile person. It is said that no other person loved Konoha more than Danzo. As such, there was no limit to his actions as long as Konoha became victorious in the end. Those were Itachi's own words about Danzo. Said man lived his entire life orchestrating his influence from the shadows and must have spread his roots throughout the entire village. Simply assassinating him, which alone would not be an easy task, would certainly do more harm than good, considering his level of influence. The Root Onbu took a sudden right turn, choosing a random pathway. As soon as he did so, Naruto felt many presences close by and opted to remain hidden, while casting another genjutsu around himself as not to be detected. The area he was in now was deep below ground, however he could see the sky where he stood. Looking from up above, only giant pillars could be seen that led straight to the ground. Naruto calculated at least 60 meters measuring from up above until the top bottom. From the ground, Naruto clone could see two large pathways crossing one another, illuminated by torches. The Root Onbu kneeled exactly where the pathways crossed one another. It didn't take long for a sound to reverberate throughout the valley. Naruto clone soon saw a person appear in front of the kneeled Onbu. No doubt it was Shimura Danzo. Not only Naruto clone recognized from the memories of Itachi, but also by seeing the man once or twice in the past. Report Sai the Root in question removed his mask, revealing a teenager shinobi with short straight black hair, dark eyes and pale-looking skin. Danzo-sama, as you ordered, my mission was to follow Jounin Uzumaki Naruto and see whether or not he has become a threat to Konoha. Naruto clone narrowed his eyes at such claim, but otherwise controlled his chakra properly, so as not to reveal his position. Nonetheless, now that Naruto thought about it, Danzo ran the exact same treatment of mistrust towards Itachi and Shisui. Naruto was more inclined towards the notion that Danzo mistrusted the Uchiha completely. What were you able to learn? Approximately half an hour ago, the Onbu sensed a huge spike in chakra coming from the arena used for the Chunin exams. The Hokage went there with her personal squad to see that our target was the culprit. Uzumaki Naruto was seen using the ultimate technique of the Mangenkaiyu Sharingan, Susano. Normally, Danzo would keep his eye almost entirely closed. He would only open it barely when he was presented with a serious situation. At first, he had no objections with the Jinchuriki receiving Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. On that occasion, there was no guarantee that Sasuke would have awakened the Sharingan, much less reach up to his brother in Shisui's level. When he received information about Naruto awakening the Sharingan, he was pissed at his own stupidity for allowing such an asset to fall away from his control. He was even more pissed when said eye transformed into the Mangenkaiyu Sharingan. When he heard that Itachi gave away his own eyes, it was already too late and the Jinchuriki had also received it. It was true that Konoha now possessed the ultimate weapon in Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki, Sharingan and even a new Kekkei Genkai that allows him to control lava release ninjutsu. Not to mention that his overall skills were quite impressive as well, making him only stronger and stronger in the future. The problem was that whereas Konoha gained a powerful asset against outside threats, said power was out of his reach to command. A weapon like that in his hand would bring nothing but fear to Konoha's enemies, but in the pathetic Hokage's hands, Uzumaki Naruto is nothing but someone specialized in rescue missions. It made his blood boil just seeing such wasted potential. Sai, your next mission shall be to follow the target on his next mission. I wish for you to report his full fighting capabilities. The Root in question nodded, before vanishing. Naruto observed as Danzo turned and walked the same path he came from. With his focus away from the conversation, Naruto clone could pinpoint many signatures nearby. He already overstayed his welcome, so the clone released itself. However, there was no doubt in the original that with the information he acquired, he would continue to investigate until he could find a proper way to deal with Danzo, without endangering Konoha in the process. Still, the thought of a man like him targeting Naruto was troublesome to say the least. Naruto often wondered how Itachi could keep up with his facade of being a double agent. He may have inherited Itachi's eyes, but he was not completely stoic as the former Anbu. With Jiraiya . Amegakure no Sato was a small but highly industrialized hidden village located in an unnamed country. As its name suggests, the hidden village was daily bombarded by heavy rain that so far has never ceased, spiting the ire of the local population. Aside from the heavy rain, the village's history is and forever will be written in blood. Throughout the last ninja wars, Amegakure frequently served as battlegrounds, making most of the population war refugees. For many years, Amegakure was run by a notoriously powerful shinobi named Hanzo, who during the Second Great Ninja War, managed to slaughter an entire Konoha platoon and even managed to fight against the Sannin on equal grounds, even defeating them in the end. Despite Hanzo's strength as a shinobi, he had a darker view of the world, controlling the village with an iron fist. As such, Amegakure has never changed its ideology. Because of its bad history, the village has adopted a heavy isolationist policy. To be admitted to the village, visitors must go through a number of security checks and are submitted to heavy surveillance during their stay. Needless to say, that the village's defenses are nearly impenetrable. For someone to infiltrate, one must be extremely skilled and extremely cautious, not to set off the many chakra sensing seals spread throughout the borders and even not get caught by the shinobi that ran security. However, for someone with a toad summoning contract, such worries are unfounded. A small toad emerged from the sea just past the village border and opened his mouth. From within its mouth, an arm appeared, before Jiraiya's body emerged fully. He then stood facing the village, with a grunt. Amegakure, not as tough to get in as they say. Not taking too long, Jiraiya had already mingled with the locals, putting on his reigning cape so as not to show that he was an outsider. Throughout his walk, he began to take notes on the villagers' behavior. Knowing the village's bloodied history, the pervert expected to see nothing but hard faces and short tempers. He was surprised, however, to see that despite the heavy rain, people were smiling overall and chatting amicably with one another. He would hear constant talks of the words Pain Sama and Angel and even small paper designs spread all over the place. Walking more, he had found two Ame shinobi going about their businesses, chatting with each other. Immediately, he set to work and summoned a toad, who transformed into an inconspicuous-looking bar. The two Ame shinobi walked inside, unsuspecting of the trap. As soon as the door closed, the toad transformed back to its original form and went straight to the sea once more. Unaware of their situation, the two Ame Jinan ordered some sake and some snacks, while chatting. "Today is not Sunday, is it?" said the first one with the spiky hair and a long scar on his face. Something must have happened with Pain-sama. Maybe he is heading to another nation. The other had a goatee and wore a blue bandana. But it hasn't rained this heavy before? Perhaps something occurred that needed this much power from Pain-sama. The one with the spiky hair immediately raised his hand in concern for the heavy rain, but the second one warned him not to speak. Careful what you speak about, Pain-sama works very hard for the people of Ame. Show it a bit of tolerance. At this time, Jiraiya, disguised as the bartender, apologized for taking too long, but both Jinan could not see the sake nor the snacks they requested. Oi, you don't have our order? Jiraiya could not help but smirk at his trap. It worked every time. Shinobi would see a bar in the middle of nowhere and think nothing of it, but getting wasted. No, you two are in luck, today we have the house's grand special reserved for you too. The pervert almost fell on the floor laughing at these two's delighted faces. Grand special, what is it? Oh, it's the Toad Club special torture section, Jiraiya said before removing the henge. The two Ame Jinan immediately backed away and taken kunai to defend themselves. Oi, who the hell are you? It's me who will ask the questions and I do have a lot of them. No sooner had Jiraiya said so, the one with the bandana threw a smoke bomb on the ground while the other one attempted to open the door, but to no avail. The wall suddenly transformed into the inside of the toad's stomach. The wall managed to trap the two Ame Jinan in place. No matter what they did, it was impossible to escape from the binding. Jiraiya still maintained the cocky smirk on his face as he waited for their energy to deplete. After seeing the spectacle for about 2 minutes, he grew tired of it and took a couple steps forward. By this time, both Jinan had stopped fighting their binds and looked at Jiraiya. So judging by how you're holding the kunai, both of you are low-level shinobi. Also that scratched mark on your hitai 8 suggests both of you are loyal to this pain. Damn it. Curse the one with spiky hair. Where are we? Jiraiya always enjoyed answering this question. You are inside the stomach of a toad, no one will be able to find you much less provide any aid. Now, unless you wish to die, you will tell me everything I wish to know about pain. The Sanin was averse to more obscure methods of torture. He always believed in less harmful techniques to receive the answer he needed. Both Jinan were prepared for the worse, hence none of them believed that this guy would use a feather of all weapons. Within seconds, Jiraiya began his torture by placing the feather beneath the spiky-haired Jinan's arm. He was laughing as he never had before and he was sweating profusely from the level of control and keeping the secret. Well, you are rather stubborn. Well, I have another trick, Jiraiya threatened, before the man's partner snarled at him. What do you want from us? We may be low-level shinobi, but we won't betray our comrades nor Pain-sama. Do threat with respect, damn it. Jiraiya snorted at such bravado and simply molded some chakra. Ninpa Karo Karo, ninja art, toad transformation. Jiraiya touched the one being tortured in the forehead and the man immediately transformed into a toad, much to the other's indignation. Hey bastard, that's not fair. Jiraiya then turned to him, offering the same treatment. That was the limit to his will, giving Jiraiya the location of pain, much to the Sanin's humor of seeing the man cave so easily. Since the man was already willing to answer all questions, Jiraiya was astonished into hearing that Pain was the one responsible for single-handedly destroying the old Amegakure, including one salamander Hanzu, a foe that it took the Sanin combined to stand a chance against. In the end, Jiraiya finished the conversation, all too keen on meeting Pain face to face for a small chat. The toad that swallowed them emerged from the water and from its mouth came the only Jinan that Jiraiya did not transform into a toad. He ushered the toad back to Konoha in order to hand the prisoner back to Ibiki for questioning. As soon as the toad left, Jiraiya, while in control of the Jinan, checked his surroundings for a while, before jumping from the water straight towards the next pathway, unaware of a few butterflies that flew behind him. The Jinan walked around, trying to find the way to the tower where Pain was located, when papers suddenly assaulted him. In front of the Jinan, a woman appeared from the waist up wearing an Akatsuki robe. She manipulated the papers into forming a spear, posing for the kill. Jiraiya emerged from the Jinan's shadow and attacked. Katanenden, fire release, flame bomb technique. The Akatsuki immediately backed away, but the blast caught up seemingly hitting the target. Jiraiya saw the woman in front of him and crossed his arms with a nostalgic smile on his face. I was hoping to attract the attention of a friend named Pain, but I did not expect that you would fall for it. You did master your jutsu and grew into a beautiful woman, Konan. Now, who is this Pain? It is not of your business, master. Konan hovered before her papers formed both wings that attacked Jiraiya, bombarding paper bombs at Jiraiya, To which the pervert blocked with the same fire technique. The paper rain soon proved too much and Jiraiya relinquished the fire technique and evaded the onslaught, before vomiting an oil beam that covered Konan entirely. No sooner than that, Jiraiya's hair elongated, untrapping the woman where she stood. If you are a part of Akatsuki, then what about Nagato and Yahiko? Konan remained silent. I see, then either one of them is Pain then? The woman remained stoic, however. Why did you come to see us after all this time, sensei? It was never my intention. I heard that you three were killed, but I never expected this. Jiraiya now cursed himself for not keeping a closer watch on those three. I'm greatly disappointed. I've taught ninjutsu to you three so that you could better survive in those harsh times. You three became my disciples. The world can still be cruel, but attack me without even say hello, it's so sad. I have heard your name for a few years, but then I heard you three were killed. You don't know anything of what happened to us. Despite the harsh words, her tone remained the same. No, I don't. But why Akatsuki? Why go about destroying everything and creating so much chaos? This time, however, a new voice answered. That's the decision I took, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya looked at the new arrival with narrowed eyes. He looked different, but the eyes were the same. So you are Pain, Nagato? It looks like you derived from the path of good. What happened? That is not of your concern, outsider. Pain answered, while Jiraiya quickly sent the signal as he promised to Tsunade. He did not know if Naruto's team would reach here in time, but right now, he could not afford to escape from this fight. After all, his actions allowed those three to form Akatsuki. Now, he was stuck in two possibilities: either he is able to defeat Pain right here right now or Pain defeats him. If such, then his life would be forfeit unless the kid finds a way to rescue him. Either way, Jiraiya was not considered a Sannin for nothing. In Konoha . In Konoha, the rain was pouring heavily. It projected an ominous feeling to a specific someone that happened to be looking outside her office window. Shizune looked at the Hokage apprehensively, knowing that her master was deeply worried about Jiraiya. The fact that this very man was considered an S-rank shinobi meant nothing to Tsunade right now, as he could possibly be facing the leader of an organization that employed only S-ranked criminals. She should have never agreed into sending him alone in such a dangerous territory. Amegakure never was and never would be a tranquil place to go to, as it was constantly used as background for battles. Tsunade released a sigh in dismay before turning away from the window and taking a seat on her chair. Precisely this moment, a small blue toad wearing goggles appeared from the seal, alerting Tsunade immediately. Jiraiya-sama has activated the distress signal. Tsunade did not wait 2 seconds before calling out. Shizune. The assistant had already called upon Genma's team to report in her office. In less than 5 minutes, all members of the team shined inside. Alright, I'll be quick as time is of the essence. 2 days ago, Jiraiya went to Amegakure in order to find information on Akatsuki's leader. We have just received his distress signal, meaning he had encountered opposition. In addition, speaking of Jiraiya's caliber, I would say that he is possibly engaged in combat with the leader. Genma, take your team there and rescue him as soon as possible. The man in question nodded, before the team vanished once more towards Amegakure. A shadow left soon after to follow the team as per his mission parameters. However, before he could land on the first roof after jumping, he stopped dead in his tracks, being face to face with Naruto with his eternal Manjin Kaiu Sharingan activated. Before the Root Onbu could move another step, another Naruto appeared out of the blue and used genjutsu to paralyze him as well as to get inside his head and see what information he could extract from the agent. Genma's team . No sooner had they left the office, the 4 Jounin crossed the village in mere seconds and jumped over the gates. They needed to reach Amegakure as fast as possible. Kotetsu raised a question, however. Genma Taiku, how can we conserve energy to rescue Jiraiya-sama if we are traveling at such speeds? Genma nodded as they jumped throughout the trees. It can't be helped, we are hard pressed for time right now. Jiraiya-sama is an S-rank shinobi, but I don't know how long a fight against him would take. Our mission is merely to rescue him, not to engage his opponent. In any case, I gather that our first priority will be to find a way to infiltrate the village. The other members of the team could sense a tense tone in their captain, meaning this part was quite sensitive. Amegakure is known for its impenetrable borders. Before we can get inside and rescue Jiraiya-sama, we must find a way to bypass security. Naruto, any thoughts? The youngest Jounin was quiet the whole ordeal as he processed the thought of his godfather facing Pain. He was surprised when Genma said his name. What? You've been quiet the entire time, are you okay? Naruto nodded, now awakening from his thoughts. I'm okay, just thinking about the worst case scenario. His team knew of Naruto's relationship to the Sannin, so all three of them nodded in solace. However, I'm sure that he won't be taken down so easily, but we must hurry. Genma nodded with a smile, as did the other two. Genma, in particular, saw the determination in Naruto's eyes, which reminded him a lot of the Yondaime, even if their eyes are not the same anymore. They pushed their legs hard to keep up with the strain, until the forest ended and the hidden village of Amegakure appeared in the horizon. The rain had stopped as they checked the only path that led to the village entrance. They could see 4 Ame shinobi standing guard. The team moved quickly and swiftly with Naruto taking point, summoning 3 Kage Bunshine. Each Naruto shunshined in front of 1 Ame Jinan and casted an illusionary genjutsu that sent them to sleep. Genma quickly placed chakra draining tags on their foreheads, before Izumo and Kotetsu hid their bodies. The team then ran across the pathway once more with Naruto taking point. His Sharingan would tell if there was someone else to look out for or even traps to avoid. The team worked with extreme fluidity and they trusted Naruto 100%. Aside from the gatekeepers, they had repeated the process with 2 more squads and Genma disabled a couple of chakra sensing seals located close to the village entrance. Once inside, they could not see a single individual on the streets. The ground shaking was at least evidence that a fight was going on. Within minutes, the team found a dark alleyway that gave them a view of the fight and the destruction of the village. Naruto flinched upon seeing the enemy removing Jiraiya's right arm, completely diminishing his fighting capabilities. Taiku, I have an idea. Genma heard his idea and nodded. It was a solid plan and with zero risk to Naruto and Jiraiya as well. Okay, go for it. Naruto nodded and initiated the plan. With Jiraiya . And, the fight is the same, so I will skip to the interesting part. Jiraiya was already on the small chunk of pathway that remained from the battlefield. He was lying there, all bloodied from the injuries. The other bodies from pain all descended to strike him at the same time. As soon as the metal rods connected, everyone was surprised upon not hearing the contact with flesh, but with a strong barrier instead. For as within the piece of land, a red skeleton emerged, surrounding and protecting the fallen Jiraiya. Right by his side, Naruto emerged as well, looking at the enemy, or rather enemies. Despite the immeasurable pain, Jiraiya looked up and smiled in relief at the sight of the brat. Well, part of him wanted to take this fight to the very end, but right now was not the time to be stubborn. He already possessed valuable information on the Rinnegan. He could not throw it away. How are you holding up? The perverted smirked at the question. He was bleeding all over and even missing an arm. Other than that, though. Oh, I'm fantastic, it takes way more than this to bring me down, kid. Naruto snorted while keeping his eyes focused on the enemy. Kyubi Jinchuriki, I guess that you being here saves me the trouble of hunting you down myself. By this time, the skeleton of Susano was fully formed as Naruto used the shield to protect Jiraiya. I'm guessing you can use the reverse summon to escape, correct? Both the Toad and Jiraiya looked at the kid's back in surprise at the sudden knowledge. Reverse summoning is considered an advanced usage of Fuuin Jutsu. Despite their surprise, now just was not the time to question. The Toad on Jiraiya's back began to focus in order to prepare the technique. Seconds before, however, he turned to the boy that was protecting them. What about you, Naruto-chan? The Jounin in question looked back briefly, before facing pain once more. You don't need to worry about the real me. Jiraiya blinked once, before smirking. The kid did love his bunshine. The reverse summoning worked and the mission was successful. You're only delaying the inevitable, Jinchuriki. Now that he could provide the enemy with his full attention, the clone started to analyze all he could with his Sharingan. My mission was merely to rescue him, not to engage you in combat. However, based on what I observed and from what Jiraiya-sama managed to collect on your fighting capabilities, I'd say you have lost the element of surprise, leader of the Akatsuki. At the bold proclamation, all paths of pain surrounded the skeleton that protected Naruto. The one that did all the talking remained in front of the Jounin, staring him. Rinnegan staring eternal Manjin Kaiu Sharingan. You were indeed successful in rescuing Jiraiya-sensei. The clone was surprised at the honorific, but remained stoic. However, in doing so, you have merely traded places with him. You shall not escape. Naruto just had to snort at the man's empty threats. I was never here in the first place. Naruto's Susano vanished completely, before the clone became nothing more than a gathering of black crows that flew away, leaving an irate Pain all alone. Chapter 25, Naruto's Plan. It's been 2 days since Jiraiya's rescue mission from the Akatsuki leader. After the toads used reverse summoning, they appeared in Konoha with a greatly beaten and heavily bleeding Jiraiya. Shizune and her staff were drafted immediately to try and save the perverted Sanin's live. Normally, Tsunade would be the one to do it, but she did not trust that her fear would hamper her teammates' chances of being amongst the living. Instead, she went to the hospital to supervise the procedure while hearing the toad's report of what happened in Amegakure. It troubled her that someone was able to do this kind of damage to a shinobi of Jiraiya's caliber. Not many could go toe-to-toe with the pervert, when he was serious. And this so-called Pain not only parried Jiraiya, but almost killed him if it weren't for Naruto's timely intervention. In the end, the surgery was a success as Shizune managed to stop the internal bleeding and heal the damaged organs. It was too soon to tell if the damage to his organs affected the chakra pathways, but at least he was saved. The rescue team already sent word that they managed to complete the mission without suffering harm and arrived safely in Konoha. Tsunade would have to wait tomorrow to talk to the pervert about Pain. Naruto explained that he had some intel acquired with his Sharingan, so they could better analyze the leader's abilities and perhaps find a weakness to exploit. Being the best spy in the entire elemental nations and an S-rank shinobi, Jiraiya possessed great knowledge of the shinobi arts. Not to mention that Naruto's evolved Sharingan was able to gather important data regarding the enemy's chakra and how he uses it. No doubt, Konoha will now be better prepared against their enemy. With Naruto . After the team arrived in the village, they quickly reported to the Hokage, before leaving for the night. Naruto received word of Jiraiya's condition and that he was to report when Jiraiya woke up so that they could together analyze the Akatsuki leader's abilities and weaknesses. Once he left the Hokage's office, he went home to rest for the night. Aside from studying the enemy with his Sharingan, he managed to acquire a great load of important information from the Root Onbu that attempted to follow him, before they left to Amegakure. The agent had a good mental defense, but nothing that the eternal Mangenkaiu Sharingan could not break. Once that happened, the agent's mind became a free rein for Naruto to play with. Granted that the agent did not know about what happened with the Uchiha clan, being at the same age as Naruto, the Sharingan user did find out about Root's more recent practices. To the mental conditioning of their agents to multiple assassinations in different regions of the elemental nations and even unorthodox dealings with criminals, including one S-ranked missing nin from Konoha and one of the Sanin. The information safely stored in his mind, Naruto wondered if he should bother telling the Hokage about it. For all he knew, the woman would give him the same answer as before, or even, in the worst-case scenario, demand further proof that Naruto's word of what happened. One would believe that the mere mention of an elder of the village helping Orochimaru from the shadows, with test subjects and even sensitive Konoha information. But, her decision would not change, he reasoned. Moving against Danzo openly would storm a civil war inside the village and she did not want that on her ledger. With Jiraiya . After the surgery, Jiraiya was moved inside the same room that Naruto occupied after Itachi's Sharingan implant surgery. Tsunade thought about leaving him inside the hospital, but Naruto advised her against it for reasons yet unidentified. She saw no reason to object, however, seeing as Shizune would be the one supervising the pervert's recovery. Also, she could think of no better place to talk about high-priority subjects, such as Akatsuki's leader and his skills. In her mind, Naruto had this in mind upon suggesting the location, though she could not know for sure. Kakashi did share with her some important changes in behavior from Naruto after he received Itachi's Sharingan. Right now, there were 3 people in the room aside from Jiraiya, who would wake up anytime soon. Meanwhile, Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune were busy waiting for Jiraiya to wake up. Whereas before, his body was a mess of blood and bruises, now he looked more presentable, or as presentable as someone missing an arm. When the pervert opened his eyes, he at first thought that he was dead. The lights wherever he was not much bright, which confused him a bit, until he remembered that Naruto managed to save him before Nagato killed him. Blinking a couple times, he saw that he was in the same room as Naruto was. And he was not alone either. "Hi, Naruto? Glad to see you're finally awake, Jiraiya. I believe you know where we are right now." Jiraiya nodded, though he wondered why. "First matter of business is, I told you damn pervert that it was too dangerous to go in alone, but you didn't listen, did you?" When Tsunade started talking, she was all business, but now nothing but pulsing veins appeared on her face and threatening fists, surprising the others present, including the nervous-looking Jiraiya. If it wasn't for Naruto and his team, you would have been killed, and quite stupidly so, I might add. Her worry for his safety soon became clear to everyone aside from Naruto, who was clueless of what was going on. Jiraiya, on the other hand, lowered his head in shame, but for other reasons. "I'm sorry, Haim, really am." Tsunade was still mad, but allowed him to continue. "I came to learn that the very enemy that we're up against is none other than the ones I helped train in Amegakure back when we faced Salamander no Hanzo." Tsunade was the one who had the most visible reaction, seeing as she remembered those 3 kids that they found on that fateful day. She was surprised to see that Naruto had yet to show a visible reaction, though. "Every intel I had on them came out as them being killed somehow, so I simply stopped looking for their whereabouts. In a way, I was the one responsible for Akatsuki's creation." Tsunade snorted a little at the notion, though she already learned similar thoughts from their sensei because of Orochimaru. "That's bullshit, Jiraiya, like you very well explained it to me back then. All you did was teach those 3 the means to defend themselves, not teach them to become S-rank shinobi and bent on capturing Jinchuriki. Obviously, something happened to them after you left." Jiraiya's eyes still lacked focus, though. "What we need to do now, Jiraiya, is gather all the possible information about him and whoever is helping him and try to find weakness to exploit." Jiraiya was a Sannin in the end, and flipping to professional made was as simple as breathing. He thus gave the entire report from how he managed to infiltrate Amegakure to how was the fight both against Konoha first and Pain later. "I had to use my full strength and still he managed to get the upper hand. Though I managed to find one important aspect of his skills, I was already too weak to escape, and like you said, if it was not for Naruto here, I would be amongst the clouds right now." Tsunade perked up at the news of a possible weakness as Jiraiya concluded. "They were 6 bodies in total, all of them had the Rinnegan. There are no blind spots as each cover the other's angles. I do refer them as bodies, since neither of them are Nagato, the real one wielding the Rinnegan. The real Nagato was at a different location, presumably controlling them somehow." Both Tsunade and Shizune were left thinking, as Naruto started his own insight on the matter. "As you all know, the Sharingan allows me to in a way see chakra, giving it color in order to distinguish it by its composition and source. As I observed him, I could see chakra reaching the metallic pins on each of the body's faces. Therefore, if what Jiraiya-sama says is true, then indeed this Nagato is sending his chakra throughout the fields to the bodies from a distance. I can attest that his chakra is quite potent and its chakra capacity is quite vast, compared to my own without the Kyuubi, that is. If he is controlling the bodies from a distance with his chakra, then he must choose a higher location like a mountain or a tower," Shizune concluded, earning a nod from Tsunade. "Yes, Amegakure is filled with tall buildings, so it's perfect for him to hide in one while he controls the bodies. We managed to cover some ground as to his abilities and perhaps weaknesses to exploit. Now, Naruto, you can tell us as to the reason you requested for Jiraiya to be treated here instead of the hospital?" Everyone present's focus now rested on Naruto as he stood with his arms crossed, with an unreadable expression on his face. "Tsunade-sama, unfortunately what I have to report is only to yours and Jiraiya-sama's ears alone. Aside from those Naruto mentioned, Shizune and the Hokage's personal Anbu team was present. Shizune, being the Hokage's personal assistant, became her personal confidant in all matters regarding the village. Hence why both Jiraiya and Tsunade were surprised and quite angry, in Tsunade's case, at Naruto's implicit accusation. Of course, Shizune also felt it, but she would adhere to her master's wishes. "What are you saying, brat, that Shizune can't be trusted? Is that it?" Jiraiya's health was slowly recovering, but so far, he could not handle the pressure of Tsunade's killing intent. Naruto, however, remained unaffected. His intention was entirely different from what the Hokage was implying. "It's not distrust Tsunade-sama, but simply for her protection." Briefly activating the main Jinkayu Sharingan, he immediately captured the Hokage in a genjutsu with the nature of the information. The action alone forced the Anbu team to attack Naruto, before Tsunade screamed for everyone to stop. At this point, Itsuko's sword was mere inches from Naruto's jugular. Despite the Anbu mask, Naruto could clearly see his girlfriend's eyes. Their relationship has reached a level where both had declared their love for one another. Despite it all, Itsuko was foremost an Anbu and a member of the Hokage's personal protection squad. If someone chose to deliberately attack or even harm the Hokage in any way, no matter who he was, it was the Anbu's mission to assess the threat and deal with it using as much force as necessary. Naruto understood that, hence he was not surprised to see that his girlfriend would kill him if it meant the Hokage's protection. For sure, He will have one nasty relationship discussion when this ordeal is finished. Shizune, please go to the office and attend to the mission reports. Anbu team are to leave as well. Shizune and the Anbu team nodded, before leaving. Shizune did send a displeased look at Naruto. Once everyone left and Naruto could not sense anyone, he cleared his throat. As you know, Hokage-sama, I started my report describing the mission after we left the village, but I left out a very important event that happened before we left the village. During our travel throughout the village rooftops towards the village gates, I was able to sense a well-hidden presence following our team, or rather following me. Using a shadow clone, I was able to locate, capture and use a genjutsu on him. He was using an Anbu mask. It was not a typical one, and surely Hokage-sama would not send an Anbu to follow me around. Tsunade and Jiraiya now understood the need for secrecy both from the Anbu present and from Shizune. Tsunade still felt the need to punch the boy for his actions. Alright brat, you got my attention. Though I believe we had already discussed that touching Danzo or even implicating him would have dire consequences. Yes, we did, though I would like to point out that this root member I captured was present with us at the Forest of Death, probably mixed within your Anbu detail. Tsunade immediately became angry at that, while Jiraiya remained oblivious. Aside from sensing his familiar chakra back then and with the MS Genjutsu, I was able to find out quite a lot about Danzo's dirty dealings. Even if you still find it hard to move against him, Tsunade-sama, I can safely state that he is developing an interest against me. And considering what I have learned from Itachi, I can venture a guess as to why. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at the blonde jounin with keen interest, though Tsunade knew the boy told just enough for her to start asking questions. Alright, spill it, I don't enjoy this merry-go-round of yours. What is it that Itachi told you about Danzo? Naruto stared at her for a while, before once again capturing both of them in the same genjutsu. Only this time, Naruto had shown them the same story that Itachi had shown him, taking them both back to the time of the Uchiha Massacre. To Itachi's meetings with Shisui, to Itachi's meetings with the council and even Danzo's secret plots to help take the Uchiha clan down. Jiraiya looked at the film before him with a great level of doubt, considering that he knew his old sensei and Sarutobi would not have allowed this to happen, especially not with Danzo on the picture. Tsunade, however, was a different story. Every Hokage has access to the previous Kage's journal so as to know what exactly transpired in the village. She remembered Hiruzen's entry on the night of the Uchiha Clan Massacre. Her sensei was baffled at how poorly this situation was handled and constantly questioned why it all escalated so quickly. Unfortunately so, that is only the tip of the iceberg of atrocities that Shimura Danzo has committed throughout his life. All in the name of keeping Konoha safe, Danzo kept this form of warfare. Running opposition against the Sandaime Hokage's talks, causing tensions between villages, you name it. The images kept appearing in front of the two Sannin and Tsunade's temper kept rising, until veins started popping. When a specific image appeared, this time both Tsunade and Jiraiya became angry. This specific root operative supervising a meeting between Shimura Danzo with Konoha's most despicable criminal and responsible for the Sandaime's death, Orochimaru. The discussion revolved around Orochimaru's plans for invading Konoha and killing the Sandaime. That was the last straw in Tsunade's book, before Naruto ended the genjutsu. Damn that snake, to believe that Danzo has been aiding him this entire time, Sensei should have dealt with him a long time ago. Jiraiya's words were corroborated by Tsunade with an unconscious nod. Still, despite everything we had just heard, as Hokage I can't risk the safety of the village. Naruto looked at the woman speak without showing any sort of emotion. It was quite unnerving to the ones present inside the room. Danzo has his hands very deep within Konoha and inside the clans. Sensei tried everything he could to anticipate the man's movements, but to no avail. Danzo even has someone inside the Daimyo's castle, in case you are unaware. Naruto, I understand that you have acquired both Sasuke and Itachi's eyes and thus perhaps their memories and their anguish because of the clan's fate, but without undeniable proof of this, I just cannot move against him. Perhaps, this operative you captured could be, let's say, persuaded into telling the truth, but, Naruto sighed at the memory of what happened to the root operative seconds after he extracted the information. That's not possible. Danzo has placed some kind of junjutsu on the operative's tongue. It prevents them from openly talking anything that would incriminate Danzo, unless of course you're able to get the Yamanaka clan to scan his mind. Tsunade snorted at that notion. The Yamanaka clan was one of the clans that Danzo controlled. Orinoiki, the clan head, is afraid of him. The outcome was the same either way. Naruto, on the other hand, never expected the Hokage to deal with Danzo directly. Doing so would open a can of worms the size of the Hokage mountain. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, while it's true that with the eye transplants, I ended up acquiring some of Sasuke and Itachi's mannerisms, in the end I'm Uzumaki Naruto. While Itachi would have worked from the shadows, Sasuke would openly attack the guy hoping for revenge. That being said, I have come up with a plan to eradicate his existence and still keep the backlash from affecting Konoha in the process. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya narrowed their eyes while Naruto explained to them what he came up with. By the time he finished explaining, Tsunade could not help but shiver at the amount of risk they would be running if she allowed this to happen. Jiraiya, for some reason, kept smirking the entire time Naruto talked about this plan of his. Contrary to Tsunade, whose hands were tied, being Hokage, he did not have such qualms. Also, the plan involved his spy network. Later at Naruto's house. No sooner had Naruto stepped foot inside his apartment, he had sensed an unfathomable amount of killing intent headed his way. Less than a second later, he was forced to parry Itsuko's ninjato with a kunai. Their eyes met and Naruto could feel her anger directed at him. Itsuko's attacks just did not rely on strength however, but in agility. As her first preemptive strike failed, she increased her speed and assaulted her boyfriend from multiple venues, all of them blocked by Naruto's kunai. The truth of the matter was that her movements were guided by blind anger, so Naruto was not having any issue with anticipating her movements. When they sparred in Kenjutsu, it was much harder because as an Anbu, Itsuko learned how to block emotions while attacking, making her unpredictable. Right now, however, it was simply a matter of venting her own frustrations at the man she thought she had given her heart to. The same man who decided to move against the Hokage and force her to kill him if necessary. Naruto did not have to activate the Sharingan to see tears falling from her eyes as she moved, attempting to strike him. At first, he supposed that she would be better off venting her frustrations on him before he explained his actions. However, he could plainly see that his course of action needed to change. As soon as Itsuko's right foot landed next inside his guard, Naruto swung his own sword to remove her own from her hand. One cursed aspect of the Sharingan is that it copies everything, including the memories you wished you never had. He could see clearly just how she was looking at him right now and it pained him greatly. Said memory will be forever in his brain. I'm sorry for what I did, of what I forced you to do. The sound of the slap on his face perhaps hurt even more than seeing her eyes. Guess I deserve that, listen. I was ready to kill you. Naruto stopped talking when he heard her sob. Her body was trembling in fear. I was ready to kill my heart in a second, just to fulfill my mission. My body simply moved without me realizing it. I was about to kill you, to kill the man I love more than anything. Naruto rarely used his Sharingan for its supreme capacity in Genjutsu. He had a different style than Itachi, but more like Sasuke. Unfortunately, Itsuko was too shocked at what happened to have a clear mind right now. His tome started spinning, just like Kakashi's, forcing her mind to shut down for the night. Itsuko was just too tired to fight back. After she fell asleep, Naruto gently placed her on their bed, hoping beyond hope, that he did not scar her with his actions. Hopefully, by tomorrow, he could prepare some breakfast for them and then tell her his reasons for his actions. Without much to do now, Naruto allowed himself to relax, while pondering on the next course of events. If his plan was to work, then only those in it needed to know. No matter how much he trusted his girlfriend, his surrogate brother and sister as well as his teammates, the fewer who knew about it the better. He even debated handling everything on his own for a while, but that would be stupid. Killing Danzo himself without first discussing with the Hokage would do nothing but turn him into a criminal. He would have no proof other than Itachi's memories. And for that to be used, Naruto would have to ask the Yamanaka clan's help, and according to Tsunade, Danzo had Inoki Yamanaka, the clan head, under his control. Inoki would thank the heavens that Danzo was dealt with, but Naruto had doubts that the clan head would openly help. Chapter 26, Windmill. Outside Naruto's apartment, the full moon was out, illuminating the village hidden in the leaves. The wind was gently whispering in the rather cold autumn night, and one Uzumaki Naruto unconsciously rubbed his arms and body to better acclimate to the chilling wind that managed to invade his apartment. Right now, Naruto was dressed in only his Jonin-style pants as he observed his sleeping girlfriend on his bed, quietly snoring as if nothing happened a few hours ago. Using the spinning Sharingan to send her to sleep was considered a sensitive action, as he just couldn't allow himself to argue over the present and future course of action. Furthermore, sleep right now eluded him as he couldn't stop thinking about the next steps. As such, Naruto just took a seat next to Itsuko as he just observed her beautiful triangular purple fringe falling over her right eye. The memory of her angry assault at him came barging in his memory, and Naruto flinched slightly, before using his Sharingan to commit this new image to memory, hoping to replace the previous one. He was about to get up from the bed, when he heard Itsuko slowly waking up next to him. She slowly blinked her eyes and looked around, wondering just what happened to her before, when her eyes noticed her boyfriend's solemn black eyes staring back at her, with eyes of concern. Still, Naruto got up, knowing that looking at him right now was perhaps the last thing she wanted to see. He stopped, though, as soon as he felt her hands rub his back, affectionately. "Naruto-kun, please don't leave." He looked back at her and saw nothing but care in her eyes. "Sorry, Itsuko-chan, but I thought you were mad at me." She opened her mouth to question why, when the images of what happened in the Hokage's office assaulted her mind. Instantly, she flinched and slightly avoided looking at his eyes. Figuring that now he would be able to get up and leave her alone, he was surprised when she got up from the bed and hugged him fiercely, with a quiet sob. "Please stay, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry for the way I acted, I was beside myself in anger, I was blinded." Naruto hugged her back, now with an eased weight on his shoulder in hopeful relief. "It is I who should apologize, Itsuko-chan. I didn't mean for things to escalate as it did." Quickly clearing the small teardrops in her eyes and still hugging him, Itsuko smiled as she observed the beautiful imagery of the moon illuminating their apartment. The feeling only intensified when she acknowledged her arms holding her man around her neck and his strong muscular arms holding her close. Immediately, a warm and protective feeling arose from her core, making her all tingling inside. When she noticed that her lips were inches to his neck, she took the initiative, wanting to feel more of her boyfriend. The emotional thrill of the night's activities brought about tons of insecurities in her, and she wanted to feel him. She wanted him to comfort her. So, when her gentle lips kissed his neck once, her eyes then saw Naruto looking at her for a few seconds. With a tender smile, she used her hands to caress his whiskered cheeks and approached for a kiss. He at first thought that would be all, when her arms got around his neck once more and he felt the desire as she increased the kissing. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. With the Hokage . Still inside the hidden place beneath the Senju household and much later into the night, Tsunade was observing Shizune using her medical ninjutsu on the pervert's shoulder region. Luckily enough, Naruto managed to rescue Jiraiya before he had lost too much blood, and the toads managed to stop the bleeding long enough so that Shizune and her hospital crew were able to finish the job and cauterize the wound. Right now, with the exception of losing an arm, the perverted Sannin was in one piece even if he could no longer function the same way. For instance, hand sign techniques would be out of his reach for the meantime. Of course, Jiraiya was still a Sannin and could perform many other techniques with only one arm. "How are you feeling, Jiraiya-sama?" The man in question looked at the place where his arm was a day ago and frowned in displeasure for a while. Certainly, the mind was willing something to move, but there was no limb there anymore. Both Tsunade and Shizune worried about seeing that despondent look in his eyes, until his usual boisterous self returned with a cheerful smile. "Ah, don't worry about it, Shizune-chan, I appreciate the concern, but it takes more than losing an arm to stop the gallant Jiraiya." The medic Jonin sweat dropped with a smile. "I'm sure of it. Well, I shall take my leave then, there is plenty of work left unattended at the Hokage's office." Shizune turned to wait for Tsunade's approval and the Hokage nodded. She could see that Naruto's earlier dismissal still hurt Shizune, but Naruto was just overcautious in the end. So, as she saw her second-in-command leave the room, she then turned to see Jiraiya taking his sweet time trying to put on his clothes with only one arm. Of course, in the middle of a fight, it would be easier, but he would have to get used to doing the regular activities all over again. It pained her to see that this man's ninja career would have to be limited from here on out. "There are some options we can try," Jiraiya looked at her as she continued, despite not meeting eye to eye. "Return your arm again. There is some research we are conducting with the Shodaime cells for cellular reconstitution, or we can call the Kazekage if he can provide a wooden arm." "You needn't worry about me, Haim." Jiraiya flinched when her eyes glared at him, this time. "How can you say that?" "Of course, I worry. If Naruto was a second slower, you wouldn't be here anymore." Sudden tears started falling from her eyes at the mere possibility. "I just couldn't handle losing you, too." The thought that his Haim thought of him in the same way as Dan filled him with warmth, despite him knowing that her heart would always belong elsewhere. Ma, it all worked well in the end, aside from the arm. Even with one arm, I'm still a Sannin, you know. Don't waste the precious Shodaime cells on me, And please don't bother getting me a puppet arm. I'll be alright in no time. Jiraiya was being his usual self, and it soon brought a smile on the Hokage's face, despite it all. Perhaps, it was this entire situation with Akatsuki and Naruto's plan to go after Danzo. It made her anxiety levels spike. So, what's your take on moving after Danzo? Tsunade looked up in surprise at the subject shift. She was still due to get over the fact that her teammate could have been killed. However, now thinking about the old war hawk, Tsunade truly pondered just what could they do without upsetting the perilous balance that now existed. If what Naruto shared with them was real, then Sarutobi's teammate Shimura Danzo had his hands in practically everything and everywhere. Not only in Fire Country, but in all of them, as well as the hidden villages. Hell, exposing it all could be catastrophic and inadvertently turn Konoha into the main enemy instead. However, doing nothing with all the knowledge that they acquired just didn't sit right with her, either. I don't know, Jiraiya, after what Naruto has shown us, it all checked up with our own intelligence. He has spread his tentacles everywhere. Jiraiya knew that to be true, hence why Hiruzen never could move against his old teammate. Not only his dealings with the Daimyo and the other hidden villages, but his atrocities in here, and the fact that he indirectly controls some of our most prestigious clans. His dealings with Orochimaru, he had participated in the invasion that ended with Sensei's death. How could I leave him be after what we've learned? The look in her eyes was all too evident of a person ruminating over the repercussions, and Jiraiya knew too well what could happen if they make the wrong move. However, Naruto's plan, even if still rudimentary, at least considered the situation accordingly. I don't think that Naruto wishes for this form or approach, Haim. Tsunade nodded, though she was biting her fingers at this point. Oh no, it's subtle enough that it could work, but at the same time, we could be dealing with major consequences, if we can't contain it. True, there is no way that others won't blame Konoha for what Danzo has done, and it could spark a major war with us as main targets. The sudden desire for a bottle of sake, or 6 for that matter, quickly arose in both of their minds. With the exception of perhaps Amegakure, the other 3 villages and even the smaller shinobi villages would use Danzo as a scapegoat to launch a full-out war against Konoha. So, as much as I want to move against him, everything must be perfect. Jiraiya couldn't help but snort at that. In a shinobi mission of this importance, the probability of it all working as planned is next to 0. For sure, the man has contingencies for most possible scenarios in place. I guess we can conclude that we can't do anything unless the Fire Lord approves first. Just the memory of that old character was enough to irritate the Hokage, though she agreed with Jiraiya. Hell, Naruto's plan involved the Fire Lord anyway. Ever since she came into office, the Fire Lord has done nothing but pester her about many subjects, a few of them truly important matters, but most of the time it was just mundane subjects that made Tsunade pull her hair off and open up a bottle of sake. To this day, she wondered the amount of patience her sensei had in dealing with the damn fire noble. I must be out of my mind, but perhaps it's time for us to finally finish sensei's job and cleanse the village's roots. Despite the sensitive assignment and the possible repercussions, Jiraiya smirked at his teammate. All there is left is to choose the ones responsible for this assignment. With Naruto . After their third time, sweaty and slightly out of breath, Naruto and Itsuko just laid on the bed with Itsuko's head on his chest and his arm around her neck. True to their desires, the couple managed to make do with their alone time, as both were still heavenly entranced by postcoital bliss. The smell of sex filled the room, and the sheets were drenched with sweat and other substances to the point that the thought of washing it was out of the question. You know, that last time was out of this world, Naruto-kun. I swear I got cross-eyed at some point. The amount of endorphin in her brain was still high, and when Naruto responded by kissing her deeply, Itsuko just melted in his embrace, as the sweet memories of euphoria bombarded her brain. Then the kiss stopped and Naruto removed the fringe from her forehead, before looking at her eyes. You almost gave me a heart attack, that's for sure. Itsuko giggled at his reply and moved her body to stay on top of his, with her arms hanging around his neck. To see you this tired is a first. To this day, I rarely see you needing to rest. Naruto then smiled and closed his eyes in relaxation, which to Itsuko was quite a thrill to see. Ever since Naruto was appointed as a member of the first response team, his life has been one hell of an emotional roller coaster. The constant training, the missions left and right, Itachi's machinations, the Jonin trials, knowing about his parents, almost going blind and then receiving Itachi's eyes, rescuing Jiraiya from the hands of the Akatsuki's leader, and that last stunt with the Hokage, of which she was still left in the dark about, and concerning Naruto, being in the dark just was not acceptable to someone who was always kept in the loop about most occurrences. Naruto-kun, can you tell me what happened back then with the Hokage? The Anbu almost flinched at the sudden speed of his palpebral opening. For a moment, he contemplated dismissing the subject. However, being an Anbu, Itsuko would be privy to a lot of secrets, so perhaps she may already know bits and pieces about his ultimate target. I can't tell you, Itsuko-chan. Naruto could immediately see the hurtful look in her eyes. At least, not with my mouth, that is. That last part felt strange, because it came more like a whisper. When Itsuko lifted her eyes to look at him, she was directly caught by surprise to see the Mangenkaiu Sharingan looking straight at her and casting the genjutsu he used on the Hokage. To the hidden Anbu observing from the outsider's perspective, the couple were just lying there on the bed, talking. Ever since Naruto had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, Danzo-sama has ordered to follow the Jinchuriki around. The Root Anbu Sai was responsible for tailing the Jinchuriki and reporting it back. However, Sai's location was nowhere to be found, which for Root, clearly meant that he was killed, somehow. Either, he had engaged the target and got killed, or was captured by the target and then killed by Danzo-sama's Fuin Jutsu. Nevertheless, the point was moot as the new recruit left the place he was hiding to report back to his leader about the target's activities after his mission to rescue the Sannin Jiraiya. Back in Naruto's room, his Mangenkaiu Sharingan shone in the darkness, catching sight of the Root Anbu's subtle sunshine just as he released his girlfriend from the genjutsu. Her eyes trembled and her throat became dry at the revelations. For sure, she wanted to express her concerns, though she just couldn't figure out where to start. Despite it all, Naruto had just placed 2 fingers on her lips and negated his head. The message was quite clear, despite her need to shout from the top of her lungs. Everyone inside Anbu knew who Shimura Danzo really was. The 2 Anbu organizations share the same shadow path, for heaven's sake. It sounds impossible, but you look even more beautiful every time I look at you, Itsuko-chan. Her eyes still trembled as she saw his hand reach out to her cheeks and his lips land on her own. She wanted to seriously talk about it with her boyfriend, but right now, even the mere mention of something related to the Root organization would inevitably place a target on their backs. So, taking a deep breath and understanding the game they needed to play right now, she followed suit, kissing him back with fervor. Naruto could feel the tremor in her lips, though being an experienced kunoichi, Itsuko betrayed nothing in her tone in response to Naruto's flirting. It's because you are here with me, my love. Their kiss then deepened as Naruto flipped their position, now being on top, and resumed their 4th round of the night, by using his mouth to kiss her entire body, ultimately focusing on her reproductive organ. With her hands, she reached for his hair and pulled it roughly, showing her distress despite the sudden shot of ecstasy from her lover's ministrations. As she allowed herself to get lost by his care and moaning his name passionately, Itsuko's body trembled at the notion that the first 3 rounds were only a preview, compared to this one. Inside a hidden location in Konoha . On the next day, Naruto was called by the Hokage into one of the buildings used by the village for sensitive interrogation and secretive dealings. He had been here once or twice, seeing Konoha's lead interrogator Morino Ibiki at work, questioning a rogue shinobi. The place itself was dark, save for a few lights close to the walls. Inside, he saw Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi there in the middle of a Fuinjutsu circle. As soon as he stepped inside, it was like the noise outside vanished and he entered into a vacuum chamber. Seeing that their last guest arrived, Tsunade cleared her throat and began. Alright, now that Naruto has arrived, we may begin. After you left last night, Naruto, I had an extensive discussion with Jiraiya about it, and before you arrived, I briefed Kakashi about the important parts. So this means. Suand openly snorted at the Sharingan user from connecting the dots and pointed her finger at him with authority. Don't think this means I'm 100% with this little plan of yours. If the Daimyo does not approve, then I'll call it off and you shall cease any actions, understood? Naruto said nothing at first, so Tsunade affirmed her standing. Did I make myself clear, Jonin Uzumaki Naruto? Tsunade even flared her chakra for good measure. This was perhaps the first time that the Hokage has ever berated him for anything, and Naruto could feel the immensity of her power as a member of the Sannin. He was just glad that the woman had decided to take action. Looking around, Naruto realized that 2 other members were present in this meeting, though they were hidden on top of the pipes located on the building ceiling. So, Tora Taiku and Itsuko-chan are in on it, too. I wonder who else has been chosen for this? 100%, Tsunade-sama. The Hokage once more snorted and crossed her arms, acknowledging that the kid was looking upward when he responded, so he knew. Good, now let us proceed. And as such, the Hokage turned to explain the proceedings of one of Konoha's SS-ranked assignments in history. Somewhere in the elemental nations . Inside one of the many caves located somewhere in the elemental nations, there was simply no light inside. Just plain rocks formation and some nocturnal animals that enjoyed the darkness. That soon changed once the image of someone appeared as if broadcasted by television. The imagery was dark but hollow as only few characteristics could be seen from it. Spiky hair and purple set of eyes with multiple rings formed around it. Pain looked around, making sure that no chakra signature was sensed within a mile radius and then made the hand sign. Assemble. Pain merely observed as the rest of the Akatsuki organization appeared inside the cave, using the same technique as he did, through thought waves with Pain acting as some sort of control tower. The leader merely observed as the members opened their respective eyes and waited for him to start whatever it was that he wanted to talk about. So far, the group has been successful in capturing 5 of the 9-tailed beasts. It was because of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki that they failed to capture the Ichibi. The same Kyuubi Jinchuriki who was responsible for killing 2 of the organization's members, Sasori and now Itachi. The memory of Pain looking directly at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was still fresh in his mind. Oi, Leader Sama, anytime now, you're taking my time away from my art, Of course, Deidara was considered the most hot-headed of the group. Yes, Deidara-senpai was busy playing with his clay dolls and complained the entire time. The playful and kid-like voice belonged to one of the members with an orange spiral mask. Oi Toby. Say that one more time and you'll see my art, The man named Toby became comically frightened at Deidara's threat, earning a snicker from Kisame. Ku, you two are quite the comedian. The Iwa missing nin just growled at the former Kiri nin, before Pain announced for everyone to quiet down. So far, we have managed to capture and extract 5 of the 9 Biju, leaving only the Ichibi, Nibi, Hachibi, and Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The last member of the list made everyone quiet down. To this day, the only one in the entire elemental nations that could be counted as the Akatsuki killer was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, dealing not only with Sasori, but now Itachi as well. Plus, because of Itachi's actions, Uzumaki Naruto has been bumped up in the bingo book as an A-ranked target, and that opened up a venue of opportunity for one of the Akatsuki's members. So I hear that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is worth quite the load in the black market these days. I bet he is worth even more than Hatake Kakashi these days, because of his Sharingan. This man who spoke was named Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, wearing a black mask that covered his mouth and nose. You only think about the money, Kakuzu. His partner named Hidan had gray hair and carried a 3-blade scythe on his back. Money is the only thing you can have faith in, Hidan. It's because of money that this organization has managed to thrive. Pain acquiesced to Kakuzu's affirmation, before turning to their new plan. Indeed, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has placed a thorn in our plans as of late, but he shall be taken care of in due time. Now, we need to focus on capturing the Ichibi, Nibi, and Hachibi. So, Deidara and Toby shall focus on Ichibi. Kakuzu and Hidan will take on the Nibi, and Kisame shall capture the Hachibi Jinchuriki. The names mentioned merely nodded in tandem. Kisame, though, had a different thought in mind. Oh, doing this without Itachi will be rather dull, to be honest, though I would rather take on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki instead. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki shall be handled by me personally, Kisame. You all have your set of orders, and I don't have to say that failure is not an option here. A sudden silence came about inside the cave, before Deidara whistled. It appears Leader Sama is calling dibs. That's a first. And here I thought you'd let us do the dirty work. As per the usual, there was no emotion coming from Pain's voice as he closed the meeting. Ignoring Deidara's comment. You all have your assignments. Get to it. After that, Pain's image vanished, earning a snicker from the rest, before everyone else vanished as well. Somewhere else in the elemental nations . Located in another place, somewhere in the elemental nations, only this place looked more like an indoor hideout with various rooms and endless hallways lit up by torches. The Sannin Orochimaru was casually sitting in his chambers as he listened to his second-in-command Kabuto report about the elemental nations' events unfold before their eyes. Through every new event that he became aware of, the Sannin would smirk in amusement, as it was this that he enjoyed the most. After doing his research for new techniques, the windmill is finally spinning and the period of peace is finally finished. Kumo has been increasing their military capacity, Iwagakure has suffered the loss of its 2 Jinchuriki and were occasionally hiring Akatsuki to do their dirty deeds. Suna has managed to fully pay out their debt to Konoha after Orochimaru's so-called failed invasion, and Kiri, well, Kiri was attempting to overcome its own pasted dark image carved by the Yondaime Mizukage, however they just couldn't get rid of that much red in their ledger. Last but not least, Konoha, or more precisely, the Kyubi Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Ever since Orochimaru saw with his own eyes how Naruto fared against Kabuto in their fight against Tsunade and Jiraiya, it was clear to Orochimaru that Naruto would only grow in strength, with the Sharingan at his disposal. Since he was placed in the bingo book, Naruto's actions became known all throughout the elemental nations, and it only made Orochimaru salivate in pleasure to witness just what those eyes can do. Not only the Sharingan, to which Orochimaru became aware of its evolution to the main Jinkaiyu version, but it became known that Naruto had somehow managed to use lava ninjutsu, which only made Orochimaru's interest grow even more in seeing just how much stronger he could become. Well, that's about it for now, Orochimaru-sama. Our spies in Konoha have reported that Uzumaki Naruto has even managed to rescue Jiraiya from being killed by the Akatsuki leader, Pain. The Sannin just tilted his head sideways at the news. Oh, now that would be a sight to behold. Kabuto, 2 of the most powerful dojutsu facing each other in a powerful battle for supremacy. Truly marvelous, indeed. Kabuto smirked at that, while adjusting his glasses. I take it, you have lost interest in the Sharingan for now, Orochimaru-sama. The Sannin snorted at such blasphemy from his second-in-command. Never, though it appears that young Naruto-kun is developing his own with much efficiency, and I have all the time in the world to collect, later on. Imagine Kabuto, having the body of Kimimaro and Naruto-kun's eyes. There would be nothing in this world that could stop me from achieving everything I desire most. Kabuto observed as Orochimaru licked his lips at the notion. Now that I broached the subject of Kimimaro, how is his treatment so far? The time is approaching for me to exchange bodies again, and I don't wish to wait any longer. Taking his spreadsheet, Kabuto analyzed the data with as much scrutiny as possible. The medicines we devised, aided by the curse seal on his body and constant blood transfusion from Juugo, seem to be reducing the damage to his lungs. It appears that we have finally had a breakthrough. Excellent, most excellent indeed. In time, I shall have the perfect body, and after that, the perfect set of eyes. Lowering the spreadsheet board, Kabuto then pondered aloud. What do we do about Uzumaki Naruto in the meantime? Should we send the Sound 4 to pay him a visit? They have been getting antsy in this base, doing nothing but serving as Kimimaro's punching bag. Orochimaru did entertain that idea for a while, but dismissed it for now. Certainly, for someone who defeated both Akasuna no Sasori and Uchiha Itachi, the Sound 4 would be killed in seconds. As amusing as it would be to use them as cannon fodder, I am more interested in seeing young Naruto-kun reducing Akatsuki's numbers, one by one, until the time comes for the main Jinkaiyu Sharingan to face against the legendary Rinnegan. Kabuto smirked at the deviousness as Orochimaru continued, with his full-out smirk. And who knows, Kabuto, perhaps, I shall be there on the sidelines, just waiting to see whose eyes I shall collect, after the winner is revealed. Ha, precisely, it should be entertaining to watch. I shall be on my leave, then. Kabuto bowed, before Orochimaru observed his second-in-command walk away. Now, left alone in his chambers, Orochimaru has never felt so alive and pumped to see the events unfold. Like a windmill that stopped working for a long time and now it is finally spinning. Chapter 27, Rabbit Hole. An entire week has passed since Tsunade had issued the SS-ranked covert assignment to rid Konoha of the war hawk Shimura Danzo. This first phase of the plan revolved around the concept of counterintelligence, as the perverted Sannin used his spy network to spread a controlled number of false information here and there about Konoha and the village's Onbu program. Nothing harmful to the village, of course, as his idea was to provide credibility to the ones with the task of information spreading. Operations that occurred a long time ago, operatives that were caught sniffing around Konoha in recent years, and even minor skirmishes that the village had to take care of in small covert operations. All of them were mainly fake or misleading of the actual truth. Those villages and governments highly acute in the intelligence department would be able to distinguish the rumors and dismiss it as non-existent. However, these so-called rumors began to circulate amongst the elemental nations. In every hidden village, from Kirigakure to Iwagakure, people kept on talking how the Konoha's Onbu force were not to trifle with, while the higher-level shinobi paid it no mind. The lesser-ranked ones, the merchants, low-level thugs, robbers and the like, ended up believing in some of the rumors. Jiraiya's mastermind genius in counterintelligence had one key aspect: he was able to both capture sensitive information from other villages and spread false information. In fact, Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken advantage of his student's skill one too many times in the last great ninja wars. Nothing worked better to avoid unnecessary fights than spreading inflated and misleading information about the true power, strength and number of Konoha's forces. The actual shinobi population's fame, mostly composed of B and A rank shinobi, did the rest to make the enemies think twice before deciding to move against Konoha. Right now, the perverted shinobi stood inside Tsunade's office, this time with a dark red overcoat over his usual clothes to hide his missing arm. While he started his assignment with his spy network, Jiraiya had requested Naruto and Kakashi to help him adapt his fighting skills. No longer able to do long sequence hand seals, the perverted Sannin was limited to ninjutsu he could use with only one hand and his skill with Fuuinjutsu and space-time ninjutsu to compensate. Still, even with such a handicap, both Kakashi and Naruto had to work together to overcome the Sannin. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Tsunade was on her desk chair reading over the report regarding the first part of the mission. I have to hand it to you, Jiraiya, you have quite the gift for creativity. Hey, what do you expect from a great novelist such as myself, Haim? Tsunade snorted as she saw the dramatic pose from her teammate. Indeed, this was his area of expertise, though she was kind of miffed to this level of deceit. In one specific intel, the number of shinobi from Iwagakure who attempted to infiltrate Konoha after the failed Tsunade invasion was actually half of what the fake intel stated, and of course the village's Anbu force slaughtered every last one of them. While the event actually happened, it was not handled by the Anbu force, but rather a team composed of a Jonin and 3 Chonin, who were doing recon around the area, and they handled close to 10 Junon-level shinobi from Iwagakure. Of course, at the end of the day, these were nothing but rumors, so Tsunade can easily state as such, if anyone asked. I take it you are still due to spread the final intel, the one regarding our target. Jiraiya nodded as he handed Tsunade a file regarding one of the root operatives that Naruto revealed after going through the captured Anbu's memories. Meet Tatsuji, one of ours actually, though presumed to this day missing after a failed assignment close to Amegakure. According to Naruto, though, this man happens to be one of Danzo's hidden spies. Tsunade grabbed the folder and then looked back to Jiraiya. And you believe that he is the right person for this? The pervert Sannin smirked. Of course, the Fire Daimyo has received death threats ever since we were born, Tsunade, providing a scenario and motive for one of Danzo's operatives to move against the Fire Daimyo is credible enough. The Daimyo may have his personal guards on standby, but the mention of this possibly being linked to Danzo will force him to call us. Tsunade released a sigh in worry as she went through Tatsuji's file. All of the false intel revealed so far served for this very purpose. Even if the rumors turned out to be false, the Fire Daimyo just can't sit on it and not investigate. And indeed, the mere mention of Danzo possibly being behind an assassination attempt, the Fire Lord wouldn't have a choice in the matter. Okay, do it, but at this point, I worry about those old fossils from the council. Something like this surely won't escape their knowledge. Jiraiya hummed in consideration. Indeed, Sensei's old teammates are a pain, but they are crafty, Tsunade sighed in agreement. Ever since she had taken office, those two were at her throat constantly, but she was still unable to understand if they were doing this of their own volition or merely doing Danzo's bidding. Well. Tsunade looked up as Jiraiya gave his insight. How about we spice up their drink for a while? A vein immediately popped on Tsunade's forehead at her dumb teammate even considering the notion. Baka, I'm serious here. Jiraiya, though, merely laughed out loud. Ha, don't need to worry about them, Tsunade. I shall keep a personal eye on every correspondence coming from the Daimyo's office and redirect them straight to your eyes only. You decide how to handle them, then. I swear, sometimes, I don't know when you're serious or not. Okay, I guess that works. Now, get out of here, I still have a lot to read here. Jiraiya decided whether or not to joke with her some more, before bidding her goodbye for now. Throughout the elemental nations . As instructed, Jiraiya had sprung the final rumor to finalize the first step of the plan. And so, he had instructed one of his spies who then told those this spy knew and so forward, until his entire spy network had the information. As such, scenes happened all across the elemental nations. In Spring Country, two men passed by each other, wearing worn robes and bamboo hats conversing about it. In Water Country, an old man wearing an eye patch and dressed like a samurai mercenary discussed with his peers while sharing a bottle of sake. In Lightning Country, A considerably sized-breasted blonde lady, who happened to work inside a brothel, was entertaining a group of gentlemen and revealing some juicy story a previous customer of hers conveyed just minutes ago. In Earth Country, a retired Chunin now turned mercenary and dressed in a gray overcoat, relayed it to his goons. In many other places and of course inside many of the shinobi hidden villages, it soon became public knowledge on the streets that a former Root Onbu shinobi from Konoha's Shimura Danzo had reappeared with a personal vendetta towards the Fire Daimyo. It was said that the Fire Daimyo had the responsibility to stop the Sandaime Hokage from disbanding the hidden Onbu after some gigantic atrocity committed in the past. Soon, said information reached the Kages as well and even other circuits, such as Akatsuki and even Orochimaru. The snake Sanin, now fully in possession of Kimimaro's body and covered from head to toe in bandages, could only smirk at the rumor, knowing it to be false, though he enjoyed seeing the wheels in motion and who could be responsible. Akatsuki had lost Sasori, so they now lacked a suitable spy network, but that didn't mean that they were now going in blind. Still, none of the alive members had anything to do with this, so Pain had simply dismissed it and focused on the organization's plans to move on the Jinchuriki. In Fire Country's capital Of course, the rumors soon reached the Fire Daimyo's castle. The shinobi monk Kairiku, who at one point belonged to the 12 shinobi guardians that protected the daimyo along with Sarutobi Asuma and many others, had been called upon once more to take care of the daimyo's protection. So, it came as quite a surprise to him when he was enjoying a morning tea in one of the capital's diners, only to hear about the story that has been circulating all throughout the elemental nations right now. Narrowing his eyebrows, he had calmly finished his tea, paid for it and vanished from his location, heading straight to the Fire Lord's castle, where he requested an immediate hearing with the daimyo. Is this true, Kairiku-san? The Fire Lord in question was sitting in his comfortable chair, cooling himself with his fan and trying, but failing miserably, not to show surprise, tension and most of all, utter fear. At this point, it could be nothing Daimyo-sama, but as your head of security, we should at least look into it. The shinobi monk at least found the daimyo's clearly disturbed visage to be justified. The mere mention of Danzo's name was enough to send fear to anyone with at least 30 years or more. Oh, yes, indeed, verify. Kairiku was kneeling and nodded his head. I shall begin, then. Wait. Kairiku was about to vanish, when he looked up at the daimyo. Send a message to the Hokage, if this is true, then she and I need to discuss some important matters moving forward. Kairiku acknowledged that Konoha must already be aware of these so-called rumors, so time was of the essence here. Certainly Daimyo-sama, I will get right on it. After seeing the shinobi monk vanish, the daimyo entered into panic mode this time, as he remembered how scary the old war hawk was every time they met. The daimyo then received the information that Tsunade and Jiraiya were available for a meeting on short notice if the daimyo so desired. As such, the meeting was scheduled as Tsunade and Jiraiya had joined the Fire Daimyo's entourage of counselors and Kairiku to address the situation at hand. Shizune was ordered by Tsunade to handle the goons from the council and relay to them that the daimyo has simply called the Hokage for a short meeting, but wasn't forthcoming with the subject. So, once everyone was seated, Kairiku relayed the rumors to everyone present. Tsunade and Jiraiya were stone cold as they heard the shinobi monk tell them what had occurred. Afterward, Tsunade had simply crossed her arms and hummed with her eyes closed, while Jiraiya made pondering noises as his eyes rested on everyone present, particularly monitoring all of the counselors' sudden reaction to the news. Tsunade-hime, what do you think of this? The Hokage opened her eyes and looked at the Fire Daimyo. I must say, it's troubling news, Daimyo-sama, though how credible is this, Kairiku-san? We happen to know that there are a lot of rumors circulating in the streets these days about Konoha's Onbu force, perhaps, this new one is just like the others, no? The shinobi monk could attest to the Hokage's cautiousness at this point. As much as I don't enjoy being in Danzo's presence and he knows that, I can't say that he would ever consider such a reckless endeavor. All of the counselors nodded pretty much at the same time, while Jiraiya turned to Tsunade. With the experience they had, this game was child's play, really. Indeed, to this day, Danzo has nothing but Konoha's best interest in his actions. Plus, his Root division was disbanded by the Sandaime Hokage many years ago. The counselors and even the daimyo all breathed easier to this, but Jiraiya had a sense that one of the counselors was visibly silent through this ordeal. Ah, okay, so I can breathe easier, then. The daimyo opened his fan with a smile. Yes, I believe you're right, Tsunade-hime, Jiraiya. So, before the daimyo could finish the meeting and dismiss this as nothing more than a rumor. Kairiku-san, can you repeat the name of the shinobi cited in this rumor? The shinobi monk nodded. His name is Tatsuji, a former member of Konoha's Onbu root. Jiraiya placed a thinking hand beneath his chin and pondered aloud. The counselors and the daimyo looked at the perverted Sannin in apprehension. Well, that name is familiar. One of our Onbu jonins, in fact named Tatsuji, went missing a couple years ago. Tsunade turned abruptly to her teammate. What are you saying, Jiraiya? Are you believing in this nonsense about Danzo targeting Daimyo-sama? Her narrowed eyes and heavy increase of killing intent served to spike the tension in the room and everyone tensed. Despite this not making any sense to me, I lived my life following rumors, you know that. Stories that were first too hard to believe, which turned out to be the truth. Jiraiya then turned to Kairiku. And I can see it in your eyes, Kairiku-san, that you take your job quite seriously to simply dismiss this, no matter how far-fetched it is. The shinobi monk held his head up high and acquiesced to the perverted Sannin's assumption. Still, doing something based on a rumor, I don't know. The daimyo was working his fan as fast as he could at this point, trying to ease his mind of the worry. I don't know, the Sandaime Hokage always had nothing but praises to say about Danzo. Tsunade, this time, made her voice known. Indeed, Sensei and Danzo were teammates and they both protected the village through the Great Shinobi Wars. However, while it remained unclear why, Sensei had opted to disband Danzo's Onbu division. Of course, Tsunade knew the reason why, but that was an S-ranked secret of the highest degree. Perhaps, there could be some truth to this rumor, after all, Daimyo-sama. That was certainly not what the Fire Lord was expecting to hear and now became even more tense as everyone could see the tension and sweat drops. Hold on there, you're not suggesting we do something about Danzo, are you? Tsunade and Jiraiya both eyed the counselor from the far right, wondering when he would begin talking. I'm not suggesting anything, counselor, however, should anything happen to Daimyo-sama, and we do nothing to stop it, well, that's certainly ill-advised at this point and I believe Kairiku-san agrees with me. The other counselors started debating amongst themselves, some agreeing with the Hokage, others denying it. Jiraiya and Tsunade both took this time to measure just how this meeting was going, while the counselors were in heavy debate with each other. Both knew that the daimyo wouldn't make any decision here if none of the counselors were in favor of it. And truth be told, Tsunade herself was still in doubt whether or not she wanted the daimyo to give her the green light. At the end of the day, moving against Danzo could lead to an outbreak in the village and any and all blood would be on her hands. Jiraiya, for his chance, knew the responsibility that lied on his teammates' shoulders at this point. It was part of his job, after all, to help ease the burden, even if he needed to push things a little bit. Excuse me, Daimyo-sama, counselors. The tension in the room eased a bit as everyone, including Tsunade, looked at the perverted Sannin. Whether or not this rumor is actually true or not, it's safe to say that it's out there, and whether or not Danzo actually is planning something, it still remains to be checked. However, know this, Daimyo-sama, if he plans on doing something, then chances are none of your security team will be able to stop him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya immediately after he closed his mouth. The counselors stared him down, each of them trying to correct him, but couldn't. The daimyo certainly knew that to be true, so Jiraiya kept on pushing. This man was responsible for training an undercover Onbu unit and each one of these operatives were masters of their craft. Hiding in plain view, merging with the shadows, getting into highly secured locations, trust me, no matter when or how, they would fulfill their assignment and leave, without anyone knowing they were there in the first place. At this point, both the counselors and the daimyo let the idea sink in their brains, about the true danger that was Shimura Danzo and his root Onbu. So, the only question here, Daimyo-sama, is. Jiraiya let the pause linger for a while, as he looked around. How safe do you feel? At this point, the room was in complete silence, save from the daimyo waving his fan as fast as he could. With Tsunade . The overall meeting lasted a few more minutes, before Tsunade and Jiraiya were excused with the daimyo's final choice in the matter. You shouldn't have done that, Jiraiya. Walking calmly towards Konoha, the perverted Sannin looked at the Hokage from the corner of his eyes and droned. If things get out of hand, then the village will suffer the consequences and it's on me. After what we witnessed him doing, you're still in doubt? He needs to be stopped. Who knows what sort of hidden schemes he's currently making at this point, perhaps he's still meeting with that snake behind our backs, perhaps he's starting to place another village against us again, Like he did with Sand and Sound. There is simply no way we can continue to work this way. Whatever his actions are, the consequences will reflect on you in the end. Because he still operates under the Konoha flag. I know that, alright. Jiraiya backed away slightly as Tsunade raised her voice, before looking solemn. It's the repercussions I'm worried about. What if he holds the village hostage? That won't happen. Tsunade looked at her teammate in doubt. I won't allow it, and I'm sure the kid won't, either. An empty laughter erupted from Tsunade as Naruto came into her mind. Naruto knows the secret passageways. We can hit hard and hit fast, not giving him time to operate a counterattack. Inside the Hokage's office . As soon as the Hokage arrived in her office alone for the day, she was not surprised to see Homura and Koharu there, waiting for her. She had left Jiraiya in charge of gathering the ones involved in this mission's next step, so all that was left was for her to deal with these goons and rest for the night. By the time she wakes up tomorrow, it would already be done. Okay, out of it, you two. I had a long day and I'm not interested in prolonging this. Both senior elders frowned at the lack of respect. I understand you were called into the Daimyo's office, Tsunade. You should have contacted us right away. Koharu started berating the Hokage, and Tsunade wished to resurrect Sensei only to ask why he bothered with these two. Yes, he called in, asking for a meeting. And I decide who I get to take with me, not you two. Homura cleared his throat and adjusted his glasses. As the Hokage's counselors, we have a voice in these matters, Tsunade. Whatever the daimyo needs to communicate with you, we should be made aware of it as well. It was like this with Sarutobi. Tsunade snorted at that, she truly did. It may be disrespectful and all, but she was really fed up with these two worthless fossils who barely contributed to anything these days. Plus, Tsunade couldn't count the number of times that they backed Danzo against Sensei and even herself, throughout the years. Who's to say that they weren't on this as well? Shizune was behind her, but just couldn't stop her master in time from leaping in front of the elders and holding each by their collars in the air. What is this? Release us, Tsunade. The Hokage paid Homura's complaint no mind as she snarled at them. You two may have been Sensei's teammates in the past, but now, you are nothing but worthless. I don't have to listen to anything you say, I don't have to tell either of you anything. Now, get out of my face, before I get really mad. The two elders were on the ground like two sacks of potatoes, before they watched Tsunade march away with Shizune in tow. With Jiraiya . At the same time that Tsunade dealt with the elders, Jiraiya eyed the impressive lineup of shinobi that were called upon for this SS-ranked mission, now sanctioned by the Fire Daimyo. Kakashi, Asuma and Naruto as Jonins, followed by Onbu members Yamato and Tora. Kasumi, Itsuko and Genma were also there, but their assignment was entirely different. Considering the possibility that Danzo actually tries something, these three would march straight towards the Fire Daimyo's castle, both to assist Kairiku in guarding the daimyo and apprehend the counselor that Jiraiya knew to be working as Danzo's informant on all matters regarding the Fire Lord's subjects. Whether or not they survive in this mission, the cat is already out of the bag. Danzo's schemes and hidden agendas would no longer see the light of day anymore. The perverted Sanin quietly observed as Kasumi and Itsuko approached their respective other half. Kakashi-kun, you take care all right? And please make sure our little brother comes back alive as well. The scarecrow Jonin merely nodded and placed a comfortable hand on his lover's shoulder. You don't need to worry, Kasumi, both me and Jiraiya-sama shall be with him every step of the way. Now, hurry up and move towards the capital. There's a high chance that Danzo is already waiting for us. The Hyuga Jonin curtly nodded and moved close to Genma as he would be their respective missions captain in this assignment. Meanwhile, Naruto and Itsuko were chatting with Tora next to them. Naruto-kun, I know this is something you must do, but please be careful. I won't forgive you if something happens. Naruto smiled and gave his girlfriend a quick hug, before she turned to Tora. Tora-taiku. Relax, Itsuko, I have been teaching the kid for a while now, I know what he's capable of. Plus, Root represents a dirty stain in our Onbu's history for far too long now. It's time to put a stop to this, as Sandaime-sama should have done a long time ago. Itsuko nodded and then placed her mask back on, before looking back at Naruto, before gently caressing his face and his hair. She didn't care if it was unprofessional. She just wanted to feel him and comfort herself with the knowledge that she shall see her beloved when she comes back. Itsuko, we need to go now. The eagle-masked Onbu turned to see Kasumi and Genma waiting for her. Turning to Naruto once more, She was about to say something, but he beat her to it. I shall wait for you when you get back home, Itsuko-chan. The tight feeling in her chest at those words worried her even more. However, she needed to have confidence that, like he said, she would see her boyfriend tomorrow. After all, her boyfriend needed to have this closure in his mind. He needed to avenge the one responsible for the death of the Uchiha clan. He needed to avenge the loss of the Uchiha brothers, whose eyes were now joined in his sockets. Yes, we will, Naruto-kun. After that, she shunshined away from the group, followed by Kasumi and Genma, as the three were heading fast towards the Fire Country's capital to meet with Kairiku. With that out of the way, Jiraiya now initiated his explanation on how the mission was to proceed. Okay, we are at a loss whether or not Danzo's entire root division will be there. So, we need to thin out the herd before actually going inside. Naruto and I shall use the summons for that first part. I trust that you aligned it with Shiratora? Yes, I shall summon him in due time and he shall call in the cavalry by himself. Jiraiya nodded as he already had the toads he would summon for this assignment. Excellent, well, we shall divide ourselves in two teams. The hidden base has two main entrances, so Tora, Kakashi and Naruto will be Team 1, while Asuma, Yamato and myself shall take the other base entrance. It's quite possible that Danzo will choose this moment to flee, but I have to know where he is at all times. Our side mission shall also be to capture every piece of document inside. We need to know just how extensive his current dealings through the elemental nations are. Any questions? Just one. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi. We are to consider the possibility of facing fellow Konoha shinobi, therefore we should expect to face our village's known bloodline abilities as well, right? Indeed, Danzo had his clutches on at least the Aburame and the Yamanaka clans. It's possible that we might face members from the Nara clan and even one from the Hyuga clan as well. Jiraiya allowed some time for that to sink in. Jiraiya was about to give everyone the final order, when Naruto stopped him. Whatever happens in there, I must be the one to kill him. The perverted Sannin and the others turned to see Naruto, just as he had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Right now, I can feel the anger and hatred passing through my veins. Sasuke, Itachi, myself even, I need this. Kakashi, Asuma and Tora looked at their joint student/brother in apprehension. No matter how powerful Naruto has become, Danzo was known to be a master of using the emotions of the enemy to his advantage. Jiraiya, for his part, merely placed a thinking hand below his chin as he analyzed the blonde Jonin. To this day, seeing the Sharingan eyes in Naruto's eyes still bothered him. Jiraiya wanted ocean blue eyes full of life to look back at him. He wanted to see an exuberant-looking kid with a positive outlook on life. He wanted above all for Naruto to have a different life than he is right now. However, unfortunately, the ship sailed a long time ago. All he could hope for at this point was that he manages to at least be there for him as he grows, perhaps guide him along, for him to take a different path from the Uchiha's cursed path. As long as you promise you'll take him seriously, Naruto, then I have no problem with that. The blonde Jonin nodded, before he turned to Asuma, Kakashi, and Tora. Thank you, everyone, for doing this with me. Please watch my back. The three Jonins nodded and Asuma allowed himself one last smoke as he observed his precious Jonin student. No sweat, Naruto, we are here for you every step of the way. With Danzo . Shimura Danzo was inside his old Onbu headquarters' office. Only a few candles here and there illuminated the room as the man calmly and without showing much emotion, read through the contents of the scroll sent to him by one of his hidden assets inside the Fire Lord's castle. The contents left much to be desired, in his taste. Indeed, ever since he became aware of the sudden onslaughts of rumors reaching the streets about Konoha's prowess, Danzo knew that something was up. He wasn't naive enough to dismiss them as mere hearsay. He and his Onbu detail checked out each and every rumor out there and actually had the paper to disprove the majority of them. When the last one appeared, that's when he knew that someone would be coming for him. Based on the possible perpetrators, Danzo, sadly, couldn't pinpoint it on one. His first assumption was that Orochimaru had betrayed him. The snake Sannin was perhaps the only one alive whose moves he couldn't predict. His other assets were at his beck and call. The other hidden villages couldn't be behind this and certainly not the Hokage, because she followed in Hiruzen's naive ideals. Akatsuki was so far a puzzle in Danzo's mind as he couldn't figure out their agenda. However, they were targeting the Jinchuriki, not bothering to spread false rumors about Konoha. As he finished reading, however, Danzo's only visible eye opened slightly as the message finished with the authorization sanctioned by the Daimyo for the Hokage to deal with him as she saw fit. Merely 2 seconds passed before his entire base started rumbling and the noise of 2 different explosions coming from different sides of the base erupted. One of his operatives shunshined inside the office immediately as the Root leader lifted from his chair. "Danzo-sama, we are under attack." The old war hawk merely turned to his operative and gave the order. "Torune, please take care of our guests until I arrive." "Hi." The operative vanished, while Danzo calmly walked towards the shadows of his office, ready for perhaps the last battle. Whether or not he survived it, this would be his last stand as a loyal shinobi of the Leaf. Chapter 28, Vengeance. The members of the Root Onbu were all ready to move as soon as the attacks rumbled the inner base. They were trained to be mindless soldiers, all of them ready to move without a slight sense of hesitation to at least presume that for all intents and purposes, none of the outside world knew of their existence. To everyone else, Root Onbu was officially disbanded by a decree signed by the late Sandaime Hokage. That being said, for someone to make a move at them, especially now, as tension ran high with S-ranked missing nin running around, causing havoc. Still, their mission right now was to get rid of this new threat. So, moving like 2 separate units, each one towards the respective 2 gates that were just now blasted into nothing, the Root Onbu members all heard 2 distinguishing voices in the shadows of the dark hallways. Kushios no Jutsu, Summoning Technique. From the doorway that Jiraiya blasted, many fighting toads, varying in size, advanced all of a sudden and engaged against the Root soldiers. From the doorway that Naruto blasted, many fighting tigers, varying in sizes and colors, advanced all of a sudden and engaged against the Root soldiers. At this point on, the summons being here indicated, quite clearly, as to whom the enemy was, however that was inconsequential at this point. What mattered to the Root Onbu was to defend their base and rid themselves of the threat, no matter the fact that they were being attacked by shinobi carrying the same leaf insignia. The toads barreled through the opposition with taijutsu, kenjutsu and water-based ninjutsu. The tigers, while equally fierce animal combatants, had a more varied skill set, mixing taijutsu, kenjutsu, their claws, genjutsu and wide-scale elemental ninjutsu. However, it was not to say that the Root Onbu were easily beaten, as many of them had splendid skills and agility to overcome stronger opposition. For those who managed to avoid the summons, they had to face the shinobi from the surface. Sarutobi Asuma was seen using his wind-enhanced trench knives on a few adversaries, but when he saw many ganging up on him, he had to switch tactics and used a smoke bomb to evade, before gathering smoke in his lungs. Kaden, Hazy Kizu, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning. The Root Onbu who tried attacking the son of the late Sandaime Hokage all received the smoke blast and only a few felt the layer of chakra amongst the smoke, until it was too late as Asuma ignited it with his teeth. The technique caused a major rumble in the base as Asuma moved on to their next targets, while grabbing his knives once more. Yamato, for his part, kept his own batch of enemies at bay with his Makuten ninjutsu. The Root Onbu used their respective swords to slice through the thick trees, but Yamato was quick on the uptake and kept them occupied. Still, Root Onbu didn't know the meaning of the word quit and used Doten ninjutsu to get below ground and appear behind the wood user and emerge with a quick sword jab straight at Yamato's strike was met with surprise and even a grunt of pain from the wood user, until the Root attacker realized that he had stabbed a wood clone. Still, Yamato was easily being clobbered by the ridiculous amount of Root Onbu, even after the summons attack. He was about to get attacked again, when Tora surged with his quick agility and sliced 2 Root Onbu's hands before they realized what happened. The fellow Onbu looked at each other, none bothered by their outfit fully drenched by Root Onbu's blood, and they moved on. Still, as Asuma, Yamato and Tora advanced, they had to stop and deal with plenty of Root Onbu along the way. Looking upward from the battle raging on, many crows were seen flying towards a specific location. The Root Onbu, though, made the mistake of looking straight at them, only to be caught at Naruto's illusions. That alone tipped the scale of the fight in Yamato, Asuma and Tora's side as they managed to finish their opponents easier. Despite them being mindless drones, it still took 1 to 2 seconds to escape from a genjutsu. More than plenty of time for seasoned jonin to slice their heads off. Soon, the crows all joined together to reveal the actual Naruto, before he revealed his sword and vanished once more, with his Mangekyo Sharingan ability to move around, through portals. His Sharingan was moving as if independent from his sockets, blocking, slashing, blocking and sashing again. His timely intervention allowed Asuma, Yamato and Tora some breathing time, permitting them to advance towards their one and only target. With Jiraiya and Kakashi . Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Kakashi were seen advancing towards the position they knew to be Danzo's office. It was planned between all of them that they would be the ones to advance and try to capture whatever intel they could find in the Warhawk's office, though if one of them managed to deal with Danzo before Naruto approached, then this would be preferable. Naruto may be skilled, but Danzo was a master in subterfuge and using mind tricks to get his way. They were afraid that Danzo would get to Naruto, and if he managed to do so, then Danzo would get his hands on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Kyuubi. However, that thought went to hell as soon as they heard an explosion and saw it coming from the man's very office. Of course, that bastard would burn everything. There goes that plan. Kakashi turned to Jiraiya's lament as they soon ran once more, still intent on facing Danzo. We can still capture him and Naruto can extract information from him with the Mangekyo. Jiraiya hummed in thought at the plan as the base's destruction carried on. Unlikely that Danzo will let us capture him, but I guess it's the only plan we have now. Let's go, Kakashi. The Cyclops Jonin nodded as they dashed forward, but had to stop as a rain of kunai stopped their advance. In front of them, two foes appeared, fully dressed in Root Onbu masks and with the beige overcoats, hiding all possible details about their characteristics and possible shinobi traits. Kakashi and Jiraiya stood into position as they observed their opposition. Both knew, however, that these two were different from the rest. So, which one is your pick, Kakashi? Jiraiya smirked, liking his odds here, though Kakashi was more reserved about it, while revealing his Sharingan. Densetsu no Sanin Jiraiya and Jonin Hatake Kakashi. The one from the right, slightly taller than the other, took a step forward and revealed his sword. Konoha has no room for traitors in our midst. So, you two shall meet your end here tonight. Kakashi looked at the one talking and used his Sharingan to lock eyes with the foe. He could perceive a few strands of red hair hidden by the overcoat, but that alone didn't give him much. However, at the very least, he had already chosen his opponent. I shall take him on, Jiraiya-sama. Can you deal with the one from the left? The Sanin nodded with a smile as his eyes landed on the one from the left. Sounds good, though I can't help but notice that we are not alone. I wonder why. He smirked as soon as his experienced eyes saw the subtle flinch on his opponent's pose. Against a regular Jonin, his movements wouldn't be perceived at all, but Jiraiya was not a Sanin for nothing. Still, the silent foe was well hidden, so Jiraiya wouldn't bother finding him or her, until he was attacked. His target was now within sight. All of a sudden, the four known combatants shunshined away to different locations. Kakashi's fight . When Kakashi next morphed into view, he was face to face with the red-haired Root Onbu from before. Instantly grabbing a kunai, he turned to observe his opponent. Please don't waste time trying to observe me, Hatake Kakashi. You won't be able to. Kakashi just observed, not bothering to run with the obvious taunt tactic. Still, there was a reason the elite Root Onbu chose to use that overcoat. And considering that this specific enemy can be a member of one of Konoha's prized clans, Kakashi just couldn't know what special skills this opponent has hidden. Taking a breath, Kakashi felt like a youngster once more, when he first joined the Onbu forces and had to get used to this more subtle kind of fight. Still, it didn't mean that he was ill-equipped to handle any foe that he came across. It seems you had a bit of an edge, Onbu-san. You know who I am and you must know my profile, but I don't know anything about you. The Scarecrow Jonin didn't waste much time and used his agility. The Root Onbu matched his speed easily and released the Onbu-issued sword, parrying the kunai. Kakashi and the Root Onbu stood grinding their respective weapons as Kakashi looked straight at the opponent's eyes. It's futile to attempt your Sharingan at me, Kakashi. The Root Onbu had enough Kenjutsu skill to redirect Kakashi's blow and aim a precise blow to the Scarecrow Jonin's torso. Kakashi's hand grabbed his wrist, before he could continue. The precise thrust surprised Kakashi, both at the precision and the strength behind it as well. Soon, it became a dance of movements from both elite Jonin shinobi as Kakashi found himself quite uncomfortable. Fighting against such high-level shinobi without the Sharingan's aid was something he had done a long time ago, when he was but a teenager. While the dojutsu allowed him to follow the movement of chakra, Kakashi just couldn't anticipate this foe's movements. A sudden pain hit him as the Root Onbu's sword drew first blood, making a considerable slice on Kakashi's forearm, before Kakashi made evasive actions and hurled waves of shuriken at middle distance to keep the Root Onbu occupied. The tactic worked as by the time the Root Onbu reached his position, Kakashi's right hand was already crackling in electricity. The Root Onbu managed to evade before Kakashi's Chidori charged hand sliced his head off. Still, the Root Onbu moved with enough grace and agility, while making hand seals. Kakashi felt the genjutsu entrap him instantly and released it. He received a strong kick on his chest for his efforts. Using the flying momentum to flip and land on the ground, the Root Onbu released a great horde of shuriken and kunai at Kakashi, forcing him on the defensive. Kakashi, however, didn't see another version of this Root Onbu morph behind him. A quick look backwards made Kakashi's eyes widen at the specific way his hands were joined together, before Kakashi quickly replaced himself before being caught in the Root Onbu's Shintenshin no Jutsu. The Scarecrow Jonin took a while to collect his breathing, noticing that if he were 1 second later, he would be a goner at this point. Knowing that he was facing a member of the Yamanaka clan didn't make his job any easier. This guy could easily be on Inoiki's level of skill, meaning that Kakashi wouldn't be able to escape with his life, if caught. So, you're a Yamanaka? The Root Onbu only snorted. Knowing that won't make a difference. Now, prepare yourself. The Root Onbu used a quick shunshine and appeared right in front of Kakashi, before sword and kunai clashed once more. Kakashi used brunt force to gain momentum and forced the Root Onbu on the defensive, however Kakashi soon stopped his movement to strike and kill his foe, when he felt that something was off. Immediately backing away, trusting his experience, he observed as his foe suddenly transformed into a small wooden puppet with a cursed seal on its forehead. The real Root Onbu appeared, from Kakashi's back, walking like the fight had just begun. I had timed that perfectly. You should have hit me, why didn't you? Kakashi at this point was narrowing his eyes at this guy. The Scarecrow Jonin counted on 2 fingers, the foes who made him as uncomfortable as he is now. Mixing a cursed Fuinjutsu technique, using a puppet and timing it just right to capture any seasoned Jonin. So, Danzo had someone like this all along, huh? Remembering that he owed his adversary an answer, well, he just answered with a long series of hand seals, before gathering air inside his lungs. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. The fire meteor charged menacingly and bombarded the Root Onbu's location. I don't feel like giving you an answer. Suffice to say, though, I'm quite impressed. Just who are you, really? The Root Onbu then appeared from below ground, indicating an earth affinity, at the very least. I really have no name, Hatake Kakashi. At least, no name to give you, that is. Now, prepare to die. Kakashi just stared at the enemy, wondering what he was about to do, but strangely, he didn't do anything. Except that Kakashi's danger sense kept screaming for him to move, for some reason. He wasn't caught in a genjutsu, nor was he caught under that cursed seal's influence. So, why, what was he missing here? Unless, they were not alone in this fight. When Kakashi saw another Root Onbu with his fingers glowing in blue chakra, about to strike at him, Kakashi realized too late that he was caught in their trap. When a pillar of earth rose just behind Kakashi and the clear Hyuga member Root Onbu's glowing hand, Kakashi used this opportunity to dash away, just as Naruto appeared to attack this new foe. Let me deal with this guy, Kakashi, that was the Jukin just now. The Scarecrow Jonin looked at his former student and nodded, before turning to the foe that was waiting for him. For a moment there, Kakashi got scared at the amount of blood on Naruto's outfit, but clearly none of it was his own, but the enemy's. Thanks for the save, Naruto. A subtle nod was his answer, before Kakashi returned to his fight against the Yamanaka, while Naruto focused on his Hyuga opponent. Jiraiya's fight Jiraiya observed the Root Onbu in front of him. Usually, he would over-abuse the taunt strategy, but against a Root Onbu, that would get him nowhere. Going through the possible strategies in his mind, the Sannin went straight away with his long white hair, turning himself into a porcupine, turning his hair into senbone. The Root Onbu used his agility to evade the hair senbone, however Jiraiya noticed something interesting. Going with his guts, he dashed forward, with a formed Rasengan in hand and slammed it on the ground close to the Root Onbu officer, who jumped away from the path of destruction. Using shuriken and kunai, the Root Onbu kept Jiraiya at bay and got his answer. Ha, you prefer long range and keeping a distance, ha. Interesting for a Root Onbu. Jiraiya was about to push further, when he saw the Root Onbu gather what appeared to be a black substance in between his hands and threw it at his path. Jiraiya evaded it, before seeing the black substance slam on a pillar behind him and disintegrate it completely. Wow, that would have hurt quite a lot if it hit. What was that? The Root Onbu said nothing and this time advanced. Jiraiya used single-handed hand seals and gathered fire in his lungs. The contained fireball was met with that black substance from before and the fireball dissolved. The Root Onbu had quickly shortened the distance and Jiraiya noticed that the Root Onbu's skin wasn't white, black or even a mix in between, but purple. Going through hand seals, Jiraiya slammed his only hand on the ground. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall technique. The perverted Sannin used this momentum to go back and plan this fight accordingly, however, before he could have time to ponder, the earth wall slowly but surely disintegrated. His experienced eyes, however, saw the specific pattern in which the earth wall disintegrated. Being one of the oldest shinobi in Konoha still alive, Jiraiya has been into a great load of shinobi assignments with pretty much all of Konoha's shinobi clans. Even those who no longer existed. And the pattern in which the wall disintegrated, the answer was jumping on his face. Back when he was a jonin in Hiruzen's employ, there was this Aburame named Shikoro who specialized in a specific type of Kikaiku bug, known as Rinkaiku. Interesting to see Danzo having his hands on the Rinkaiku. I thought that this was a secret from the Aburame clan. That had the desired effect as at least the opponent stopped moving. The last guy I knew who used those was Shikoro. Are you related to him by chance? The Root Onbu at first didn't open his mouth, but Jiraiya was too experienced to see that he only needed a push. Well, Shikoro was quite the shinobi, you know? I would have thought that he would pass on his skills to his offspring, so looking at the Rinkaiku once more, I thought you were his son. Am I mistaken? Still nothing, and this time, Jiraiya went on for the jackpot. Although, Shikoro must be rolling in his grave if he knew his son had joined a murderer and a criminal like Danzo. You shall cease your mouth this instant, Gamma Sennin. Jiraiya smirked. Oh, he talks. I actually thought the bastard had rid you all of your own free will. The Root Onbu had advanced with great speed, but Jiraiya noticed tension in those movements. Immediately charging a Rasengan, Jiraiya used it against the Rinkaiku fist from the Root Onbu. The highly concentrated ball of energy was too much for the nano insects to disintegrate. The blast, resulting from the clash, ripped the Root Onbu's arm off. Jiraiya had to give it to the Root Onbu program, though, as he saw the Root Onbu not at all bothered about his arm blowing off. Still, the nano insects made him too much of a threat in close range. Using evasive maneuvers, Jiraiya created some distance and chose a different strategy here. Going through hand seals, just as the Root Onbu released the full wave of nano insects, Jiraiya focused on his chakra for the Kekai, Gamma Hyoro, barrier, Toad Gourd prison. The entire scenario shifted into an acid pool with chunks of gigantic insects. Jiraiya, then, kicked his sandals and the acid pool rose like a geyser, corroding the Root Onbu's nano insects entirely. The Root Onbu was surprised when a toad tongue trapped his body, before Jiraiya came flying and slammed a Rasengan on his stomach, sending the Root Onbu straight towards the acid pool. The perverted Sannin thought about removing the barrier technique before the enemy was killed, but this foe was far too dangerous to let live. Outside the base Shimura Danzo stood at a clearing close to the hidden entrance to the hidden Root Onbu headquarters. It was located a few kilometers away from Konoha, hence why no one has ever bothered to look. The grass danced to the cool wind temperatures at night, as the old warhawk looked up at the moon, wondering about the choices he had made in his life. Wondering about the ones that crossed paths with him once or twice. Wondering about those to whom he modeled his life. The Nidaime Hokage, Hiruzen, Kagami, his old team throughout the first Great Ninja War. An almost imperceptible shift in the wind allowed him to clear his throat and smile, before he turned. Took you long enough to come here. Naruto stood there, though with his breathing labored and his outfit filled with blood. Though, I'd say you don't appear ready to face me. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he eyed the man responsible. Both directly and indirectly responsible for his life shifting the way it did. Sorry it took so long to get here, that Hyuga that worked for you gave me quite a fight. Sealed a couple of my tenketsu, before he was killed. Danzo only smirked at that, while removing the arm he hid behind his robe. Naruto saw as Danzo slowly removed the pins from the metal gauntlet. I'm glad that he was able to keep you company for a while. Tokuma Hyuga was considered by his clan to possess one of the strongest Byakugan in his clan. Though, I take it that the better dojutsu won in the end. That only served to piss Naruto even further as he remembered just how the man in front of him treated his subjects. By this point, the gauntlet has fallen on the ground and Naruto eyed the strange arm, with a skin complexion different from the other. Though, before progressing with the fight that may or may not get him killed in the end, Naruto had to ask. Everyone in the Root Onbu base followed this man without a second thought, but, strangely so, the man wasn't even concerned about them, All he ever thought about was using them to fit his needs. Is everyone a mere tool to you in the end? The question really surprised Danzo for 1 second, but then he actually opened up a smile. Ha, for someone so skilled and blessed with good genetics, you certainly are quite naive, huh boy? Naruto narrowed his eyes at that, while the old warhawk explained. Shinobi are tools, every last one of them are tools for the leader to use at his own discretion. Thinking otherwise is quite foolish, and asking me that question just proves to me that you still have a lot of room to grow. If only, your potential wasn't wasted by the foolish god I'm Hokage, placing quite possibly the village's most powerful asset in a rescue team, when she should have used you as a power deterrent against the other villages, make them respect Konoha. Asset? Naruto's outburst was only met with a cold nod filled with indifference. Of course, you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and owner of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The amount of power you possess could easily make our enemies tremble. Imagine what I could do with you under my control. Naruto closed his eyes in fury, as his body trembled. When it opened, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in all its splendor, and Danzo took a step back. Because of your actions, Uchiha Itachi was forced into killing his entire family. Because of your actions, Uchiha Itachi had to kill his heart and traumatize his little brother. Because of your actions, Itachi ended up attacking me. Danzo was surprised at the revelations being spilled by Naruto. Not only your actions against Itachi, but your dealings with the other villages, with the Snake Sanin, even Akatsuki at one point. Danzo's only visible eye opened up at this point as the pieces of the puzzle as to how Tsunade came to act against him had finally revealed itself. I see, so, Itachi had told you, but as to how you knew about the rest, it's truly an enigma. Naruto smiled at that. The fact that you consider your subordinates as mere tools, perhaps you couldn't care less if one of them is missing. The subordinate codenamed Sai, for instance, ring any bells? Yeah, that seal you place in your tool's tongue to forbid them from speaking doesn't much work on the mind. The Sharingan allows me to overthrow your seal command and convince him to talk. Shame that he didn't survive, afterward, so I guess your seal worked in that regard, at least. The old war hawk kept it to himself for a while, as he remembered the operative Naruto mentioned. Well, when a tool loses its purpose, it's no longer useful to me, isn't it? Now, I believe we're done talking. Danzo said, before going through hand seals and dashed straight towards Naruto with his strange arm, aiming for a punch. However, for the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was all moved in slow motion as Naruto dodged the punch and aimed a sidekick straight at Danzo's chest, sending him flying. Naruto was about to follow on his attack, when he looked closer at the arm that Danzo had shown before. Before, he wasn't much focused on it, but now he looked closer and realized, much to his horror, that the arm was filled with Sharingan eyes, all alive and swirling as if it still belonged to someone still alive. You truly are sick in the head, Danzo, Naruto said, before going through hand seals. Katen, Shiroi Hidan, fire release, white fire projectile technique. Danzo saw the bright white fire projectile and went through seals of his own, gathering a typhoon of wind around him to protect him from the blast. Naruto didn't wait for the man to recuperate and used a shunshine to stand closer, while already holding his sword. Danzo saw him moving and instantly got into position, this time holding a wind chakra-laced kunai that looked like a sword. With it, Naruto and Danzo danced in a kenjutsu fight, and Naruto wondered why he was following his every move. No wait, he wasn't following Naruto's move, he was anticipating it. Focusing chakra through the sword to harden it against Danzo's wind sword, Naruto looked at the other eye, hidden by bandages. You have implanted a Sharingan as well? Danzo didn't even dignify with a response, before the bandage got loose, revealing a full-fledged 3 Tomoe Sharingan eye spinning. Danzo, then, used fast speeds to get within Naruto's defense and pierced his chest with his wind sword. The look of shock in Naruto's place was replaced by a body full of crows as Danzo looked around, snarling. Itachi then appeared, staring deeply at him, and Danzo had to fight his own chakra to recover from the genjutsu. Still, he was able to in the end, but his reward was an Udama Rasengan straight at his chest. The swirling ball of energy slammed straight on Danzo and sent him flying towards the nearby forest. Naruto allowed himself to breathe easier, before he had to duck a few wind-laced shuriken from slashing his body in half as Danzo appeared directly behind him, completely unharmed from perhaps the strongest close-range attack he had in his arsenal. His Sharingan would have perceived something if Danzo had escaped his Rasengan, he didn't. Naruto also wasn't under a genjutsu. Keeping that to himself, Naruto's sword glistened under the moonlight as he moved in different directions to advance towards Danzo. The War Hawk then went through hand seals to stop Naruto's movements, before gathering air inside his lungs. Fuuten, Shinkigyoku, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Naruto saw the fast-moving and precise attacks and managed to dodge. While advancing, so Danzo redirected his attack towards the ground to lift up a dust cloud to obscure his movements. Still, it wasn't enough as Naruto slashed the dust cloud and almost reached for Danzo's neck. Still, it was enough for him to once more use his wind-style lace chakra sword and pierce Naruto's chest with it. The Sharingan wielder used a replacement and appeared behind Danzo, before going through hand seals. Doten Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears Technique. Danzo's body turned into a bloody pincushion, before his body vanished as if he was never there. Following the chakra that appeared a few meters to his right, Naruto once more saw Danzo completely unharmed. As I expected, you are quite skilled, Naruto-kun, too bad it isn't enough to defeat me. Danzo commented, thrilled at seeing Naruto's irate visage. I don't know how you are doing this, so I will have to kill you over and over again. Naruto screamed as he focused chakra through his eyes, making Danzo's eyes widen as his body was suddenly engulfed by the black flames of Amaterasu. Once more, Danzo appeared in a different location, completely unharmed, but Naruto noticed the enemy's chakra diminishing. Whatever it is that he's doing, he can't be doing this forever. Going through hand seals, Naruto slammed both hands on the ground and Danzo observed it unfold. However, much to his surprise, a sudden pillar of lava erupted behind him and made him snarl before the wave of magma engulfed his body completely, turning his body to a skeleton. Just like before, another Danzo appeared by Naruto's side, looking just like before. And you are able to use lava ninjutsu as well, quite a marvelous asset indeed, Naruto-kun. The Sharingan wielder stood in position, not at all bothered to look that from the 10 Sharingan eyes in Danzo's arm, only 5 remained. If you are wondering if I can tire, Danzo, you're sadly mistaken. Snorting, Danzo merely formed a ram sign and released whatever technique it was that he was doing. Yes, indeed. Trying to tire a Jinchuriki out, what was I thinking? Naruto was about to comment, when all of a sudden, he felt his body stiff for some unknown reason. As he looked straight at Danzo's Sharingan eye, he noticed that it shifted form to reveal a sudden Mangekyo Sharingan as well. When Shisui came to me with his plan to stop the Uchiha Clan coup, he had explained to me about the power of his own Mangenkyo Sharingan called Kotoamatsukami. You can't hope to fight me in this, Naruto. As of right now, you shall be under my direct control. Naruto wanted to negate the man's words, but he found he couldn't. His body was non-responsive and his mind drew a blank. Danzo allowed himself some time to save some chakra as his eyes looked at Naruto. Perhaps I had lost root, but at least Tsunade had given me the most powerful tool to use. Wah! Danzo then wondered what was going on from Naruto's body. A flock of crows that hovered above their heads emerged. The sky turned red as the crows circulated around the two fighters, until one specific crow landed on Naruto's shoulder. Danzo stiffened as soon as he saw, much to his surprise, that one of the crow's eyes had a Sharingan eye, the same shape from the one that Shisui had. The crow had burst into flames with Shisui's eyes, but not before it was being used straight towards Danzo's eye, nullifying Danzo's Kotoamatsukami. Naruto, this time, felt his body moving once more. And looked at the crow bursting on fire and Danzo holding his bleeding eyes. How? Naruto eyed Danzo's outburst. You couldn't possibly prepare yourself against Shisui's Sharingan. Just no, Itachi. Naruto wondered about that, himself. He then remembered when Itachi said in his mind that he had Shisui's eye to use in case it was necessary. The Sharingan wielder couldn't help but bow in even deeper respect towards the elder Uchiha. If possible, he managed to plan Kami knows how many steps ahead. Well, Naruto wasn't about to stop and move to attack Danzo once more, piercing his stomach with his sword. However, just like before, Danzo vanished and appeared further away. However, his right eye was bleeding profusely and his chakra was even lower than before. I remember Itachi telling me great things about Uchiha Shisui, Danzo. And you using his eyes to try and attempt to control me only served to piss me off. Danzo then noticed as Naruto focused chakra through both eyes as Itachi's Susano skeleton formed around him. Before Danzo could move, his body had received a strong punch from Susano, breaking enough bones to kill. And just like before, Danzo had vanished, appearing behind Naruto, attempting to use his wind techniques, but to no avail. He could feel his chakra levels quite low and he realized that he only had a few tools left to use. Naruto saw as the man's arm started trembling as Danzo molded enough chakra, while doing hand seals. Mukuten Haijutsu, Jukai Katan, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. From within the dense foliage, Naruto saw as many tree logs appeared and went straight towards him. His surprise at Danzo somehow using wood release techniques was short-lived as Naruto went through hand seals of his own, before gathering chakra inside his lungs, enough to withstand this mighty technique from the past and use one of his own. Kaden, Guka Mekiyaku, fire release, great fire annihilation. The torrential flame beam met against Danzo's range of tree technique and a mighty explosion rocked the area, as Danzo saw Naruto's technique overpower his own. He snarled as he could feel his chakra diminishing even more, forcing him to abandon the technique and had to use the Uchiha's forbidden technique Izanagi to escape Naruto's fire inferno from reaching him. He was successful, though right after appearing in another location, Danzo suddenly doubled in pain as his arm started acting up. Naruto noticed that the man right now had almost zero chakra to use at this point. Danzo, for his part, knew that he just couldn't use the arm anymore from the risk of Hashirama's cells taking too much of a toll on his body. The old war hawk noticed that Naruto just wasn't interested in giving him much room for breathing and sent another fire attack at him, forcing Danzo to use the last remaining eye on his arm. Well, it seems you are finally at the end of your chakra, Danzo. At this point, it became clear to him that his time was finally coming to an end. So it seems, ha, ha. Danzo replied, in between lack of breath and spilling tons of blood. It appears that Konoha has made a wrong choice in the end, though, I shan't be alive to see it. Naruto maintained his distance as Danzo talked. Without me, without Root to maintain the peace from the shadows, Konoha shall soon crumble into dust. It was us who kept the leaf superiority this entire time. Killing adversaries before they could grow to become a threat, everything I did was foremost in Konoha's best interests. Surprisingly so. Danzo looked up as he saw Naruto. I believe you. Goodbye, Danzo, Naruto said, before going through hand seals. At the fire capital At the fire capital, Genma's team appeared inside the daimyo's castle and met up with the ninja monk and head of security Kairiku. Itsuko, Kasumi and Genma then combined a special infiltration assignment to invade one of the daimyo's counselors to arrest him, based on evidence that he had been Danzo's mole inside the castle this entire time. Of course, the counselor had contingencies in place, in the presence of a full Root Onbu team, in case someone found out. The team from Konoha was ready, but Kairiku soon showed everyone that ninja monks were not to be played with, handling half the team by himself, leaving Genma's crew to deal with the other two. Inside the counselor's house, there were secret papers that came from the daimyo's office, which the counselor would send straight to Danzo's knowledge, so that he could use it as leverage against both the daimyo and even the Hokage. Trade routes that benefit Fire Country were sometimes targeted by Danzo to force the daimyo's hand into hiring Konoha's services. Even placing fake criminals from other countries' employment to make it look like another country was interfering with Fire Country's economy. The daimyo just observed as Kairiku escorted the arrested counselor, before he turned to Genma, the leader of the mission. Please extend the Hokage my appreciation for her help. Genma bowed in respect to the Fire Country's leader, before turning to Kasumi and Itsuko who were waiting for their orders now. In Konoha . Everything happened in less than 10 minutes as Uzumaki Naruto's, Uchiha Sasuke's, and Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan eyes watched Shimura Danzo's body melt under the stream of hot lava. The others soon joined his back, all of them quite injured, but otherwise fine. Toro was helping Yamato stand, while Asuma was checking on Kakashi's injuries sustained after his fight with the Yamanaka Root Onbu. Jiraiya, for his part, observed the scene and stepped forward to place a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulders. The Sharingan wielder just couldn't avert his eyes away as he wanted to register it until it was done. He wanted to register this closing chapter in his life, which would finally allow himself and his mind a proper rest, now that he managed to avenge the deaths of Sasuke and Itachi as well as the old Uzumaki Naruto. The one he would have become, if Danzo hadn't done what he did, forcing Itachi's hand and making him the criminal. Jiraiya, after a moment, realized that the kid needed his time alone and looked back to Kakashi, Asuma, and Tora. Those three were the closest to Naruto, so they could keep him company. He needed to report everything to Tsunade. Next day . As it was a SS-ranked assignment, there was no record of what happened. At least, no public record, that is. Only the Hokage, the daimyo, its counselors and the mission participants became aware of it. As such, Senju Tsunade now stood with her arms crossed, overlooking her regular Anbu force recovering the dead Root Anbu on the ground, while the two elders and Shizune looked around frantically, trying to make sense of everything. The Hokage, from the outside, looked distraught at the existence of such a force hidden below ground, while on the inside, visibly relieved that those whom she selected managed to come out unscathed from this mess. And observing the damage, she was expecting that at least one or two would end up killed in the process. Tsunade, this is a tragedy. If this leaks out to the public, who knows what the consequences will be. The Hokage turned to her advisors and Shizune. I concur with Counselor Homura, which is why as of now this shall be labeled an S-ranked secret, punishable by death. My Anbu shall conduct a thorough investigation here, but these grounds are officially locked up by my decree. Both counselors couldn't find anything to refute her order, as both looked around for some time, before dismissing themselves. Both Tsunade and Shizune heard the elders conversing as to Danzo's machinations without their knowledge. Tsunade, for her part, was at least appreciative of Danzo for burning all documentation he had in his office. While making sure that securing it all was adamant, destroying it all at least allowed the truth of Danzo's dirty schemes around the elemental nations to burn along with him. Hell, the description of the man's death by Naruto's lava stream technique was vivid enough in her mind. At least, this way, Konoha is no longer in risk of receiving the other village's wrath, which would have happened, had the truth came into light, before she could contain it. Okay, Shizune. The woman in question turned to see her leader. Please take the bodies back to the morgue for our analysis, yours and my eyes only, I shall return to my office. The assistant nodded solemnly, as she saw the Anbu personnel place the bodies inside the bags for later study. At the Uchiha compound Inside the Uchiha compound, one Uzumaki Naruto stood there, just staring at the empty compound grounds. Ever since he remembered himself, this place had assaulted his dreams. Seeing and hearing the noise of Itachi's sword piercing and slashing flesh, followed by his monotone and detached tone of voice as he killed every last member of his clan. Every time he closed his eyes, the images would come back and transport him back to that fateful day. His mind wasn't registering the smooth sounds of the tiny bamboo waterfall and the carps jumping beautifully from the water. He wasn't also registering the beautiful sunlight that graced the now empty compound with its presence. Only his legs walked on their own, taking him towards the house where the Uchiha brothers once lived, happily with their parents. His eyes then widened slightly as he saw both Itachi and Sasuke inside the house, playing together and laughing together. Naruto permitted himself this very sight, since this place always brought nothing but nightmares to him. It didn't take very long before the scene morphed to Itachi carrying a young Sasuke on his back as both walked away from Naruto, before they stopped and looked back to the one who managed to avenge them, the one who avenged the clan. Both Itachi and Sasuke had a peaceful smile on their faces as they both nodded to Naruto, before Itachi walked away once more, carrying Sasuke on his shoulders. Ready to go, Naruto-kun? He then turned to see his friends, comrades, and girlfriend as Itsuko, Kasumi, Kakashi, Genma and Asuma stood there, waiting for him to say his last goodbyes to the two people who, both directly and indirectly, changed his life. With a relieved smile, Naruto allowed himself one more look at Itachi and Sasuke's direction, before turning back and walking casually towards his peers. For a long time, he was driven by thoughts of vengeance and now, perhaps, he could allow himself a small measure of peace. Chapter 29, Red Clouds on the Move. News traveled fast after what happened in Konoha, despite Jiraiya's humongous efforts to run damage control. It was indeed a blessing that Danzo had opted to destroy all records of his organization's actions throughout the elemental nations, or else Tsunade would have quite the headache having to explain everything to her fellow Hokages and even some of the feudal lords. However, it's not to say that the village came out unscathed in this mess called Shimura Danzo. The very next day, without route to run their usual shadow missions, there were many skirmishes reported around Fire Country that Tsunade had to coordinate a response to. The usual Root Anbu operatives were handed over to her regular Anbu forces to whittle out the ones heavily loyal to Danzo and those who were merely there, because of the old Warhawk's control, which later was revealed just how the man kept his subordinates in line. Appalling methods of servitude, quite cruel indeed, effective, but cruel. Still, it took some time for Tsunade to handle the backlash and resume some level of control over the security of the areas near Konoha and even in the rest of Fire Country, as the Fire Daimyo, cowardly, basically delegated the country's security to Konoha. While the hidden village had performed some assignments for the Fire Lord's benefit, usually the country's overall security was handled by the capital. Of course, the funds kept coming, so that was one less headache to deal with, and it kept her shinobi quite busy with quick C and even B ranked assignments here and there. For the leader of the village, everything resulted in one forceful migraine most days afterward that was doused with heavy doses of sake and her cursing both Naruto and Jiraiya's very existence. It was already late at night and Shizune had to control herself from sighing at the umpteenth time that she had to handle a drunk Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, please, we are almost done here, just a few more reports you have to check." Tsunade responded the usual way, waving her one hand haphazardly and holding her sake with the other. "Ah, just leave me alone Shizune, I will take a look at it tomorrow." The black-haired woman loved Tsunade to death, hence why she had been with her since the tragedy that happened with her uncle and Tsunade's fiancé. But sometimes, just sometimes, Shizune just imagined Tsunade choking on a bottle of sake and passing out from the lack of air for a minute or two. Though that particular thought comes and goes, her never-ending patience supersedes and allows Shizune a couple of more minutes of fortitude to handle the Sannin Hokage. Tomorrow, more reports will come and it will only pile on. We had discussed this many times. Her eyebrows ticked at the groan that escaped from Tsunade's throat. "Ha, if I knew you'd be this nagging, I would have assigned you some days off, geez." Despite the verbal fight, Tsunade stamped the last report of the night, before Shizune gathered all with a relaxed sigh, knowing the job was done for the night. However, "Wait, you just called me nagging, Tsunade-sama, I don't nag." Shizune's complaint was quite humorous and Itsuko, being a part of the Anbu detail in Tsunade's protection that night, couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Her filling extra hours allowed her and Naruto-kun some nice vacation time by this very time tomorrow. Of course, considering her status as an Anbu and her boyfriend an important member of the Hokage's rescue unit, the most time they were able to get was a couple of days, and even then, there was the possibility of cutting it short in case of an emergency. Tsunade, for her part, just showed a thin-lined smile with her eyes closed and a saucer of sake on her hand as she commented. "Sure, you do, good luck catching a man with that attitude." Shizune gagged at that comment, while Tsunade messily got up from her chair, heavily intoxicated by the amount of alcohol in her system. "Oh, and where do you think you're going?" Tsunade's eyes of derision and laughter only served to infuriate Shizune further, as she obviously didn't even know she was doing it yet again. "To a nice little bar, where else? It's not like I had enough, yet." Shizune deflated at that, knowing that her job still wasn't over for the night, having to babysit her boss. However, her luck improved by a great margin, when a figure walked inside. "Ho, Tsunade, still drinking I see, how's it going Shizune?" Jiraiya came inside the office with his usual grin, though he found it strange when Shizune pushed Tsunade towards him with a beaming look on her face. "Jiraiya-sama, how glad am I that you're here." Tsunade-sama was just on her way for some drinks and she could use the company. "Bye." The inebriated Tsunade just went with the flow of the push, while Jiraiya tried catching her with his only arm, while watching Shizune just walk away, not even knowing if he was there for something else instead. The perverted Sannin just sweat dropped as the brunette medic was gone before he could ask anything. Then, looking at his teammate, Jiraiya deflated, seeing as he was tagged with the mission of keeping her company for the night. The Anbu detail had already bolted from the office at this point, as another team would be responsible for following the Hokage around the village. Itsuko was already on her way towards Naruto's home to join in with him for some nice rest and recovery, as tomorrow they had some packing to do. At the bar . Contrary to what Jiraiya thought, Tsunade's behavior became more sobered once they reached the bar. It's not to say that they had forgotten the usual sake bottle, but at least now they ordered some dinner as well. And with food in her stomach, the liquor had less of an effect on her overall state, allowing Jiraiya to at least discuss what he actually came to discuss, while in Konoha. That being, of course, Akatsuki and surprisingly so, Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin had been quite absent these last few years, after the sand/sound invasion and with Danzo's mission. The perverted Sannin took the blame for not focusing much on his former teammate. His regret allowed Orochimaru to pretty much do his own bidding, unimpeded. Even if Jiraiya couldn't do much to stop it, it doesn't take away the guilt. "So, you're saying that Orochimaru had succeeded in taking over someone's body, then?" Jiraiya nodded, while looking down at his sake saucer. "Yeah, and the news isn't pretty, Tsunade, he didn't possess just anyone." Her eyes were now focused as Jiraiya's serious tone reached her ears. "One of the members of his crew is the last living member of the Kaguya clan." "Don't tell me." The perverted Sannin nodded at Tsunade's look of surprise. "Indeed, Orochimaru on his own is already an S-ranked shinobi. To top it all off, he now has control over the clan's bone manipulation and the most fearsome taijutsu techniques known in the elemental nations. Tsunade then massaged her forehead, while pondering for a while. She knew a thing or two about the Kaguya clan. Angry maniacs, the lot of them, with many clansmen dying by the members' own hands on most occasions. However, she also knew that a few members of the clan, at least those who didn't die on the field or by the clan's own hands, ended up perishing because of a fatal disease, which, according to not proven assumptions, usually came with the Kekkei Genkai. However, Orochimaru had proven himself quite the scholar, even if he wasn't a medic nin, and Tsunade remembered that he had a sidekick that has proven to be quite skilled in the medical field as well. That's troubling news, indeed, though I can't tell which foe to choose from, Jiraiya, Orochimaru or Akatsuki? The Gamma Sennin concurred. It was indeed tough to choose which was worst, though considering that Orochimaru was a member of the Akatsuki and was kicked out, made Jiraiya believe that perhaps the Snake Sannin would enjoy going against the organization, or at least not stand in Konoha's way as they tried dealing with the S-ranked members wearing black robes with red clouds. Has Kakashi returned yet from his reconnaissance mission I sent him to? Tsunade nodded as she accepted a tray of chicken breasts. His report was the only one she was interested in reading tonight. He has, and you were right, the same two-man team appearing in 7 different locations in 5 neighboring lands. They had yet to cross Fire Country, but it's only a matter of time. Jiraiya was afraid of that. If Akatsuki is coming to Fire Country, then that means that they are gunning for Naruto. After Itachi's defeat, the organization went dead silent. Now, they are on the move, and not only Naruto is, but the rest of the Jinchuriki, in danger as well. Pretty soon, his spies will report the captures of the other Jinchuriki, one by one. What irked him, as well, was that so far he didn't know about the identity of these 2 new members. Do you think he's ready, Jiraiya? The perverted Sannin realized that he was caught thinking and turned to look at his teammates' worried eyes. Skill-wise, I believe so. However, Akatsuki works in pairs, Tsunade. In a one-on-one fight, he would have better odds, like his fight against Sasori. Danzo was not aiming to kill him, but rather to subjugate and have the Fox and the Mangekyo Sharingan to himself. If he were, Naruto's fight would have been harder. The medic Hokage shivered at the memory. Just the mere thought of Danzo using Uchiha Shisui to control Naruto was enough to send anyone over the edge. That man's machinations truly knew no boundaries, and if it weren't for Itachi's thinking ahead, then they would have lost and Danzo would surely take control of Naruto. However, at least, that fear is history now. What's important now is what shall we do with Akatsuki being in Fire Country, Tsunade? The Hokage merely acknowledged the situation, while Jiraiya continued. We can't afford to wait for them to come here. At the very least, we need to keep track of their whereabouts and perhaps engage. At that, the woman snorted. At this moment, nothing short of the elite Jonin we have that can hope to make a stand against Akatsuki. Sending regular scouting teams would be just sending them to the slaughter, Jiraiya. The pervert smiled, already seeing the wheels inside his teammates' head work. True, but at the same time, letting them walk around unimpeded is ill-advised. I have a plan already in motion, and Shizune is going to work on it by tomorrow. Though I can't state that there won't be casualties, at least the leaders shall know what to do in case one of them finds Akatsuki. Oh, how many teams are we talking about? 8 or 10 teams, composed of a Jonin and 3 Chonin. Jiraiya hummed in wonder, considering everything. Shikaku has devised the teams and the areas they shall cover, allowing us to scout all of Fire Country in the span of 2 or 3 days. The perverted Sannin scratched his chin with a knowing smile, not finding any flaws with that plan. Of course, he would be hard-pressed to find a loophole when it comes to Nara Shikaku, the Jonin commander and perhaps the most intelligent man he knew. Well, then, at least we can start getting ahead of them, for once. Tsunade nodded, as the 2 Sannin teammates continued their chat. Do you think it's wise to let Naruto travel now of all times, though? Tsunade's heavy sigh was answer enough. No, I do not. But, considering who he is and what he represents, I just don't think he's ever going to have a breathing moment. The Sharingan alone places a lot of stress on the mind, and Naruto has been through a lot, already. Still overprotective of the lad, I see. Tsunade snarled at the comment, before Jiraiya smiled. I am as well, and indeed, the mind must be taken care of, just like the body sometimes. At least, he won't be alone. Worst comes to worst, he has his summons, who could provide cover for him, better than any security detail we could provide for him. Jiraiya saw firsthand how vicious the Tiger Summons can be, in their mission to rid Konoha of the Root Onbu division. While neither of them grew to become giant fighters like the Toads, that didn't mean that they were any less dangerous. So, Jiraiya had faith that at least the kid would be safe until they returned from their little trip. Next day The next day, Izumo and Kotetsu were stuck with guard duty for the meantime. Just this morning, the two had sent their farewells to Itsuko and Naruto, followed by a large group of orphans and a large group of Tiger Summons to escort them towards a Nisen that Itsuko knew, close to the border between Wave and Fire Country. They had to spend a lot of their savings to fund the trip for the orphans, but it was worth every penny to see their happy faces, chatting, having fun and at least getting to know them anywhere but Konoha. After Danzo's situation, Itsuko and Kasumi had discussed that it would be nice for Naruto to have this little time away from his duties. The Hokage was reluctant at first to agree, but she understood better than most how damaging it is to one's mind to keep on going without periods of rest and recovery. Izumo and Kotetsu had even teased Itsuko repeatedly to see her in casual clothing, instead of the usual Onbu gear, composed of a long purple skirt, white long-sleeve buttoned shirt and long leather boots, of course with a long katana strapped to her waist. Naruto, for his part, dressed in jounin black style pants and a clean gray shirt with bent sleeves. While his sword wasn't visible, it didn't mean it wasn't with him. After that, nothing else of interest happened and the two Chunin were quickly dozing off. However, Izumo soon noticed when someone appeared on the horizon, running fast. When said person approached, it became clear that it was one of the shinobi monks from the Fire Temple. At the Hokage's office . Said ninja monk was soon taken to talk to the Hokage in her office, together with Shizune and Jiraiya. The ninja monk had a big scar on his head, but aside from that, he both dressed and looked just like the other residents at the temple. What he had to report, however, caught both Tsunade and Jiraiya by surprise. So, they even got Kairiku, huh? Tsunade's overall comment as she eyed the kneeling member of the Fire Temple nod in exasperation. It caught them by surprise, since Kairiku was supposed to be at the Fire Capital, running the Fire Lord's security. Aside from that, whoever did this, destroyed the Fire Temple and killed everyone in there. I was out on patrol. By the time I arrived, it was too late. Kairiku-sama happened to be there for a quick meeting with the head monk. Most likely, it was Akatsuki. Shizune commented. They are probably going one by one to locations in the Land of Fire. Jiraiya nodded and then turned to Tsunade as both nodded. Shizune, we won't let them free reign in Fire Country. Gather the teams, immediately. The brunette medic nodded and ran along to call the teams as per Shikaku's plan. Meanwhile, Jiraiya figured that Tsunade had everything in control, so he opted to leave the premises for the time being. He had other businesses to sort, after all, namely keeping tabs with Akatsuki's target. No matter if Naruto had Itsuko and the Tigers, when it comes to Akatsuki, they could never be too careful. With Naruto . One Uzumaki Naruto chose to simply take a quiet seat on a bench close to the hotel they were staying at as he quietly and peacefully observed Itsuko and little Misao having fun together with the group of children from the orphanage. The weather close to the shore was nothing but peaceful with gentle ocean breeze and clear skies. This was perhaps the first time he has ever taken time off from either training or going on missions. The concept of a vacation was truly alien to him, but he found himself quite enjoying some peace and quiet for once, no training, no missions to go to, no one that needed saving, just plain old rest and recovery moment, with nothing to do except to relax and free up his mind. Of course, that was easier said than done, for one who has the accursed Sharingan dojutsu. Still, as he quickly learned to do, the Sharingan can also imprint joyful memories in his brain, memories of his girlfriend peacefully sleeping, of the mock-angered look in Kasumi's face when Kakashi does something wrong just to spite her, and now seeing the orphan kids playing and laughing with one another, thanks to his and Itsuko's efforts. Hopefully, those memories shall be imprinted in his mind, forever. What are you thinking about, Naruto-kun? The blonde looked up to his girlfriend approaching and the ray of sunlight illuminated the bang that fell over her forehead. Just appreciating the sight of them enjoying themselves and you as well, apparently. Itsuko smiled and took a seat next to him, as she shared the view. It's a nice view, indeed. She smiled when she turned and saw it. It's quite a view to see you smiling so peacefully. Something that she had noticed right after the Danzo removal assignment, how his shoulders were much looser than before. Yeah, the torment in my mind, the nightmares of the Uchiha Massacre no longer haunts me to sleep. It's like the Sasuke and Itachi inside of me became vindicated and were allowed to move on, if that makes any sense to you. That last part came with humorous laughter and Itsuko joined in with a nod. It does, thanks to you, their spirits can now finally rest. And I hope you get some rest as well. If only that was possible. The Anbu knew that his life wouldn't get any easier, despite Danzo no longer being a threat. As a Jinchuriki, her boyfriend is still targeted by the strongest nuke nins in existence, but she at least has faith they will manage to get through this together. Hey, please don't lose that smile, at least not for the duration of this trip. He looked sideways at Itsuko as she turned to the orphans this time, though her hand remained on his thigh. For now, let us forget the troubles at home and just enjoy the now. I happen to know that little Misao wouldn't want to see her big brother sad. Naruto chuckled as he eyed the black-haired girl who was trying to keep the others in line, however she was failing miserably. Right now, she was about 6 years old and already begging the orphanage matrons to enlist her into the academy to start her kunoichi classes. Seeing everything unfold, the kids playing, Misao complaining to them, Itsuko laughing at their antics, if Naruto ever wanted a full picture, he wouldn't be able to find a better one than this for his Sharingan to record. Thank you, for everything. Itsuko turned to see that serene smile once more and nodded with a smile of her own, before cuddling close to him. Always. After playtime was over, it was dinner time for everyone and everyone was treated to a full banquet, before going to sleep, quite satisfied. The couple also got to put on some silk robes and share a pleasant slumber together. Naruto allowed himself one last look outside, knowing that any time now they would go back to their routine, but at least for now he could allow himself to forget about it all. Outside their room, a small green toad was watching the scene and inside the toad, one Jiraiya was as well, with a smile on his face, despite the looming situation they were about to get in. With Asuma and Shikamaru . One of the teams happened to be composed of Naruto's former team, with Nara Shikamaru acting in Naruto's place. Tsunade had used this formation many times in the past and she didn't see any reason to disband them. The team vanished quickly towards the assigned gate, but not before Asuma stopped by the roof close to Kurenai's apartment, while taking a cigarette from the packet and lighting it. Seeing the beautiful Ravenette Jonin inside her apartment, casually reading a book, calmed his nerves. Still, Asuma reacted quite strongly when he heard of Kairiku's death. The man who became more like a brother in arms to the Sarutobi heir, while they acted together to protect the Fire Lord. For him to be defeated, sounded alien to Asuma. Asuma-sensei, shall we go? Asuma hummed, before releasing the gathered smoke from his lungs. Yep, let's go. Team Asuma then vanished, just as Kurenai turned her attention from her book and looked at the window, only to see nothing out there. For some reason, though, a slight chill crawled up her spine. Omen? Kurenai was experienced enough to understand that this feeling was not new. She had lost her fair share of loved ones throughout her experience as a kunoichi and couldn't help but wonder what would happen. However, all she could do right now was pray and hope that whatever that feeling wasn't what she was dreading it would happen. With Team Asuma, the Inoshika Cho-Cho-Nin team were flying through the trees, while waiting for Asuma's directive. Shikamaru, though, caught on quickly considering his geography knowledge. So, we are heading straight to the Fire Temple, then. Asuma hummed, not overly surprised. Yes, we can track their possible steps from there. At the Fire Temple . In little less than half an hour, the team arrived at the stairs that led to the now in ruins Fire Temple. Once there, they had met with the Fire Temple's head monk and saw by themselves the carnage to the place and the amount of caskets lined up, Akatsuki's victims. Kami, this is awful. Ino was frantically placing both her hands to cover her mouth. Kuji was sweating at the never-ending number of caskets. Shikamaru, for his turn, was looking straight at Asuma, who then turned to the head monk as well as the head monk's aide. Where is Kairiku's casket? The monk looked down in sadness, just like the head monk. Actually, we have been unable to find Lord Kairiku's remains. Asuma and Shikamaru looked at one another at that precise information. For what reason could Akatsuki want the body of a ninja monk? Normally, shinobi villages are interested in collecting the bodies of powerful shinobi from other villages, in order to research their skills, in hopes of using it against said village. However, Akatsuki had never shown any sort of inclination towards that interest. They were composed of S-rank missing nin. Why would they be interested in carrying his body around? Shikamaru turned to Kuji's question and pondered. If they are not interested in the body for research purposes, then there's only one more reason for them to still be carrying the body, instead of disposing of it. Asuma hummed in compliance. For the bounty, then. Shikamaru nodded, before pulling the bingo book for the price. It makes sense that a rogue organization is also in need of funds. It seems there's a bounty of 30 million for Kairiku's head. Ino then turned to Asuma. So, if they are carrying the body, then they must be heading to a bounty's office to collect the reward. Asuma concurred and turned to Shikamaru. Shika, do you know the location of the bounty's offices in Fire Country? The Nara genius nodded and opened up a book with the record of bounty offices around the country. There are 5 offices in total, around Fire Country, Asuma-sensei. Okay, Ino, send a message to the other teams to check on them. We shall choose one and check it out. The Yamanaka heir nodded and placed the now gathered intel inside a scroll, attached to 5 white doves that spread in different directions, towards the other teams and one who went straight to the Hokage for the updated info. Asuma urged everyone to leave immediately, but not before the head monk offered a prayer for them, since they were about to engage in a fearsome battle once more. After receiving the prayer, Team Asuma vanished once more. Near the bounty office . The information reached the other teams quickly and each of them chose a different bounty's office to check them out. However, the teams found nothing of mention, despite finding built structures meant for a bounty's office. While neither found the presence of Akatsuki, it did not mean that they wouldn't come here eventually, so the teams opted to be positioned into key locations around the bounty offices, in case they spotted the enemy's approach. Team Asuma, for his part, soon reached one of the bounty offices, located in a desolate place. An abandoned selection of small shops from the looks of things, surrounded by energy cable towers and a large street path. Asuma was at this point hiding behind a thick tree as his eyes spotted a lone figure, taking a seat on some stairs. His eyes could figure the foe's black clothes with red clouds. Collecting his breath, he then turned to his team and signaled them to move further, in order to try and identify the enemy. Asuma didn't need to check on his teammates to see where they were positioned. He just moved ahead and tried to gain more information about the Akatsuki member sitting on the stairs. As soon as he stepped foot on top of the rooftop just above the stairs, saw the foe more clearly. Gray hair, nonchalant, complaining to whoever wanted to hear about a guy named Kakuzu, there was a tri-bladed scythe strapped to his back, a strange weapon for a shinobi to use. Still, for an S-rank shinobi, Asuma surely wondered why the nonchalant attitude. There was simply no concern from this guy regarding his surroundings. For instance, Asuma could attack him with plenty of different strategies and this guy wouldn't know any better. Oi, Kakuzu, what's taking you so long? Damn it, counting money, still. I'm getting quite bored, over here. Asuma had to control himself from snorting at this buffoon. However, Kairiku fell victim to this foe, so either Asuma was seriously underestimating the enemy or this Kakuzu foe actually did all the work against the ninja monk. Asuma saw Shikamaru, Ino and Kuji position themselves in different places, when the door opened and steps were heard. About time, you finished, geez, why bother about money, anyhow? The foe grunted and Asuma now took a good look at the new arrival. Contrary to the gray-haired guy, this guy had definitely earned the status of S-rank shinobi. We went through this again and again, Hidan. Now, let's go. Kakuzu made one step forward and stopped. Asuma had less than a second to get the hell away from his hiding position, before this foe Kakuzu appeared next to him with his arm turned black and smashed the building into pieces. Asuma soon stood in front of the two enemies, while the man named Hidan smirked. Oh, so Konoha decided to come hunting after us. Quite entertaining for me, you shall provide a nice sacrifice for Lord Jashin, you heretic. Asuma cursed himself for being sloppy. Right now, he couldn't afford to engage these two. Asuma Sarutobi. The smoking Jonin looked surprised at being recognized. Well, how lucky am I to see you here, your bounty is higher than the monk. Hidan snorted as he released the scythe from his back. Geez, quit it Kakuzu, with that bounty crap. He shall be mine to sacrifice. Kakuzu wasn't interested, however. You be quiet, Hidan. Asuma instantly signaled the rest to attack at the same time. Hidan and Kakuzu then saw a giant boulder-like projectile rolling towards them at high speeds, before they evaded. Shikamaru's shadow extended at almost the same time they tried landing on the ground, but Hidan used his scythe to escape the shadow, while Kakuzu merely used a Doten ninjutsu to move the land and thus move the shadow away from their landing position. Still, the bounty hunter observed Kuji and Shikamaru and only smirked in glee. So, an Akimichi and a Nara, no one I recognize, so no bounty to speak of. Now, where is the Yamanaka? Asuma moved hopefully 1 second faster than Hidan, when Ino tried attacking from the blind spot and blocked the scythe that would have sliced Ino in half. Shikamaru and Kuji moved also and grabbed her out of the way, before Kakuzu used his fast agility to use his strong punch against the Ino Shikacho trio. When his punch met the ground, it was like seeing the aftermath of Tsunade's punch. "Oi Kakuzu, let me have them, I will give you the money myself." Kakuzu merely looked backwards to his strange partner and hummed. "Very well, but don't be hasty, or you'll end up dead." Hidan snorted and then placed his scythe in front of him to face the leader of the bunch. Asuma, in the meantime, gathered his team for their strategy, their only viable one at this point. Shikamaru, Ino, and Kuji, fall back and await an opening. Shikamaru, the moment you see an opening, use your shadow and bind him. I shall use this to attack him. Shikamaru looked at his leader in surprise. "Oi, that's a bit risky, we don't know much about him." Ino and Kuji were focused on the enemy, while Asuma chuckled. "Stronger than me, that's for sure. Now, follow the strategy I devised. Ino, support Shikamaru from a distance and Kuji, keep focusing on the other guy." Ino and Kuji focused on the tall man with the covered mask and red eyes. Being a censor, Ino had turned sweaty and tense at the amount of chakra these two possessed. She was focusing on them, trying to measure them up against the likes of Akatsuki, while fearing for Naruto, if they ever got to him. Despite knowing her former teammate to be in a league on his own nowadays, these guys were up there as well. "Let's go!" Asuma screamed as he charged Hidan, while Shikamaru kneeled on the ground and used his hand sign pose to extend his shadow to run interference. Hidan's scythe versus Asuma's wind-laced trench knives dancing and grinding with each other, while Hidan had to dodge the shadows at the same time. Asuma noticed the pattern of the scythe followed by the cable that Hidan used to propel himself away from Shikamaru's shadow. Still, the man was keeping himself at long distance from Shikamaru, but still an ample distance for Asuma's long-range ninjutsu. Running towards Hidan, Asuma threw his trench knives and made them spin while he made some hand seals. Cat and Hasekishu, fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma expelled the smoke cloud and Hidan went right into it, before Asuma ignited the smoke. Shikamaru, Ino and Kuji all cheered, while Kakuzu merely snorted. "Ah, that hurt, you know." When the smoke cleared, Hidan's skin turned dark from the blast, but it didn't look like he was injured at all as he vanished towards Asuma's position once more, who had to block the scythe with his trench knives. Still, Asuma had the superior agility and managed to pierce Hidan's body, while extending the reach of the wind chakra. Still, the enemy only grunted at the pain, in mocking fashion, before Asuma backed up a little. "Damn it, are you immortal? I hit one of your vital spots." Hidan once more grunted. "Of course, you heretic. Now, enough playing, it's time for the ritual and your judgment." Asuma saw in surprise as the man began to draw a strange symbol on the ground, with the blood from his own body. It was a circle followed by a triangle inside the circle, but before Asuma could ponder on it more, Hidan was already inches from his position, having increased his agility to do so. Shikamaru's shadow kept the man on his toes, however, allowing Asuma to block the strike from the scythe. However, Asuma flinched in pain as one of the blades badly drew blood from his cheek. Kakuzu merely hummed and Hidan smirked in self-satisfaction, before recovering his scythe and licking Asuma's blood, earning a shiver from Kuji and Ino. "It's time for your judgment now, mortal." Asuma became surprised when the man's skin turned black as he stepped on the symbol he had drawn previously. "Now, allow me to begin." Hidan then grabbed a spike from his holster and slammed it in his thigh. Asuma flinched immediately at the pain, wondering what the hell happened, since this foe had attacked himself and yet he was the one who got injured instead. "Asuma-sensei." Ino and Kuji screamed at the same time in frantic, while Shikamaru cursed. His mind was going a mile a minute, trying to understand what happened. Everything was processed, literally everything. The man's words, his apparent religion named Jashin, the three-bladed spikes, the symbol drawn on the ground, the so-called ritual or judgment that this guy said would happen to Asuma-sensei. For certain, everything was connected, but to what extent, he was uncertain. It was clear that somehow this madman made a connection to Asuma. The Jonin, for his part, observed as Hidan once more moved to strike the spear into himself, no doubt for a move that would reach a vital point, one that would be the end for him. And now for the final moment, the moment of coronation, the moment of judgment. Hidan was cackling like mad at this point. "Shikamaru, Ino, Kuji, prepare to escape." Before Hidan could make the final strike, Asuma went through hand seals and positioned both hands open around his mouth. Fuuten, Fuujin no Jutsu, Wind Release, Dust Cloud Technique. The amazing cloud of dust left Asuma's mouth straight towards Hidan, who cursed as he placed both arms in front of him. The pain was immense from the blow, which ended up transferring to Asuma himself. However, the technique had the desired effect of creating a diversion fast enough, allowing Kuji to grab the hurting Asuma and Ino the tired Shikamaru, before everyone quickly escaped the vicinity. Kakuzu merely looked at them escaping and then looked at his teammate, coughing like crazy from the dust cloud. I told you not to be hasty. Now, look at you, how pathetic. You made me lose my bounty. Hidan visibly exploded at his partner. Oi asshole. You didn't do anything, so shut the hell up, already. In Konoha . Not knowing what happened to his former Jinan team's Jonin sensei and still in high spirits, the couple formed by Naruto and Itsuko casually walked towards the path that led straight to home. Everyone was in high spirits, in fact, as many of the kids had never left the village or even came close to knowing another city or another country. When everyone crossed the gates to the village, both Naruto and Itsuko went on high alert, considering the tension in the air. Not a second later, Genma morphed in front of the couple, with hands inside his pockets and chewing his metal senbone. You took your sweet time returning, Naruto. The Uzumaki narrowed his eyebrows at that. His squad captain's tone was controlled and tense, despite his usual carefree attitude on the outside. One look at his girlfriend was enough for Itsuko to nod, in understanding that he was being called upon, and quickly ushered the protesting orphans away. Naruto and Genma merely observed, and Naruto sent a quick nod in appreciation to Itsuko, before turning to Genma. What happened? The squad captain turned to his protege subordinate and hummed. He considered telling Naruto what happened to his former teammates, but in the end, thought against it. All his questions would be answered by the Hokage. Suit up and meet me at the Hokage's office in 5 minutes. Naruto looked surprised at that, before nodding and leaving in a quick shunshine to stop at his house and gearing up for a new assignment. At the Hokage's office . Once he arrived at the Hokage's office, Naruto caught up to Shizun's report about Asuma's condition. Genma was already there, together with Kakashi. While Shizun's report indicated that despite Asuma's injuries, the medics managed to stabilize his condition, all Naruto heard was that his former sensei got injured, after facing the enemies that were after Naruto. What happened to Asuma-sensei? Tsunade expected the urgent tone in his voice, despite expecting a better level of control from a Jonin. Akatsuki happened, Naruto. Tsunade's eyes were narrowed as she explained everything that happened, while intertwining her hands beneath her chin. Considering the reports of Akatsuki's crossing the border to Fire Country, I had personally deployed teams to run reconnaissance, to see their whereabouts. If they came here, we needed to know in advance. The blonde Jonin nodded, while Tsunade continued, this time with her hands on the table. All of the teams found nothing, except Team Asuma, who apparently found the enemy leaving one of Fire Country's bounty offices. Their order was never to engage, but when it comes to Akatsuki, you just can't hope to escape, without putting up a fight. Shikamaru paired up nicely with Asuma, but still he had chosen the best course of action to escape. After the quick report, Naruto breathed easier. Okay, so Asuma-sensei is fine, then. Tsunade nodded, however she wasn't done. The fact remains that these foes are still in Fire Country and we need to go and hunt them down, hence why I asked Genma to bring you here as soon as you arrived. Naruto narrowed his eyebrows and immediately got into mission mode. Understood, what's the order? Tsunade turned to Kakashi and Genma. You three are to head straight out and engage them, but first head to the hospital and meet up with Asuma and Shikamaru and catch their report. They have intel on the enemies. Kakashi and Genma nodded, before all three Jounin vanished. At the gates . After getting everything from Asuma and Shikamaru, the three Jonin marched straight to the gates. Meanwhile, as the three Jonin passed by the gates and vanished towards meeting up with Kakuzu and Hidan, a green toad was on the trees, merely observing. Chapter 30, Immortal Fight. After getting some distance away from Konoha, the three Jonin gathered around a safe location to converse and see where they stand in terms of planning. Despite their ongoing mission and the possibility of facing two S-rank shinobi, which still required some fine-tuning, there was still the necessity of finding their location. Unfortunately, both Naruto and Genma weren't very suited for tracking and reconnaissance assignments, as both of them were part of the rescue and recovery team. So, that job went to the Scarecrow Jonin, who happened to be quite diversified in multiple fields of expertise. So, after further debate, Kakashi went through the necessary hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Out of the smoke, 8 dogs from all shapes, sizes and colors appeared, before Kakashi supplied the smell from a piece of the Akatsuki's clothes. Kakashi had to hand it to Shikamaru for that. Planning that far ahead was customary to members of the Nara clan, and he was following in his father's footsteps rather nicely. As the team watched the dogs scramble into different locations, the team then got into battle tactics mode as they had to wait for Kakashi's dogs to return with the Akatsuki's location. Kakashi, just how long do you figure it will take for your summons to return? The Scarecrow Jonin scratched his head in thought, while at the same time considering that perhaps he could have gotten Kasumi to tag along. Her Byakugan would speed things up by a long margin. I don't have that answer, Genma, but surely it won't take long. Now, going through the report from Asuma's team, I'm afraid we are going in blind in this fight. Genma and Naruto nodded as he continued. We have enough on the one that fights with the triple-bladed scythe, and he's apparently immortal, named Hidan, but the other one, we know next to nothing about, aside from his knowledge in Doten Ninjutsu and his name, Kakuzu. First, we have to find them, but once we do, the first thing we should do is split them up. It was indeed the best course of action, considering that Akatsuki works better in pairs. However, Genma and Naruto looked at one another, while Naruto pondered the obvious. Okay, then, afterward, who gets to face whom? Also, there are 3 of us and 2 of them, one of us is going to be alone. Kakashi hummed, looking at his little brother. That's true, but there's not much we can do, unfortunately. The leader of the mission looked at his 2 fellow Jonin and quickly devised a plan of attack. In an unknown cave . Inside an unknown cave, the entire Akatsuki organization was busy extracting the 2 tails Biju from inside the Jinchuriki that Kakuzu and Hidan captured. Without Itachi and Sasori amongst the group, the rest had to double their efforts to at least keep the average 3-day required to fully extract the Biju from its Jinchuriki. Kisame and Kakuzu had the most chakra capacity of the group now, hence why they needed to cover for the rest. The Jonin from Cloud thus hovered in midair as her body became enveloped by the Geto-Mazo technique as the Biju's presence slowly but surely escaped from her eyes and mouth, towards the statue, summoned by the Akatsuki leader, Pain. Once the technique was over, the body of Ni Yugito just fell freely towards the ground, her long hair loose and her eyes devoid of life, once the Biju was fully extracted. Her head cushioned the blow of the fall, but she was dead long before that. With that, we have 3 more Jinchuriki left to capture. Everyone's dismissed. Pain announced, before leaving his projection. We seriously need to get more to pick up the slack around here, damn it. Everyone else completely ignored Hidan's rant, while adjusting to their chakra levels. Oh, look who's talking, I was the one who supplied the most, now that both Sasori and Itachi are gone. Hidan was about to complain to the former member of the 7 Swordsmen, when Kakuzu turned to his forced comrade. Stop talking, Hidan, and let's get going. Already. I have places to be, Hidan sighed, remembering what they were talking about prior to being summoned. TCH, always focused on the money, Kakuzu. The giant masked shinobi only snorted at his comment. I don't have to explain myself every time, now let's go, Konoha awaits. Before Hidan and Kakuzu left, however, Pain morphed inside the cave once more. Oh, so you are going after the Kyubi Jinchuriki, Kakuzu, I wonder how you will fare against Sasori and Itachi's killer, Kakuzu ignored Datara taunt, as his attention turned to Pain's image. I don't have to remind you, Kakuzu, that the Kyubi Jinchuriki is mine to capture. Kakuzu, however, narrowed his eyebrows at the leader, fully intent on making his case. So are you going to stop me? Should I try to capture him, then? The rest of the Akatsuki members felt the spike in chakra from Kakuzu as a direct response from Pain. Never before had anyone bothered to question the leader's decisions, but then again, Akatsuki members had freedom to do their own business, and Kakuzu's happened to be the business of capturing high-level targets and then collecting the respective bounty. It just so happens that one Uzumaki Naruto has become a most desired bounty from the entire Elemental Nation's collection offices these days. Kakuzu also wasn't stupid enough to believe he could overcome the leader in a fight, but then again, he and leader both knew that without the money that Kakuzu collected, the organization wouldn't have the funds needed. The former Taki Nin had enough experience to know when he had leverage to use. No, I shall not stop you. But do not fail me or else you'll regret it. Pain's image then vanished once more, before Kakuzu's and Hidan's images vanished as well. With Hidan and Kakuzu . Once the procedure was over, Hidan stood up and stretched his limbs to reduce the pain from sitting down for more than 3 days. Once reacquainted with the feeling of blood flowing through his limbs once more, he turned to his partner in crime to see him already walking. "Oi Kakuzu, what's gotten into you to challenge the leader like that? TCH, and then you call me stupid." Kakuzu stopped walking and slowly turned his head. Truly, his hands were itching to slice Hidan's head off just for the fun of it. "I have my reasons for that, 40 million reasons in fact for me to make my case. Now stop talking and hurry up, already." Hidan whistled at the amount people were asking of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki these days, but still. "Oh, whatever, it's more fun for me in the end. I just hope he's worth my time or else Jashin-sama won't get the sacrifice he craves." Kakuzu only responded with a clearing of his throat, acknowledging it. The two Akatsuki members then kept on walking in a slow pace towards Konoha, of course, from a different path from what they came from, considering the possibility that the village would place shinobi close to the collection offices. Kakuzu wasn't so smug as to believe that he alone could take on whatever force was lying in wait for them, so the best course of action right now would be to choose a different path towards the village and then observe the Jinchuriki's actions. While neither of the two bothered much with observing their target before capture, it doesn't mean that they could simply waltz inside the hidden village and find the Jinchuriki. Soon, they reached a rather desolate-looking forest with a few trees scattered throughout the area. While Hidan appeared to be looking elsewhere and minding his own business for now, Kakuzu's eyes remained sharp in anticipation for either traps or other Konoha teams lurking around. A few minutes ago, the former Taki Nin swore that he had heard movement close by, but the noise was so minuscule that he just attributed it to a small animal running around. The man, however, had enough experience to realize that an attack was coming. "Hidan." The scythe wielder merely acknowledged, as they immediately dodged to opposing directions as a great number of shuriken and kunai slammed on the ground, which was once their location. While both were still in the path of evading, they looked up and saw 2 kunai heading their way with paper bombs strapped within the kunai. Hidan used the cable of his scythe and Kakuzu used a quick Doten ninjutsu to harden his arms, to protect them from the explosion. Still, the cable from the scythe exploded into little pieces, while the two Akatsuki skidded on the ground to look at their opposition. However, all they could see right now were medium fireballs and paper bomb kunais hailing on both, endlessly. Once every attack landed on the ground, it created quite the blast, just as Naruto and Genma landed to see the end result of their combined assault. From the heavy smoke created by the attack, Hidan and Kakuzu emerged practically unscathed, while Hidan had burns in most of his body, which were fading rapidly and Kakuzu's entire body turned black, from the result of Doten ninjutsu. As soon as the Akatsuki members looked at their new opposition, Hidan openly pointed at them. "Oi, who the hell are you two and how dare you destroy the cable of my scythe?" Genma and Naruto stood side by side as they focused on the enemy as per Asuma and Shikamaru's description. That cable that Hidan used would be quite a nuisance to fight against in close range. "It doesn't matter who we are, it only matters that you, Akatsuki, shall be dealt with here and now," Genma proclaimed while chewing the metal senbone. Kakuzu, for his chance, though, practically memorized the bingo book from the entire elemental nations, as he eyed Naruto in particular. I didn't realize Konoha would hand me the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Plus, Shiranui Genma as well, today is indeed a profitable day for me. Genma tisked at this guy finding out their identities so soon, while Naruto focused on Kakuzu. "Seeing that you two are after people like me, I can't just let you guys walk away from here." Hidan then turned to Naruto and smugly pointed his scythe at them. "Oh, so another Jinchuriki for us to play with, please give us more of a fight than the Nibi, little fox." Both Naruto and Genma narrowed their eyebrows at this piece of information. Kakuzu would have seriously punched his partner in crime for babbling too much, but right now, he had to face this fight seriously. However, before Kakuzu could so much as open his mouth, Hidan had already dashed towards Genma and Naruto with his scythe. Genma wasted no time and went through hand seals to lift up a sealed barrier in front of Hidan. However, the mad shinobi just slashed through it with his scythe and went straight for Naruto, who picked up his sword to block Hidan's assault and dance in a show of sparks with one another. Genma was about to intervene, when Kakuzu appeared next to him with his black arms to skewer him, forcing Genma to avoid the punch that obliterated the ground. Kakuzu was about to advance, when he had to dodge the flying body of Hidan, before the mad shinobi's body slammed on the tree behind them. When Kakuzu looked in the Jinchuriki's direction, he was surprised to see that Naruto's arm that used to punch Hidan turned black, just like his own. Ha, Sharingan, I presume. Naruto smirked at the assumption, though only partially correct. Actually, I have a similar technique to yours. Now, it's your turn. Naruto then went through hand seals, before gathering enough air inside his lungs. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Kakuzu, being in close proximity to Naruto, did the only best thing he could and once more hardened his entire body to protect himself from the smoldering flames. Still, he couldn't hold his position for long and allowed the inertia to run its course and send him flying towards the tree near Hidan's. The mad shinobi looked at his partner slamming into the tree as well, before getting up once more. Both then looked at the two shinobi from Konoha with narrowed eyes. Indeed, this fight was much harder than the one with Sarutobi Asuma, still none of them were close to getting serious. Oi Kakuzu, enough playing around. Let's counterattack. Hidan appeared smug as he positioned his scythe in a battle position. Yeah. Kakuzu was about to fight seriously, when the man grunted in extreme pain at the feeling of an electrified hand piercing his chest from the back. Hidan also looked scandalized in surprise at the scene, while Kakuzu kept on frowning his face in extreme pain as the hidden Kakashi made himself known. It can't be, you managed to sneak up behind me without me sensing you. Kakashi had his lone Sharingan eye open as he focused on this particular foe. Naruto and Genma both smiled, seeing Kakashi's plan working out flawlessly. Too bad for you, while you were kept busy, you stopped paying attention to your surroundings. Kakuzu kept on grunting as Kakashi finished talking. Also, seeing your earth element, you're weak to lightning attacks. Such speed in ninjutsu, and using lightning style at this level, I see, Sharingan no Kakashi, so Konoha wouldn't have sent the Jinchuriki alone. Kakashi kept on surging electricity all around Kakuzu's body. I'm afraid to say this is the end for you. Those were Kakashi's last words, before he removed his hand from Kakuzu's chest and saw the big guy fall limp on the ground. Ha, for crying out loud, for you to be killed in one single attack, how the mighty have fallen, Kakuzu. Kakashi then turned his attention to Hidan as he charged yet another Reikiri to attack the immortal shinobi. As soon as Kakashi moved forward and gained speed, however, his peripheral eye saw a leg moving to strike his chest and said leg would have landed, if not for a bunch of shuriken and kunai that stopped the surprisingly still living Kakuzu from pounding Kakashi towards the trees. Kakashi took the opening that Naruto and Genma provided and fell back to regroup with the other Jonin. Thanks for the save. Naruto and Genma nodded. While Kakashi was focusing on Hidan, Naruto was finding it troubling that he could still see chakra inside Kakuzu despite his heart receiving a fatal wound. As such, he signaled to Genma to move fast. Now, all three Jonin stood surprised as Kakuzu stood tall as if nothing happened, aside from the huge hole in his chest. Hidan now looked at his partner in crime, before looking at the three Konoha Jonin, with a smug look on his face, despite displaying a completely different visage, just 3 seconds ago. Hey, you were acting all cool, Sharingan Kakashi, ha, you're finished, what a joke. Hidan then turned to Kakuzu. And you, playing dead like that. Kakuzu then removed his Akatsuki robe. Let's finish this already, Hidan. The mad shinobi licked his lips seeing his partner remove the robe, while Naruto, Genma and Kakashi just observed what was going on. Kakashi, what's happening? How did he survive your Reikiri? Kakashi focused his sight on Kakuzu to see the overall appearance of his body. His limbs were sewn and 4 different masks appeared on his back. I don't know, Genma, but one of those masks was broken by my attack. Naruto, what do you see? The blonde Sharingan user couldn't see much, though. My sight is the same as yours, though I can see multiple elements passing through his chakra coils, not just earth like before. Kakashi and Genma looked at him in surprise, before Kakuzu's body started trembling, while the man hunched forward. The masks all moved from within his sewed skin, wanting to leave his body, as weird as that sounded. The stitches that sewed his limbs worked hard in keeping his skin unified. Then, much to everyone's horror, his back jerked open and the masks left his body. Along with the masks, a long array of black threads left with the masks. Then, 4 creatures formed by Kakuzu's black threads, each one containing one of the masks that were on his back. This fight now became that much more terrifying as the enemy now had superior numbers to them. Even if the creature with the broken mask suddenly withered and died on the ground, there were still 5 enemies to just 3 Konoha shinobi. I don't know what's going on, Kakashi, but splitting them up is no longer possible. Kakashi and Naruto both nodded at Genma's remark. Hidan, for his chance, suddenly became giddy with excitement. Ah! Jashin-sama, watch me, I shall get serious from now on and shall grant you 3 worthy sacrifices. Hidan, then, surged forward with his scythe and moved to strike the 3 at once. The 3 from Konoha stood their ground waiting for the mad shinobi to appear, before one of the masked creatures appeared behind Hidan and opened its mouth. Kakuzu went through hand seals and released a powerful wind attack that enveloped the entire area and sent a bunch of trees to shreds. His attack enveloped both the 3 shinobi and even his partner, who kept on smiling the entire time. The wind mask's attack managed to scatter the 3 shinobi, leaving Hidan alone with Kakashi, who had to pick up a kunai to block Hidan's scythe, while Genma was stuck having to dodge the other creatures, using lightning and fire techniques. Naruto was stuck having to fend off against the real Kakuzu. Within seconds, this immortal duo managed to shift his fight into their advantage and they were keeping all 3 shinobi quite occupied. His Sharingan eyes looked around the battle and quickly ran the possible scenarios in his mind, while fending off with Kakuzu in plain old taijutsu. Kakashi was fending off against Hidan as best as he could, while having to dodge the menacing air bullets from the wind mask creature. Genma was using his agility and Fuinjutsu-based techniques to keep the lightning and fire mask creatures at bay. Then, his eyes went back to the foe in front of him, whose limbs were filled with earth chakra to augment his strikes, forcing him to do the same thing, while his Sharingan helped him anticipate Kakuzu's movements. Still, the man was quite experienced in keeping up with Naruto, despite it all, by placing a safe distance. You fight well for a kid, Jinchuriki, but that's as far as you go. Naruto saw as the foe placed a fair distance from him, before placing his hand on the ground. Naruto wondered what was going on, before he saw in surprise when black threads erupted from the ground and grabbed all of his limbs, rendering him useless. Your heart shall be a nice addition to my collection. Kakuzu advanced with his hand formed to pierce Naruto's heart, however Kakuzu failed to account for the Sharingan morphing into the Mangekyo formation. Before Kakuzu realized what was going on, his entire body was suddenly caught in black flames and he saw Naruto's right eye bleeding. He screamed at the pain of being burned alive, while the threads that held Naruto at bay also burned. Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto then observed as Kakuzu's body shifted and more threads left his body, until the black fire was redirected to his right arm and then Kakuzu sliced the burning arm off. Naruto took advantage of Kakuzu fending off the black flames and summoned a Cage Bunshine to relieve Genma while the real one started attacking the wind mask creature that was keeping Kakashi from evening the odds against Hidan. Kakashi saw Naruto approaching from Hidan's back, who was madly swinging his scythe, not knowing that backup had arrived. Kakashi had then shifted into high gear and focused on the offensive, right after blocking the scythe. Hidan looked surprised at the sudden move and saw Kakashi's hand spark in electricity, before he was beheaded. The wind mask, then, even attempted to use wind bullets to stop Kakashi, but Naruto appeared in front and went through hand seals for a powerful fire attack. Katenguka Mesitsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. As soon as Naruto expelled the dangerous fire technique, it expanded into amazing proportions towards the wind mask creature and because of its air bullet techniques, Naruto's technique only increased in strength, until it engulfed the wind mask creature completely. At this point, Kakuzu, who had managed to save himself from the black flames through the use of his tendrils, lost his breath completely, at seeing one more mask being destroyed. He could barely pay attention to his partner's head rolling on the ground, screaming for his help. Kakashi observed it all and couldn't help but be in awe at the level of mayhem caused by Naruto's technique. Then, he looked at the pain from Kakuzu once more and saw the end result of the creature that was attacking him with wind chakra. Genma had also regrouped with Naruto. Once the other 2 masks went immediately to the downed Kakuzu, both joining the body to keep their master alive. Oi Kakuzu, come up and fix me at once, damn it. Naruto, Genma and Kakashi had truly seen it all this time around as they saw the talking head screaming obscenities at his partner. Shut up Hidan. The partner grunted in pain, while his other 2 masks got back inside his body. You irritate me just by breathing, imbecile. Once Kakuzu got back up, Hidan's body approached and Kakuzu had quickly sewed Hidan's head, before the Akatsuki immortal duo faced the opposition once more, only this time, they were back to being 2 against 3. Kakuzu was looking straight at Naruto, snarling both at the Jinchuriki and at himself for forgetting about the Sharingan. Kakuzu then remembered the fame of the Uchiha's evolved dojutsu in Uchiha Madara. Despite never facing him in battle, Kakuzu knew about the leader of the Uchiha clan's amazing capabilities. Kakashi, for his part, had turned to his teammates. It appears that we have to destroy the other two masks as well, Naruto, Genma. When I struck him with Reikiri, I knew I had hit a vital spot and he was killed. Naruto's technique killed the second mask, so we need to take care of the other two masks first. Kakashi's comment served only to infuriate Hidan and Kakuzu further, before Naruto turned to Kakashi and Genma. Do you think you two can keep Kakuzu occupied? I think I have a way to get rid of Hidan. Kakashi and Genma looked at one another, before Kakashi turned to his surrogate brother with a nod. Go for it, we'll deal with him. Barely a second passed, before Naruto appeared in front of the surprised Hidan and landed a black-armed punch at his gut that sent him flying towards a nearby forest. The Sharingan user followed through Hidan's flying path and Kakuzu moved to attack him, before having to dodge a fireball from Kakashi and a rain of kunai paper bombs from Genma. The former Taki Nin looked at his adversaries and then at the Jinchuriki's back vanishing from view. I don't believe your strategy was the right one, Sharingan Kakashi. The man in question narrowed his eyes at the comment. Even I can't kill Hidan, and believe me, I tried multiple times. The Jinchuriki will eventually get sloppy and it will be the end of him. Kakuzu then smirked. Meanwhile, you two can keep me company, your bounty is quite extensive as well and I need to replenish at least 2 hearts. Kakuzu's body then started trembling once more and the threads once more appeared, though this time they complemented Kakuzu's body, elongating his limbs. Don't worry about Naruto, knowing him, I bet he won't take long and then he could join us once more. Until then, we could keep you occupied. Naruto x Hidan . Hidan tried as best as he could to get up and look around to see just what ran him over just now. He had received Kakuzu's punches before, so he was used to feeling disoriented for a while, but never like this. His head was spinning and his jaw was dislocated and it took him some time to see the world stop spinning, before using his bare hand to rearrange his jaw, ignoring the pain it took to do so. The memory returning, he realized that the entire scenario shifted into a more secluded forest than the one he was at. TSK, just where the hell am I? Groaning, he got up and scratched his head, looking around. About time you got up, I was really considering slicing your throat, but then again, that wouldn't do it. Hidan then saw the Jinchuriki approaching with his arms crossed. His eyes were red and had the Mangekyo activated. Oi team, quit acting all high and mighty, one scratch from my scythe and you're as good as finished, just like the Nibi Jinchuriki. Naruto narrowed his eyebrows at the mention of a fellow Jinchuriki. Hidan took notice of it and smirked. Before meeting you all here, you tried to attack my teammates and my sensei, I won't forgive you for that. Hidan once more laughed. Oh, so you're interested in some sort of payback, that's rich. The mad shinobi then saw Naruto wield his sword, practically inviting the mad shinobi for a duel. Ha, your blood shall be a nice sacrifice for Lord Jashin and I shall feast on your organs, you heretic. Before long, Hidan had charged and engaged in a heated dance of sparks against Naruto's sword. The fight went on for a while and neither party seemed to gain ground and Hidan could see that Naruto's visage wasn't the best. That only made him much more eager to strike with more agility and more ferocity. Much to his glee, he was gaining ground and he could see in Naruto's eyes, the fear of meeting his end by Hidan's blade. Then, Naruto's blade fell on the ground as the scythe managed to slice Naruto's arm off. The boy screamed in pain at seeing his arm leaving his body and Hidan laughed in hysteria. Not so tough now, ha, Jinchuriki, oh this shall be so good, your blood shall grant me godlike status next to Jashin-sama. Naruto at this point stopped struggling some and then kneeled while getting up. Though, in his pain, he saw as Hidan finished drawing a strange symbol on the ground and his body turned black with white markings. Quickly grabbing a stick from his robe pocket, Hidan positioned it to pierce his own chest. Just before piercing his own chest, Hidan got to see Naruto's eyes tremble and it served only to enhance the feeling of exhilaration. It's too late for you, now. Die! Hidan screamed, right before piercing his chest with the metal stick. He saw as Naruto held his chest right afterwards and fell on the ground, right before his eyes had lost color. Hidan had shown a full-out smile at what happened, while seeing the down Jonin Jinchuriki. You see that Kakuzu, I alone killed the Jinchuriki, who's the idiot now, ha, you, not me. The laughter came out non-stop for a good while. When Hidan heard footsteps, he had imagined that his partner had already beat those assholes from Konoha and appeared to admit it. When Hidan looked back, he saw the Jinchuriki getting up like a dead zombie that came from hell itself. His eyes widened to impossible proportions as he saw the still alive Jinchuriki, despite being victimized by Hidan's attack. The mad shinobi, though, was still inside the seal on the ground, so he merely flipped his stick and pierced his stomach. Die Jinchuriki. Die. Still, nothing had happened this time, no visual pain on Naruto's face, nothing. What's going on? How are you still alive? Hidan kept piercing every part of his body except his own face, but nothing seemed to work. This can't be happening. How? Why? Jashin-sama, what's happening to me? I no longer have your blessing, is that it? How is it that this heretic isn't suffering your divine punishment? At this point, Hidan became frantic, not knowing what to do, and Naruto was walking towards him. His body was still missing an arm and bleeding profusely, but Naruto kept on walking and placing the stunned Hidan into a corner. You don't seem to die so easily, so let's see how you fare by being burned alive. Hidan saw Naruto's right eye bleeding out and his body was then engulfed by the almighty black flames of Amaterasu. Yet another surprise hit Hidan was that when the kid attacked him, the attack didn't hit back. Well, indeed, the mad shinobi had found out what really happened, but it was truly too late to do anything about it. When Naruto, the real Naruto, stopped using Tsukiyomi, the real image of what happened became clear. Hidan was actually caught in a genjutsu this entire time, and the bloody Jinchuriki missing an arm had vanished, and in his place, another appeared, completely unharmed. However, one thing remained, and despite the unbelievable pain he was feeling right now, Hidan now recovered his senses. It doesn't matter, heretic, what you do to me, I won't be killed, no matter what you do to me. Naruto, though, smirked at that notion. Unfortunately for you, these aren't regular flames. The black flames of Amaterasu, once created, cannot be extinguished. Hidan looked surprised, despite his mind completely filled with pain at the fire engulfing his body. It will burn you forever, until there's nothing left of your body. You say you are immortal, but what happens when your body turns to dust, I wonder? Will you still be alive, somehow, perhaps? But, at least, your only enemy shall be the wind that carries your ashes throughout the elemental nations. At this point, Hidan could not think straight due to the high amount of pain in his body, due to the flames. He couldn't even give voice to the dirty vocabulary that surged in his brain. A normal person would have blacked out from the pain right now and wouldn't suffer. However, Hidan's skills made him unkillable by normal standards and quite susceptible to pain. So, Naruto just kept observing as the black flames made its job to turn his body, slowly but surely, into nothing more than mere dust, before the gentle winds had simply carried him away as if he was never there, in the first place. Then and only then, did Naruto manage to breathe a little, having used his MS techniques far too much for his liking. Even though he now had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it's not like he could abuse his eyes freely. The pressure to the organ itself became immense and he had to close his eyes a bit, to ease the pain from overusing his eyes. Still, the noise at the battle was still raging on and he couldn't allow himself to rest just now. Kakashi and Genma x Kakuzu . Back at the fight between Genma and Kakashi versus Kakuzu, both Jonins had their outfits pretty much shredded by now and both were panting, out of breath. Turned out that despite Kakuzu only having 2 more elements to play with, aside from his own, didn't make him any less dangerous, and the man had enough chakra capacity to turn this fight into a long-range ninjutsu battle. The threads on his body were many times more pronounced right now as he managed to keep a long distance from Sharingan Kakashi's high-level assassination technique, which managed to strike another kill, taking away the lightning mask, with Genma's help. The senbone-chewing shinobi used Fuin Jutsu to entrap Kakuzu, allowing Kakashi to deliver the killing blow, the third killing blow that is. Face it, Sharingan Kakashi, you two can't touch me from long distance and your chakra capacity is non-existent. Your heart shall make great additions to me. Kakashi and Genma grunted as they stood, ready for yet another round. The man had revealed a few minutes ago that by looking at their forehead protectors, it made him remember the first shinobi from Konoha he encountered, one shot I'm Hokage. That being said, this man had more shinobi experience to use at his disposal. It doesn't look like he's lying here, Kakashi. Any plans? Genma is always joking around, even when the situation doesn't call for it. The Sharingan Jonin, for his part, was struggling to breathe normally. Despite only having a fire and earth affinity to handle right now, Kakuzu was still as menacing as in the beginning. I have one, but I'm pretty sure that I would get killed soon after, so no. Genma did find that amusing as he chuckled soon after. So, you two are already losing any hopes of escaping with your lives, good. I shall deliver a swift kill, then. Genma and Kakashi looked down in surprise as the tendrils climbed from the ground and trapped them, while the fire mask appeared inside the tendrils. It opened its mouth, ready to fire the attack that would incinerate both of them to a crisp. Both Kakashi and Genma looked ready to call it quits, as Kakuzu saw their eyes widening. In his mind, it would be the equivalent of them seeing their lives flash before their eyes, but he was caught by surprise when someone yelled behind him. Udama Rasengan, big ball spiraling sphere. As soon as the giant ball of chakra collided with Kakuzu's back, his body then somersaulted a great amount of distance, before he was slammed on the ground hard. Kakashi and Genma looked in awe at the giant sphere expanding and expanding. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, managed to see the final fire mask breaking due to the impact with Naruto's Rasengan. Seeing his little brother alive and unharmed allowed him to breathe easier, somewhat, despite his low reserves right now. The crater caused by Naruto's technique was quite deep and Kakuzu lay quite battered right in the middle of it as Naruto jumped down to deliver the killing blow. At this point, Kakuzu had only his living heart to contend with, but the after effect of the Rasengan made his body ache all over and he couldn't so much as move a finger, as he looked at the eyes of the Jinchuriki, 3 Tomoe Sharingan spinning looking back at him. Kakuzu felt his chakra being invaded and couldn't help but be impressed at the kid Jinchuriki, despite him being a mere kid. However, one thing that truly irked him and he couldn't help but say it out loud. I can't believe someone managed to kill that imbecile. Naruto expected a lot of things, but seriously not that. To tell you the truth, I don't even know if he is truly dead, it's just his body turned to ash, that's all. Kakuzu grunted and truly wondered if even that would be enough to truly kill his old partner. It's quite ironic for me to have lived as long as I did, only to be killed by mere children. With a simple earth manipulation technique, Naruto extended his hand and a piece of rock from the hole erupted, before forming a pointed spear. Now just wasn't the time to be curious about this guy's real age as he plunged the earth spike right on Kakuzu's heart, thus killing him for good this time. When Naruto came out of the hole, after sealing Kakuzu's body in a scroll, he was surprised to see Jiraiya there tending to Genma's and Kakashi's wounds. Naruto really thought about questioning just how the perverted Sannin appeared all of a sudden, but then he really didn't care much about it. He just allowed a nice relaxing breath in. Chapter 31, A Good Conversation. Taking a deep breath, now that the S-ranked fight was over with, Naruto casually approached near Jiraiya who was busy applying some first aid emergency treatment to Genma and Kakashi. The perverted Sannin smiled upon seeing Naruto approach. He just placed some tape around Kakashi's right arm. "Ho, hey there Gaki, I'm glad you didn't get in over your head with those two." Naruto snorted, before turning to the downed Kakashi and Genma, seeing both nod at Naruto's non-vocal concern. He, then, turned to the pervert who was crossing his arms with a knowing smirk on his face. "If you were here the entire time, why didn't you step up and help?" Jiraiya hummed at that notion, while placing both hands on his waist. "I certainly would, had any of you three needed it. Now, taking down S-ranked shinobi ain't something you do every day, so take pride in that, Gaki." Jiraiya noticed the reddish hue around Naruto's black eyes, probably due to overusing the dojutsu. It made sense that he would resort to the Mangekyo Sharingan against Kakuzu and Hidan, both of them not so easily defeated by regular means, perhaps not even Naruto's lava ninjutsu would be of much use in this fight. Genma, meanwhile, turned to his fellow teammate. "I trust that you sealed Kakuzu's body, right?" Naruto nodded and handed Genma the aforementioned scroll, to which the bandana user just grunted and placed the scroll inside his kunai holster. "Kakashi Niazan, can you get up or do you need more time?" Kakashi had an aloof expression, while checking his injuries. "I don't have much chakra, but I don't expect us to be ambushed on our way back." "Genma, how are you?" Genma tisked and decided to get some fun out of the situation. "Don't mind me, I'm much better than you, that's for sure." Kakashi could have retorted back that he was the one facing Kakuzu while Genma provided support, but he instead smiled and closed his eyes, while struggling to get up, with Naruto's help. "Relax, all of you, I know of a good enough way to get us back in no time." The three Jonin looked at Jiraiya, who then went through hand seals and summoned his trustworthy, but clumsy, Gamaken to take them all back to Konoha. == At Tsunade's office == 2 hours later, and a few jumps from Gamaken, the four were inside Tsunade's office to report the success of the mission. Though the woman appeared calm and collected, she had her doubts about sending Naruto straight to the Akatsuki's hands. She was at least glad that everything went swimmingly in the end. "Good work everyone, the immediate danger has passed, but the Akatsuki still remain. The three Jonin nodded, while Jiraiya commented. They are back to hunting the Jinchuriki now. They failed to capture Naruto, but others will be targeted as well. Naruto snarled at that notion. While he didn't know the other Jinchuriki personally, he didn't like the idea that yet another burden was placed on his fellow human sacrifices. Naruto wasn't under the illusion that what he went through was the exception. Like the fox did with Konoha, other tailed beasts had altercations with the other villages as well. Those chosen to harbor the beast surely would receive the same ill treatment he did or even worse. The only other Jinchuriki he somewhat knew was Gaara, when they shared a brief conversation in Tsunade's hospital. Indeed, I had sent messages to other villages to warn them, but I doubt they will listen. Jiraiya snorted at Tsunade's obvious comment. The current Raikage and Tsuchikage were both stubborn enough to dismiss whatever it was that Konoha sent them, and Kiri, if Jiraiya remembered correctly, had already lost both their Jinchuriki to Akatsuki. Tsunade's tailed beast wasn't entirely captured, so they might make a new attempt on Sabaku no Gaara. At least, the current Kazekage is on Konoha's side. It doesn't mean much, since Akatsuki are quite sneaky and had many possible angles to play in order to lure him away. Anyhow, there's nothing we can do right now, but rest and recuperate for a few days. Dismissed, everyone. With Tsunade's order, the three Jonin as well as Jiraiya left the premises, leaving Tsunade and Shizune alone. Did you see, Shizune? Tsunade's assistant nodded. Yes, Naruto's eyes, the veins inside are quite red and it's quite fatigued. He must have overused the Sharingan in their fight. Tsunade released a sigh at the notion. Ha, just when I thought that I didn't need to worry, do you think something went wrong when we implanted Itachi's eyes? Shizune hummed in thought. It seemed unlikely that would be the case, however. Well, he wasn't born in Uchiha, Tsunade-sama, come to think about it, Naruto's DNA is still a mystery to me. Just how was he able to not only assemble the Sharingan like he did and also merge two affinities and use lava ninjutsu, without having a Kekkei Genkai? Tsunade nodded, remembering that as well. Naruto used to believe his feat was due to training until collapsing, until he came one day and told them that it was the fox who used his power and influence in Naruto's body to give the last push, uniting his affinities, fire and earth. Do you think we need to talk to him about it, Tsunade-sama? I will think about it. Genma is his squad captain, perhaps he could talk to Naruto about it. In the meantime, what of Kakuzu's autopsy? Takigakure must be quite adamant that we deliver his body to them. Shizune nodded and looked at the chart she had in her hands. The coroner is looking at the body as we speak. And yes, we had received a message from Fuki Dono, expressing their appreciation for dealing with their worst missing ninja. But, he also insists on the body returning to them. As if I'm interested in keeping him here any longer than necessary, tell the coroner responsible to speed things up and then make the arrangements for the transfer. Shizune bowed and left Tsunade alone in her office. With Itsuko . 2 days after Naruto came back from his mission, a casually dressed Itsuko was seen with a bag of groceries, walking towards her boyfriend's apartment. They would rotate in between apartments to stay in for the week, as this happened to be the time that she would bunk in with him. Itsuko was quite relieved to know that nothing bad happened to Naruto after his mission against Akatsuki. However, she was taken aback to see the state he was in afterward. Physically speaking, nothing seemed out of the norm. Come to think about it, it wasn't so much of a surprise, after facing two S-rank shinobi. You consider that any possible mistake could cost your life, hence why the psychological backlash is enormous. He had slept 1 day straight, after coming back home, and she managed to obtain 2 days off from Tora Taiku to take care of him, hence the bag of groceries if he gets hungry. Itsuko wasn't much of a cook, but she knew how to get by in the kitchen. Hey there, Itsuko-chan, over here. The Onbu member looked sideways to see her former and Naruto's current teammates, Hagane Kotetsu and Izumo Kamizuki. Izumo was the one waving to her, while both were inside a cafe, hanging out. Hi there, you two, long time no see. Both smiled at their former teammate, before Itsuko placed her groceries on the table they were using. Say Itsuko, do you know if Naruto is already back from his mission? Kotetsu started asking and then pointed to Izumo. I don't care, but Izumo here is being a baby about it, since he knew about what happened. Hey, you're the one who was badging me for information. Itsuko laughed at the display between these two. She missed their Jinan days, when Shikaku-sensei would murmur the word troublesome afterward and leave them be. He came back already and he's fine. You two can stop worrying about him. Kotetsu and Izumo smiled at that, before Itsuko continued. Kakashi and Genma-senpai were worse off than him, but they were already cleared by Tsunade-sama. Oh yeah, I forgot to check on the captain. But, I'm glad that 2 of those Akatsuki bastards are gone now. If we can beat a few more, then Naruto is safe. Itsuko wished that she could share in Izumo's confidence right now, but if experience taught her anything, was that the next ones will probably be too much for her boyfriend to handle, at least on his own, that is. Hell, one of them almost killed the Sannin Jiraiya. If it weren't for Naruto's team rescuing him at the last minute, then the leader Pain would have killed him. Yes, anyhow, I need to get going and start dinner. Stay safe, you too. Izumo and Kotetsu, both, smirked at one another, before Kotetsu decided to turn the tables on his former teammate. Playing housewife already, Itsuko-chan, whatever happened to that girl who almost castrated Mizuki-san? A vein popped at the memory, but Itsuko forced a smile, while her eyebrow twitched in dangerous levels. Izumo was already backing away, as soon as he saw the spike in chakra levels. Oh, I'm glad you remember that, Kotetsu. Want me to do the same to you? The man with the bandage in his nose took a while, but tried to dissuade the situation he caused. Oh no, forget I said anything. Give my best to Naruto-kun. Bye. Izumo and Itsuko watched as the man vanished to save his life. However, Izumo soon remembered and chased after his teammate. Oi Kotetsu, come back here, it's your time to pay the bill, damn it. Itsuko smiled at both, before turning and continuing her track towards Naruto's apartment. Despite Kotetsu's little joke about her being a housewife, it's not like the thought hasn't passed through her mind about moving forward. She and Kasumi had spoken in length about their respective relationships with the 2 Sharingan users in Konoha. The Hyuga was venting her frustrations at Kakashi for not asking her in marriage, but aside from that, the entire Hyuga clan situation had to be considered. Marrying outside the clan is not exactly forbidden, but heavily frowned upon, and despite Kasumi not being a main family member, her Byakugan is highly developed. As for Itsuko and Naruto, they care a lot about the orphans in Konoha, and settling down together to take care of them is something that she highly envisions moving forward. In the end, that would have to wait, until all the threats right now are handled. Akatsuki is something that takes Itsuko's sleep every now and then, and she just couldn't allow herself to imagine the pain of losing him. Shaking her head to rid herself of such thoughts, she focused on the present, in particular, the thought of them having dinner tonight in his apartment and enjoying the night together. With Naruto . When Naruto had awoken the next day, he was surprised to see that Itsuko wasn't by his side. Squeezing his eyes to protect it from the strong sunlight invading the room, Naruto became aware that he had overslept once more, hence why his girlfriend was already up a long time ago and was probably at the Anbu HQ by now. He appreciated her taking some time off from her job to be with him, after the mission against Kakuzu and Hidan, before getting up for the day and setting up to go out and find a quick lunch. After grabbing a quick bite, Naruto bumped into Choji, who said he was on the way to Shikamaru's house to meet up with Asuma-sensei and Shikamaru. With nothing to do for now, Naruto tagged along and chatted with his former teammate. Wow, you guys managed to take down those monsters. I was sweating just being close to them, Naruto. The Sharingan user nodded, before accepting some chips from Choji's bag. Going in a fight against these guys is like a suicide mission, Choji. Shikamaru and Asuma-sensei had given us a pretty decent intel about what they could do, before we departed. Still, facing S-ranked enemies is no picnic. We were on the edge the entire time. The worst part was that Naruto was still not entirely sure if he defeated Hidan, even if the man was literally turned to ashes by Amaterasu. It was the same as when Genma Taiku and I faced Akasuna no Sasori, to rescue Gaara. If weren't for Genma being close by, I don't know if I would have survived. Ma, you're selling yourself short, Naruto. You'd have the QB and your summons to fall back on. Come to think about it, to this day, Naruto had only used the fox's chakra in his fight against Sasori. And for some reason, the fox had decided not to make itself known. He suddenly went quiet for a while, and for someone who enjoyed a good conversation, Naruto would have expected his prisoner to call his jailer by now. The last time they conversed was when Naruto found out about his heritage. To tell the truth, Choji, I had never actually used much of the fox's chakra, unless for healing purposes. Choji looked at Naruto in surprise, wondering how much stronger his former teammate could become if he did. Oh, I'd think you'd use every tool you have at your disposal, why don't you? Naruto snorted as the two got inside the Nara household and greeted Miss Yoshino, who was tending to the garden, and Shikamaru's father, who was feeding the clan's deers. As to Kwaiji's question, He could begin by saying that the fox rarely enjoyed helping him, despite their arrangement, but there was another reason. Not one that he felt particularly inclined to discuss with the fox, though he imagined that he couldn't keep it a secret. The fox's chakra is loaded with malice, choji. Every time it courses through my coils, it fills my mind with agonizing screams and hostility. It tampers with my mind and gets in the way when I fight. Wow, really? I never knew that. Naruto nodded as they got into the house's back and saw the bandaged Asuma and Shikamaru playing a game of shogi. At some point, I would have to understand it better, but for now, I could rely on many other skills, instead of the fox. Asuma and Shikamaru soon stopped playing when they saw Naruto and Choji approaching. "Oh, hi there Naruto, Choji." Asuma greeted them both, right after blowing some smoke. Shikamaru greeted them as well, before moving his set of pieces. "Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru, feeling better?" Asuma simply hummed as he observed the board, after Shikamaru's move. Choji had already settled down close to the board and was busy simply munching on his bag of chips. "I had spoken with Kakashi in the hospital, Naruto. He said that you were the one who dealt with Hidan." Naruto nodded, before the bearded shinobi smirked. "I thought I heard incorrectly when Kakashi said that you turned him into ash." Shikamaru and Choji looked at Naruto in surprise at the intel, but the Sharingan user didn't react to deny the claim. "I did, though I still don't know if it was enough." Asuma whistled at that. Indeed, Naruto's lava techniques were a sight to behold, or at least it was what he believed Naruto had used, just like he did with Danzo. Shikamaru and Choji were still taken aback by Naruto's strength. Ignoring their looks, Naruto focused on the shogi board. "I take it that Shikamaru is winning." Asuma scratched his head and closed one eye in embarrassment at Naruto assuming that from the start, though facing a Nara, even a teenaged one, at shogi was a sure loss. With Naruto talking about shogi, the focus turned to the game as Shikamaru and Choji chuckled at Naruto and Asuma's interaction. "Fancy a game with me, Naruto? I have never played with you." Naruto turned towards Shikamaru, but casually negated, while placing both hands inside his standard Jonin outfit pockets. "No, thanks Shikamaru. I'm no strategist. Plus, it's not like the Hokage will ever bother placing me in such a role." Asuma looked sideways at his former student, observing in scrutiny at the answer. "My role is either to be a heavy hitter on the front lines or to participate in rescue missions." The bearded Jonin did understand that not many shinobi are suited for every possible line of work, but he had actually forgotten about this side of him. In the end, though, Naruto was already a Jonin and grown up enough to figure out his path for himself, without Asuma having to guide him along, like he needed with Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Hell, even before being a sensei for Team 10, Asuma was also constantly used for heavy assault missions. "Say Shikamaru, Ino kept badgering me with questions today after seeing you with Tamari-san, constantly." Shikamaru deflated at that. "Ha, troublesome blondes the both of them. There's nothing to badger about. She happened to be appointed as soon as Ambassador and Hokage-sama saddled me with her." Asuma and Choji both laughed at that, knowing something more than the clueless Naruto. "Tamari as in Sabaku no Tamari, Gaara's older sister?" Shikamaru nodded. "The same, why do you ask? Does she ever mention her brother? How is he doing after his incursion with Akatsuki?" Naruto rarely focused on the other Jinchuriki, considering his history with the Sharingan, as well as his own personal life with Itsuko, Misao and the others. However, the recent standoff with Akatsuki as well as what Jiraiya said about the other Jinchuriki being targeted, made him wonder. Shikamaru had defeated Asuma when Naruto asked him, so he was busy gathering the pieces and storing them inside the board. "She never mentioned him or her other brother, sorry. Our conversations are limited to Suna-Konoha relations and the last Chunin exams that happened here in Konoha." Naruto waved him off, but the curiosity about Gaara's situation lingered. "Though, that troublesome woman always seeks me out when she is here for some reason." Asuma lit up another cigarette and couldn't help but start the teasing, only this time he included Naruto in this, considering his own relationship. "Oh, it seems both my students are growing up fast. At this point, you shall settle down before I do." Shikamaru reacted indignant at that and Choji laughed at his childhood friends, missing the fact that Asuma mentioned the word both. "Nonsense, Asuma-sensei, something tells me that Kurenai-san might have something to say about that." Asuma, this time, looked taken aback at Naruto's knowing smirk, while wondering who could possibly have told him. I don't know what you're talking about." Naruto snorted at that, before getting up. Sure you don't. Anyway, I have to run some errands before going home. Good to see you all. Close to sunset . It was already sunset in Konoha, when Naruto chose a sedate pace around the village. It's been quite some time since he had allowed himself some downtime like this. No missions, no training to do. Plus, Itsuko was quite adamant on not catching him doing anything remotely linked to it, so he was limited to what he could do. Truth be told, Naruto wasn't so far inclined to keep that up for now. He could feel his chakra coils tense by each step he took right now, and his eyes still bothered him every now and then. It went without saying that he wouldn't use the Sharingan for at least a few more days. His steps then took him close to the Hyuga Manor, and Naruto looked up to see none other than Kasumi's back, as she was prepared to enter the compound. "Ah, Kasumi Nichan, hi there." Kasumi turned in surprise at the name and voice, before seeing Naruto waving at her. "Oh hi Naruto-kun, long time no see, what are you doing here?" He simply shrugged his shoulders. "I just had no destination in mind, to be honest." Kasumi smiled and then invited him inside the Hyuga compound and then into her humble abode for a cup of tea at the porch. "I see, so that's what happened. So, Kakashi left you alone to face an S-rank shinobi by yourself." After serving her little brother some tea, the two took a casual seat, while Naruto told her about the mission against Akatsuki. "Take it easy with him, Nichan, they were S-ranked for a reason." Kasumi, though, didn't hear and simply humped, while crossing her arms. "He's the all-too-famous copy ninja, Naruto-kun, he should have backed you up." Naruto's sweat dropped at that. Itsuko joked that when it comes to Kakashi and Kasumi, you'd better just stay out of it. Plus, he had a feeling that Kakashi enjoyed this sort of thing, so he left it alone. "Actually, Kasumi Nichan, I was wondering if you could help me with something." The elder Hyuga looked at him in surprise at the seriousness. "Anything, Naruto-kun, ask away." Naruto did take some time to ask, and that made her more agitated. Ever since the time he was attacked while under her watch, she became overprotective of him. "Have you ever felt your eyes hurt by overusing the Byakugan?" Kasumi took a relaxing breath, knowing it wasn't too serious. "Sure, a couple times, yes. It's a common occurrence for us dojutsu users. I remember Hinata-sama having to wear bandages to cover her eyes for days, after it happened to her." Naruto got the intel and turned pensive for a while. "I take it that you overused the Sharingan in your fight, then?" A subtle nod was enough for Kasumi to place her tea on the porch wood and look upwards in contemplation. "I'm no medic myself, but you have to consider that our eyes are subject to fatigue just like any other part of our body. No matter if you now have Itachi's eyes and won't go blind from using it. It's like a sword, if you ask me, it's a tool that needs care, overall." Naruto said nothing to that, and Kasumi looked at her adopted younger brother for a while, before smiling. "You know, when Kakashi-kun had his Sharingan I implanted, it took him a while to get used to it. That's why he uses the headband to cover it, so he won't overdo it. You at least can deactivate it at will, it's just a matter of not using the Mangekyo techniques as often." Kasumi frowned as Naruto simply hummed in acceptance, but it didn't look like she was giving him the answers he sought. "What is it? Talk to me." Naruto exhaled in contempt, before looking at her. "I fear that it's only going to get worse from here on out. Those that I have faced thus far may be nothing compared to the top brass members." Kasumi knew that to be true, sadly. "I'm going to need everything I have to defeat them." "True, but you won't be alone in this, Naruto-kun. You can trust your teammates, and you can certainly trust us to face this mountain together with you." Naruto smiled at that, and Kasumi did as well. "Plus, I bet that Itsuko-chan would chop us in half if something ever happened to you." "So?" That brought laughter from the Sharingan user, and Kasumi felt like she wanted to hear it more often from him. To shoulder so much responsibility, not only being who he is, but also what he carries, she felt like he was carrying the weight of the entire village on his shoulders, sometimes. "Yeah, you wouldn't want to get close to her sword, when she's mad." Naruto, then, smiled and turned to his adopted sister. "Thank you, Kasumi Nichan. I bet that Itsuko is already done with her scouts for the day and is waiting for me." Kasumi smiled at hearing about the Anbu. "Okay, send her my regards, oh, and tell her she is still owing me dinner sometime to catch up." "Will do, take care." Inside his mindscape . One Uzumaki/Uchiha Naruto was carrying a couple of bags back to Itsuko so that they could make dinner for the night. He was walking close to the river that crossed the village, while taking in the view of the sunset. He passed by the school grounds when children played with each other, until it was time for the parents to pick them up. When he was little, his eyes would linger more than it should at this particular scene. Imagining himself in a different upbringing with his parents still alive and dropping by to pick him up after playing all day. Back then, he didn't know, but now he could picture the Yondaime Hokage and his wife Uzumaki Kushina coming to pick up the person that once was Uzumaki Naruto. Ignorant of everything, with big bright blue eyes and a non-ending level of energy to play until nightfall. "Oh, getting sentimental again, aren't you, Naruto?" His eyes widened at the unexpected voice, before Naruto went deep inside his subconscious to eye the majestic fox lying down behind the cage and his tails moving in the back. "Ha, it's been some time since I heard your voice, Fox, and here I thought you wanted to converse from time to time." The fox snorted at that. "I do, but I also enjoy a good enough nap every now and then. Since you have yet to call upon my help, I have taken more opportunities to simply sleep." "Oh, so that sounds like a praise from the great Kyubi no Kitsune. I'm flattered, I truly am." The fox looked at his jailer more intently for a while, before he lifted his majestic body and towered over the blonde Sharingan user. "Either that or the opponents you faced were so weak that even you could handle them, without waking me up. It matters little to me which is which." Naruto frowned at the lack of acknowledgement from the beast conversationalist. "Anyhow, even asleep, I had ample access to your thoughts and memories of what happened. It was particularly pleasing to witness the methods used against Danzo and those demon hunters, Akatsuki. Burning both to a crisp and stabbing the third with an iron spear, truly inspiring, indeed. So, for that, I can give you praise, all 3 kills were worthy of the one who shall be called my Jinchuriki." Now, Naruto deflated. Give it to the fox who had more kills than perhaps any other being in existence to give him praises for his kills. "So, what's there to converse about? I don't see you of all people just calling to chit-chat." The fox hummed as he once again focused on the memory that passed through his jailer's mind when he passed the school grounds. "I must admit that this particular thought of your parents surged very little in your mind. Dare I say that after you took a visit to their house, this was the first time?" Naruto looked down for a while in wonder at that. "It's nothing, really. My mind went there when I saw the children being picked up by their parents. That's all." Kyubi said nothing to that, for a while. Usually, that would be an evasive response, except that Naruto couldn't hide his thoughts from the fox. So, if he was being evasive, then he would know and comment on it. I see. Moving on, then, I trust that you have learned the hard way what many Uchiha in the past suffered from? Although the Sharingan Eye is considered a magnificent tool to possess in the midst of battle, its overuse has its setbacks. The human body is frail by nature, as I said so myself repeatedly to you, my jailer. Naruto accepted that that was the case, though he had to consider some possibilities now that the fox regarded him worthy of hearing his voice. "I do, however I do wonder if you would have something to contribute to that, or if the Uzumaki genes are not acting as they should?" The fox grunted and Naruto continued. "Your chakra can heal my eyes, should it ever get fatigued from overusage, and the Uzumaki genes can help smooth things along, so to speak. And here I thought you would be done asking for my help. I guess it's asking too much for my weak jailer to handle his own problems." Naruto smiled, seeing that it wasn't a no from the fox, dismissing the insults. "You do know that it's only getting harder from here on out, fox. If the leader decides to come himself and capture me, I will need every possible tool at my disposal to deal with him. And do well to remember that should I get captured, it's no longer my problem, but yours as well. For instance, you won't have anyone to talk to, and you also won't have your nap time, as I discovered right now you care about those." The fox showed its full teeth smile to the blonde, and he couldn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. "Oh, so my jailer is learning the act of coercion now. How interesting." Naruto was seeing his odds improving as the fox talked. "How interesting of you to assume that being here inside you is in any way pleasant, that I wouldn't consider a new home more suited to my needs." The Sharingan user's eyebrows twitched as he saw that indeed that wasn't going to work with the fox. "No, I do not care for your well-being, and yes, I would consider better prospects for myself when and if it presented." The fox then laughed at the jailer's expense, seeing his sudden frown upside down look. It was quite amusing to mess with him. "Anyhow, considering that I am yet to know what egotistical and petty reason Akatsuki could have to target us, I guess I can count my blessings that my jailer does not seek to use me the same way." Naruto couldn't know if the fox was affirming or wondering, but, it doesn't hurt his odds here to affirm exactly what he thinks on the matter. "Wah, no, what do you take me for? If it was up to me, you would be out there, doing whatever you feel like and leave me be. Naruto has been through many shits in his life and it all started with the fox, even if indirectly. Oh, the feeling is mutual, little jailer. I wouldn't want to look at your pitiful face any more than necessary. I can agree to your new stipulations about releasing the strain from your eyes, however I have stipulations of my own. Naruto found that to be reasonable and ushered the fox to go on. I find myself missing the feeling outside if you can understand me, the gentle breeze in my tails, the smell of our world's nature. As such, I won't only be providing chakra to your eyes, but to your entire body. Naruto narrowed his eyes instantly at that. Oh, don't worry, you won't feel the malice that naturally comes with my chakra. 1 or 2 taels worth of my chakra is enough for you to deal with most foes out there, and that includes the organization leader. I can agree to that, however the second I feel you messing with me, I can seal off your influence. You know I know how. The fox nodded, remembering that Naruto learned some of his father's sealing theories. That's precisely why I said you needn't worry. Naruto then moved to leave, when the fox indicated that he had other business to talk about. What now? Considering your recent concern about the Ichibi Jinchuriki, I feel inclined to inform you that the Jinchuriki is being targeted by the organization once more. Naruto's eyes widened and the fox continued. I won't bother sharing with you just how I know that, just know that is happening. Naruto snarled and vanished from his consciousness, and it turned dark once more for the fox to resume his nap. He had a feeling that any moment now, he would be awakened once more, but for now, he would just close his eyes and doze off. Once back in the real world, Naruto formed a Doton Bunshin and sent it to warn the Hokage, while he shunshined towards his apartment to warn Itsuko.